2025 Toyota Easter Festival, incorporating the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, which is the first leg of KPC's Year of the Legend series, is brought to you by Toyota South Africa. Oh, very good morning to you, wherever you may be, and may I just start by saying Happy Easter Monday to everybody. I woke up this morning and it felt like a Sunday, I've got to be honest. I went to the stables and chatted to the crew, said, "Where's so-and-so?" And he's off. "Oh, it's a Monday. Happy Easter Monday, everybody." Feels like a Sunday, but of course it's a wonderful time of year, especially where we are, KPC, Kyalami Park, South Africa. Good morning and happy Easter wherever you may be. If you're in South Africa, or perhaps you're watching from somewhere else around the world, such as the times we live in with YouTube and global broadcast and live stream. Watch wherever you may be around the world. Perhaps you're watching on Clip My Horse. If you are, welcome. This is what's in store for you today here in the Bob Charter, the Toyota Adult 1m35 Championship. That gets us underway. Then we move on to the Toyota 1m40 Championship, so one round and a jump off as per championship rules. Then we move on to the Grand Prix classes, the Toyota Junior 1m35 Outdoor Grand Prix, 2 rounds and a jump off. Of course, in quality of score after 2 rounds. And then the big one, the Toyota Adult 1m50 South African Outdoor Grand Prix, which is the first leg of the Triple Crown, one of the events that make up South Africa's big 3 titles. Of course, the Outdoor Grand Prix, South African Championships, and then the Derby. It was last year's Toyota Triple Crown Series. This year, the Toyota Year of the Legends. So the South African Championships this year will not feature in the Year of the Legends series. Instead, we'll move on to the World Cup qualifier, the first of that series, which happens at this venue in May. And up for grabs, we do have that Toyota Legend Bakkie. Though it's not a Bakkie, it's a Hilux. Let's take a look. There it is. There is that Hilux, the Toyota Legend, up for grabs to one lucky rider when all is said and done. It's a points series, and currently leading the way after 2 qualifiers is Gareth Neal and Dartoli, sitting on 85 points. So the first class of the morning is this one, the Toyota 1m35 Championship class. Looking forward to that. It's in right here in the Bob, and 32 riders will go through the start. 12,000 Rand on offer to the winner. Haven't been advised of any changes thus far, no scratchings that we know of, but perhaps 1 or 2 will creep in. We'll have to see. So there is the running order. Some big names there. Leona van der Merwe's there, Charlie Crockart. Leona's got a couple. Ryan Akorba, Cantellara went well yesterday, made the jump off in that qualifier. Barry Taylor's there. He is an 8-time winner, or so we think, 8 or 9, somewhere around there, time winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Hopefully we'll be having a chat to Barry during the course walk, as he certainly is one of the South African all-time legends of the sport, and we'll have a chat to him about his exploits in yesteryears about the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Zandi Alcock at 31, Tanya Strauss on that magnificent horse of hers, Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor. Absolutely love that horse. Saw him in action yesterday. He goes last in pole position, number 32. So the course walk is happening. There seems to be a little discussion down the far end of the arena about something or other, or the riders just putting the final touches onto their course walk, and this class should start in around about 5 minutes' time. So it's the first class of the morning. It's all about championship classes today here on Equestrian Live in the Bob Charter. If you are looking for something to do and you're sitting on your couch and you're in the area, get off that couch, get down to Kyalami Park. It's going to be a wonderful day. We've got the Toyota Vehicle Parade. We've got lots of interviews with legends of the sport, and of course the Outdoor Grand Prix, both junior and adult. Promises to be an absolute feast of show jumping. So get down here and enjoy the day with us. Let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, all of the action from the first class of the morning, the 1m35 champs.
made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Welcome back. So a few more minutes to go, around about 3 minutes till we should have the first horse in the arena. And joining me in co-commentary, lucky to have you along as you are riding in the big one today, and we'll talk more about that. Jean Corber, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Aidan. I'm good, thanks. And you?
I'm good. Have you enjoyed the Toyota Easter show, Easter Festival?
We have a lot. It's been quite a long show. It obviously started last weekend already with the equitation and showing with the kids, and and then the jumping this weekend. So it's been super,
And
really
how
nice.
have you been going? How's the big boy?
He's going really nicely. I've had a bit of a pole kind of a show. Hopefully the poles are done, and today.
Yes. Rather get them out of the way in the qualifiers.
Exactly.
How are you qualified? Are you happy with where you are?
I'm 10th in, so yeah, good. I actually prefer going a little bit earlier. It's less pressure. But yeah, he's feeling good and sound and happy, so touch wood.
Excellent. We were having a look at the roll of honor for the big class. Some big names there. Barry Taylor, of course, 2025 is the year of the legend, and there's that Hilux legend on offer courtesy of Toyota. Some big names. Barry Taylor, a 8-time winner of this class. Nicola Syme Riley, I see her name towards the latter end quite a few times. Gail Foxcroft. It's a big title. What would this mean to a rider to get in their mantle?
Yeah, Nicole also 3
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a title class that you want to win. It's been a dream of mine as well for many, many years, and I think it's nice to have your name on a list like that, especially with all these legends.
What's your best result in this class?
I think 5th.
5th.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I want to say 5th.
Holding,
5th or 6th, yeah.
holding thumbs to you for you today. You've got the horse to do it. Of course, he was the clean sweep and high performance horse, topped the boards at the awards on Monday night, which we've spoken about. So he's in good form, and he's taken that form from 24 into 25.
He's going beautifully, and I think obviously we would all love to do well at every single show, but he has had 2 or 3 fantastic shows already this year, so suppose you can't just...
Is it possible to keep that form? And if so, what is the program? Because they can't remain... It's ebbs and flows, isn't it? They can't remain at peak fitness all the time. They've got to come down, build them up once again. So how do you factor that into their training? Do you look at the shows, or is it just something that happens organically on its own?
No, definitely you pick your shows. With a horse like Lexington, I wouldn't do every single show, all the call it the smaller shows. You keep him happy and sweet at home, and then I don't ever jump him that big at home. I probably jump him maybe max 135 at home, and then obviously we bring him out for the World Cup shows and the Grand Prix, SA Champs, Derby. You know, the bigger shows. If I do a smaller show, like in the beginning of the year, our first show of the year was the KPC Festival. I actually just did 2 classes with him there, to save him. And then it's also the rider. You know, the horse can be on top form, and the rider can be.
How old is he now?
He's 14.
Okay, so he's middle-aged.
Yeah, he's turning 15 later this year.
But got plenty left in the tank, that's for sure.
Yeah,
right.
obviously look after him and hope
Absolutely.
we can get. Lily keeps saying that, Lily and Michael Blom, her instructor.
Oh, they
is-
want saying,
no,
when's he
no.
coming to Lily? Is that what's going on?
Every time.
Let's talk about this 135 Easter Championship. Did you get a chance to have a little meander around, or we're going to have a look at one of the two of the horses and then see what Anna's pitched? How have you found her classes, her building throughout the week?
I won't lie, quite hectic. I mean, yesterday Lily jumped in the pony rider meter champs, and I think they had 2 clear rounds out of 28 ponies, which is obviously not, I think, a great result. I think there's a lot of tests.
And very technical, I
very
see.
technical.
From doubles to doubles on dogs' legs, and it takes accurate riding.
Yeah, definitely accurate riding, and a lot of fillers as well.
Yes, some
I
new
think-
fillers that have
Yeah,
caused
and I
a few
think
issues.
overseas I've noticed they've quite done fillers are on the side of the jump, not so much
in the jump.
in the jump. So you'd have more poles, and the fillers would be more on the side, not so much under the jumps, which I do.
It's amazing. You look at classes. I love going. I'm a bit of a historian, so I love going back on YouTube and looking at old world games and things, and the evolution of the sport, and within that, the evolution of course design and course building. You look at like Stockholm World Games, and those fences were solid, boy.
Proper
It was
solid.
no air. It was pole to pole to pole to pole. Like they were.
Proper.
You didn't want to hit one of those.
But also the breeding of the horses has
Yes,
changed.
absolutely.
They're breeding them so much more careful.
Yes.
And that's, yeah.
So the time allowed that we have at the moment is 69. So it has been brought in from 71 to 69 seconds. This is one round and a jump off. And we're hoping we get a really good jump off. Now, Ray's got a few in this. Or
He's got 2.
Yes.
But first to go, we've got Ashley Taylor and 334 Callahoo Larry Boo. It's the Larry Son mare out of a Baloo Duray mare.
And how's she been going on in the week? Because, I mean, this is in qualification order, but it's never a true reflection of form because some people sit out of a qualifier, they qualify early and then give the horse a rest or don't
Yes,
jump
and
a
I
jump
also
off.
think with the
or-
135s, I think the first day they had 88 horses in the class.
Yes.
So this is quite a tough class to qualify for.
So she's had a little whoopsie at fence number 2 there. That
I think she'll want to try and get a stronger canter around her corner for this time.
Now, Jean, yesterday also in the
There we
pony
go.
classes that we saw at this time of the morning, at this time of the year, being Easter. Happy Easter, by the way.
Happy Easter.
The sun does play a big role. It's
Hugely.
the where it's pitched, the angle of the sun coming down, hitting some of these boards underneath, the reflections off of them. We saw a lot of stops in the pony classes. Are we
Also creating shadows.
Correct.
Yeah.
so not ideal that these riders who've gone early have drawn the early numbers, but it is what it is.
It is what it is,
Somebody's
and
got to
yeah.
go first. So Ash currently sitting on a score. Well, we're into.
She's had one fence there in the treble. She seems to be getting her rhythm now. Oh, shit.
Not her morning, I'm afraid, so she's pulled up and decided, well, we'll leave that to fight another day.
Yeah, and Larry Boo's, I think she's a very careful mare and a very,
Yes.
so I think this would be quite tricky for her with all the fillers and the shadows.
Here's the first little mistake at this triple bar. What's the best way to ride that?
The triple bar, you've
Yeah.
got to look at the front pole.
Yes, and be forward, right? I mean, you
And
can't
a
be
forward ride, it's nice to ride into the base a little
Yes.
bit. You don't want to be off it.
Yes, and they can really
And
jump
also
up
not
at it.
creepy.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want a creepy ride.
Next to go, Jackie Cochran, Rivendell Zoid, number 2. I don't know much about this horse. Is it a new ride, relatively new ride for her?
I think Jax has had her for over a year. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely hot type mare. She had a super round
Which she
yesterday.
loves, doesn't she? That's
She
her.
enjoys the hotter types.
But beauty, you couldn't get hotter than that.
No. And very brave mare. She was produced in Cape Town by Karen, and she's a lovely mare. And I think Jax is getting a good good tune with her and a good partnership.
Penalties, key elements.
So you know the lovely stallion that Nicola rides, Theoden, the grey stallion?
Yes.
It's got the same mother as this mare.
So, all named after the Lord of the Rings series. The stud is named Rivendell, which is
Super round. I think Jax will be very happy with that.
4 penalty round there for Rivendell Zoid, Jackie Cochran number 2. We've got 32, 2 down, 30 to go as we take a look at the replay of that B element coming down.
Number 3 goes next. Oscar Kluber, assessed Tequila Consulting on Kim Kardashian Fontaine.
She just short jumped that slightly.
Yeah, you see she landed and gave the mare a little kick to get into that distance. Maybe she just felt that mare was backing off slightly.
Slightly, yeah.
That back rail. Next to go, Oscar Ngube for Sifakile Consulting. Sifakile Kim Kardashian Fontaine Boss Z.
This is a lovely imported mare by Kanan. I think Oscar's had some great success on her. He won the 130 Derby, I think not last year, the year before, on her. I think she's a lovely, scopy, careful mare.
Is that a brick out the wall that he's taken it for? Something looks like it's
Yes, it's
possibly
definitely
displaced there. Just have to see if the arena party goes to pick something up.
Yes.
There we go. So we are on 4.
There she threw a lovely, lovely jump.
Absolutely. I'm a bit nervous for that Toyota SUV sitting there, that they're coming inside on slightly
They
wet going. And
wheel spin into the
yes,
car.
I hope they don't slip and slide underneath the bumper.
Oh, shame. She slightly hesitated there for a second.
She already had the brick out the wall, the last fence going down as well. So according to our calculations, it's an 8 penalty round for Oscar. Next to go will be number 4, Winks, Callahoo, Joe Cool and Tam Rueda. But let's take a look at that last pole that came down. Double to finish, Oxa to vertical.
She just had a slight moment of hesitation there and then unfortunately had it down.
And again, the sun is coming from the side that you jump in, and if we look at it from here, there's a hell of a glint and a glare.
And it's got a silver,
correct, so
it's quite shiny.
You just don't know what they're seeing as well.
Yeah. So now we've got number 4, Tamara Rueda with Winks, Callahoo, Joe Cool.
Didn't Ray ride Joe Cool at one stage?
Ray produced him from a baby. He actually loved this horse
Was it Craig's
so
horse?
much. No, he was a Callahoo stallion, and then Callahoo decided to sell him. He is by Coleman out of a Kidam de Ravel mare, and he was actually sold as a stallion to a client of ours that then unfortunately decided to stop riding, but she gelded him. And then Ray started riding him again and competing again for Demi. And then we sold him to Tam.
Was it Demi Lee?
Demi Lee Jacobs, yes. Yeah.
And just explain to viewers out there, they can't all be stallions, but did he have the make and shape and constitution of a stallion, and why the reason to geld him? I mean, he's got a nice pedigree, but was it
Callahoo did
for,
breed a few.
yes.
We'll probably start seeing them shortly. Coming up, he's got beautiful foals, and Ray absolutely adored this horse. He's careful, he's scopy. Maybe he's not what they were looking for in a stallion. We're not quite sure. He was always Ray's favorite, but they decided to sell him.
The cruelest cut of all.
Shame. She had a beautiful round. That was an unfortunate.
It looked like a real relaxed, easy, just hacking around.
She's building up a super partnership with him.
Where is Liantos? Do we know?
Liantos is recovering, but she's riding him again, yes.
J.K. Cortina, Kerry Muir goes next. Kerry visiting us from KZN. Such a good rider she is.
She's a lovely rider and just such a lovely girl.
Yeah.
Always friendly, always smiling.
Super head on her shoulders when she's in the saddle. Nothing ruffles her. Stays cool under fire. She's got a super temperament.
She rode that line perfectly.
How pleased are the riders riding up to number 5 that they get to jump that side of that wall?
Well, not just that. It's positioned not in a marshland
Yes.
like it was for the 150s.
Cortina now 14 years old, the mare.
And it looks like it's got a prefix JK, so that must have been purchased from Johann Kachelhofer.
By Kibaros. Kalido on the dam side. Oh. What happened there, Jean? We're going to have a replay, I hope, but it looked like she just jumped to the right of that fence, which would suggest maybe just fell in on that line slightly, got deep.
She rubbed the jump just before. Let's see what the replay.
She rides number 6, Cat Weasel.
Looked like she jumped right on take.
Shame, yeah, but it was a good ride. It wasn't.
You could see the disappointment in her body
It was a
as she was going
beautiful
over the
round.
fence. So we're still to find a clear here, but we are in reverse order of classification. So the high qualified horse and rider combos will come later in the class. Next to go, we should have Cat Weasel. That's not Jenna. Do we have Jenna? 15 coming in early, I believe. Okay, so
I think Leona's probably got more than one
yes,
horse.
for sure. So 15 will be in early, and you can tell us about this horse.
So this is Jenna Gilchrist and Cat Weasel. 15-year-old gelding by Cristello out of a Silvio mare. This horse was originally produced by Ronnie Healy, won a World Cup, did Super 150 classes with him.
Jumped the Derby with him.
Yes, and then sold him to Jenna. He's a little horse, but he's got an enormous jump and an enormous stride.
And she's had him for quite a while now.
She's had him for probably about 2 years, I would say. See how easy he gets down the distance there. He's got huge stride for a little horse. And I think Weasel also doesn't think he's a little horse
No.
at all. Beautifully through the treble. Oh dear.
Looked like he was going, and then she just wanted the extra.
Yeah. So beautifully, she had such a good ride there. Just not quite getting the distance she wanted to 7. No problem the second time.
Absolutely. Few time penalties to add. 75.48. That's the time that she posts. So a final score of 11, 7 of those being for time as we take a look at the replay, Jean.
I think she sort of chased around the corner and then suddenly realized, oh, she needs to steady. Shame, it was just a bit of a miscommunication, maybe not quite what she wanted.
Leona is in.
This is a new ride for Leona, fairly new ride. Kissed by 334, Kissed by Thesis. I'm not sure how you say that. It's a Canaan mare out of a Heartbreaker.
Beautifully bred. How long would she have been in this one? Obviously import.
It's an import, I think, since the beginning of the year. But as you know, Leona molds to a horse very quickly. She is an unbelievable rider. And very, very competitive. And she's come in a little bit earlier because she's got another mare a little bit later. See that middle ox is taking a little bit of jumping. You can see Leona also pressed quite hard to get over that back rail.
Beautiful jump over 7. I see a lot of heartbreaker in this horse. Make and shape of it.
Super ridden. See Leo.
Oh,
Oh, shame. She rode that so beautifully. You can see she stayed slightly outside line to give a bit of space.
I was just about to say how beautifully done, and then it came down.
It
So
came
it
down,
must be
yeah.
the sun factoring in on that.
I think that jump definitely, because it's got the silver
Yes.
paint, it's definitely got a bit of a reflection. So maybe the sun goes slightly up.
She was so beautifully balanced. The rhythm was good.
So we're still waiting for our first clear.
Exactly. Next to go, this is number 8. I believe number 7 will be coming in a little bit later. Equicult Zeiss Antelure. Lauren Coltman rides this 11-year-old son of Delacour.
This has been such a wonderful, wonderful horse for her. She's produced him herself with the help of Kath and Sean Neal.
She lives that side of the world, south of Joburg, Walkerville area, and they're not too far away. I don't think the easiest horse, but he does look more rideable these days.
Yeah, I think he looks definitely like he's got quite a tricky mouth, but he wants to do the job, and I think he loves Lauren. Oh, I've just jinxed her. Sorry, Lauren. It's a little bit difficult for us to see what happened there. We're sitting straight on to the treble, so we can't see side on.
Looks like he bailed out. Do you have a replay? Let's see if we can from this angle.
Oh, shame. She just didn't have a great distance there.
It was quite a ways off that one going
You
into
can
a
see
treble.
her
He probably.
patting him. She knows. Shame.
Oh. Unfortunate elimination there for Antelure and Lauren Coltman. So we should have now. Who do we have?
Kevin Vessels.
Kevin. I looked up and I saw long hair. No, there's Kevin. Okay. Right.
It's
Okay.
Kevin with Capital Charis. It's a lovely 14-year-old mare by Consuelo. This is a scopy mare, and Kevin's really done a super, super job with her.
Kayla Bosefield is the owner.
Typical Consuelo, grey in colour,
Big horse.
big horse, and lots of scope.
Stamped Consuelo all over. A little bit off that, got away with it, tipped that back rail. Right, Toyota treble.
No problem there. Oh,
Oh!
Kevin losing his
Like he
reins a little
lost
bit.
his rein and balance as a result slightly. Well recovered. Little late stride under the base of number 7. Gets away with it. Looking good. Keep him up.
Come on, Kev.
Gives a flap to that one. I think the sun made the horse back off a little bit. Same here. Come on. Jump it.
Yay, our first clear.
There we go. He had to ride that last line, those picket fences with those pillars, and then into the capital stud and prestige treble. The horse was backing off. Kevin
horse
was
was
kicking
backing.
and flapping and
And they're throwing the
Yeah.
reins, but she's so careful. She just went, okay, I'll go, but I'm going higher.
so that is our first clear in this 1m35 Easter Championship. Kevin Vessels.
Lauren Pretorius next to pair
Next to go, Lauren Pretorius, number 10, Capital Cashmere. Blood horse, 11-year-old is Cashmere now by Colmado out of a Belmondo dam. Lauren's done such a good job with this horse, who's definitely not the easiest.
He has got enormous scope, but he is incredibly tricky. He is very, very blood. And I think he can just run and be very strong. And Lauren just absolutely loves him.
She's experimented over the years with a lot of different bits and settled on something that works for him. You can see her body position. She has that rail going towards the fence. Got to get the body up just to support his front end, because he'll run at them.
Yeah, and I think where he's incredibly tricky is when you try and jump him at home, he's extremely difficult. When he's in the ring, he seems a lot more focused with her and listens a lot more to her, because I think he doesn't know what's happening and he doesn't know, so he super round, no problem at that last capital double.
So the bogey definitely seems to be that B element of that treble.
4 faults for Lauren. Let's
take
see
a
the
look.
replay.
A bit difficult from this angle, jumps in nicely.
Also push to try and get
Yes.
the back rail. I think that's definitely quite a difficult a bogey fence.
So do you think walking slightly long in there,
Looks like
and
it's
then
riding quite long.
and then it looks slightly short from the way I
Yeah.
saw her quickly sit up to the C element, and he almost put in a quickie
Yes.
underneath that, so maybe quite long to slightly short, so a bit of a test.
Now we have number 11, my hubby, Reina Korber with Azagai Cantalara for Elisa Steenkamp. Elisa's pregnant with her second baby girl.
Congrats.
I think she's about to pop soon.
Congrats. And is she here, or will she be watching on
Definitely, no, she's definitely here.
Okay.
Elisa's very hands-on and definitely will be here right by Lala's side. Cantalara is by Cantor Z out of a Rex Granus mare, originally purchased from Anthony Kay.
I think, again, we talked about the dynamics of that treble, but perhaps also the sun and the shadows. You can see from here the pitch of the shadows. Oh, Ray's deciding.
He's decided to retire.
Look from here, the pillars, the columns from our side, or the right side, from the rider side, the left side, are falling right across the middle.
The
is what-
shadows, yes. Maybe that's what's making it ride longer than it is. Maybe
they're
it walked.
actually just backing up
Yes.
considerably, having a look at that. I suppose as we get later on in the class, if it starts riding easier as the sun goes higher, we know that maybe that's
because
something.
it's definitely riding a bit long, that first stride. And the capital stud is also riding the last
Yes.
double, and I think that's because of the sun, the glare. So next we've got number 12, Helen Kritikos with 4 Cabell. This is a 13-year-old mare by For Joy out of a Brandenburg Clifton mare.
She's had this mare for a few years now, goes very, very nicely on her. Did Leona ride her before?
Yes, I think, if I remember correctly, Leona and then purchased the mare, the mother in full to this mare on the auction and started her off and then sold her to Helen. And Helen's won some very exciting classes on her, but unfortunately today is not her day.
2 down, sitting on a score of 8. But she's going so well on Liberia, as another rail comes down there.
Shame, she has no problem with the oxa there, but just having it down coming in. Helen is a beautiful, positive rider. Oh, she's decided to call it another day.
No, not the horse's form. A few rails coming down, can't win from there. Kevin's already clear. We're looking for clears now. That's what it's all about. So Helen deciding to retire and focus on the bigger class later on.
So we still only have the one clear
Just the one.
with Kevin Vessels.
There's the first rail that came down, the back rail of that triple bar. And she has to push up the distance. That flimsy little panel on top of that vertical that comes down at 4 and then another couple of rails. So not her day today. 13 next to go. Brannick Lord Litano, Hallie Wyndham Quinn.
He is a gelding, a 13-year-old gelding by Litano, out of a Jockeynold de Bovenol mare. This is also a lovely, lovely horse. Haley rides with Ray, trains with Ray, and very, very hard worker, loves her horses. And they live next door to us in the beautiful property that you see coming into KPC.
They've recently relocated from
Cape Town.
Cape Town.
Yeah, they lived in Constantia. And I think their original plan was to possibly commute up and down. But I think they're enjoying Johannesburg so much that now they've decided to be here permanently.
It's wonderful. I mean, Cape Town's got the mountain, we've got the mine dumps. What's not to love?
We have the horses.
Yes.
And the shows.
Yes, exactly right.
Oh. Beautifully ridden there. Oh, what a nice round. He just got the 5 a little bit easy there. I think she'll be very, very happy with that.
So 1 down, 4 penalties. As we take a look at the replay, it was a late rail.
Shame, yeah, she just got a little bit close. And then this line she rode beautifully to the last.
Did she get married recently?
Yes, her and Clinton got married recently, yeah. But I see she hasn't changed her surname yet.
Yes, that's why I was a little bit stumped. Didn't she? I'm sure I saw something. Was it her wedding? Next to go, Chayton Hendricks, Callagher Corleone for Paige Gates, the owner. A 11-year-old gelding by Corinth out of a Lissabon dam.
This is a lovely, lovely horse. I think it's got similar breeding to Paige's other horse, Lachetto. Very scopy.
Very scopy.
But I think he's got quite a tricky mouth, and Chayton's been riding him for the last couple of months for Paige.
That's spot on. Love the way he shifts his balance back at the fence and just gets onto his hock and just gives so much height and push over the fence. Beautifully balanced horse.
Yeah, he's really, really lovely, and Chayton's doing a super job with him. That he found easy.
Down to 7. Beautifully in balance, but going forward to the fence, nicely up in front. Oh, as that comes down. What a pity.
Oh, shame, and another one died. But it was a beautiful round.
Absolutely.
I don't think that sometimes it's an 8-fold round, but it's not a reflection
exactly.
of.
No,
it was a really beautiful round.
Stunning. Beautiful to watch. As we take a look at the first pole that came down, that Kuta fence. Just next to that
tipped it
bank.
behind.
Yeah. Final double coming down, that A element gave the second of the 4 faults. So
Leona is already gone. So now we'll have number 16, Fiona van Vollensteer, and Sapphire Rain. This is a 9-year-old mare by Zakharov out of a Brandenburg Sebastian mare.
Alexander's setup, I think, was Burlington for quite some time. Was a top, I remember, as a top junior, was she not? Like,
She was on the Philip Smith with me.
yes, okay.
Was she? No, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. It wasn't Fiona. And she's also very competitive.
Yes.
Very, very competitive. You often see her in first place.
down. It's number 5 coming down, so sitting on the 4.
No problem over there. Oh, and another.
Just got a little bit underneath that one. So 2 late rails.
Also having a little stall, like
Yeah.
a little hesitation at that last combination.
12 penalty round there for Fiona van Vollensteer and Sapphire Ray number 16, which means we are at the halfway mark as we take a look at the replay. Just off of a short stride.
And now we'll be moving into the higher qualifications, so hopefully we'll be seeing some more clear rounds and have a
Yes,
jump off,
because
because
at
we
this
still don't
stage-
have a jump off.
No, just 6%, meaning 1 horse from the first 16 that have gone, and that's Kevin Vessels. Capital Charis, the only clear thus far as we move now into the second half.
Now we have number 17, Charlie Ann Crockart with Komme LVD Duffels Hoover Z. It's a 7-year-old mare by Komme Fo out of a Vigo de Arsenal mare.
If you translate that from the Dutch Devil's Hoover, what's that? Devil's
Devils?
feet. Devil's hooves.
Devil's Hoover.
Shame.
Shame.
Here goes Devil's hooves.
And Charlie's getting married next weekend, so I'm sure she's
Yes.
very excited for the big day.
Is she going to keep Crockart or Barford?
I have not asked her that question.
Bet Roy's got his ideas on that.
Maybe she'll do a double barrel like Lorette.
A newish ride for Charlie?
Yeah, Charlie's recently got some lovely horses from overseas. This one's very new. I don't think I've seen a lot of this one. I think also new to this level.
I haven't seen this one before. Devil's Hooves. Love Comme Faux. This one by Comme Faux as we take a look at the replay. So that was a 4-8 penalty round. So we'll take a look at the replay. That
Just got on that
flimsy-
5 a little bit quick. But that's probably a young horse, new to this level and in the Bob Charter. I'm sure Charlie will be happy with that.
Next to go, 18 Equicover Capital Chicane Shawnee Bean rides. Chicane, a 9-year-old by Capriccio out of a Consuelo, had to be grey.
Had to be great, definitely. Shawnee rides with Ronnie, and also very competitive. I often see her in the top spots.
Turned out horse and rider. It's like a scopy horse.
Very. And as I said, very competitive. Big ride there, big ask. Chicane said, no problem, got this.
Leaves him up. With her body to 7, round the turn she comes. 4 from home.
Big ride there,
Yeah.
whoa.
Strong ride to Kura. Got to get him settled now down this last line. Are we headed for a jump off?
Yay.
Yes, we are.
Another capital horse into the jump off.
There you go. Shawnee Bean, Equicover Capital Chicane will at this stage go head to head with Capital Charis and Kevin Vessels. 2 clears, percentages move up ever so slightly as we go now to Leona and number 19 Matilda 334.
This is a mare bred by the 334 stud, an 8-year-old by Maestro van het Bischoff out of a Raphael mare. This is a very, very exciting horse. Beautiful canter, beautiful jump, scopy, and beautifully produced by Leona.
Floats up behind, gives herself time with her back end, with her body in the air.
No problem. See, Leonia didn't even have to kick there, nothing. This mare knew exactly what to do.
Treble, the B element, just looks like she's so aware of where the poles
Yeah.
actually are. She just held her form that little bit extra in that over that B element. Little
Yes.
tap, but it stayed up.
Stunning round. Absolutely beautiful.
So, as we move into the higher qualified horses, so the clear start coming. 3 now. 3 in the jump off in this 135 Easter Championship, sponsored by Toyota. Once again, a huge thank you to Toyota. We'll look forward to this Easter festival, especially the parking attendants. Very, very busy show.
Extremely busy show. I
Crazy.
think someone was saying yesterday that just the jumping entries were over 5,000.
Wow. Wow.
That's not the dressage, the showing, the equitation. So next we have number 20, James Kane Burnham with Sellerhoff Cascada, an 8-year-old mare by Capital Cascord out of Optimum van der Wellington mare. James rides with Domini. He likes the smaller type of horses. He's a top, I don't want to get this wrong, is it a polo or polo cross rider?
He's a farmer, so I think it would be Polo Cross. He's a farmer, isn't he? I think he's a farmer.
I'm not sure
Yes, I
about
think
that
he's
part.
out in the Middleburg area.
Yes, he's definitely in Middleburg.
yes.
Family rides, his daughter, his little boy, loves their horses.
Not a bad show jumper either. I tell
No,
you
he
that.
does
I mean,
extremely
he's got
well.
an
He's very
incredible
competitive.
eye. He rides at a beautiful rhythm, very competitive.
He's going to give the treble a second go. I think he just didn't get the ride he wanted. The first time.
Which show? Was it the Derby qualifiers where he was in a speed class and one of the elements was the tabletop, which is a 2-stride, and he jumped on 1 stride and off?
Yes,
I mean, he goes.
he made up time
And
there.
he's got that farmer's mettle, boy. Not his round this morning, but a relatively young horse as well, 8-year-old.
See him shaking his head,
That's okay.
patting
he'll
his
be
horse.
back.
He knows his horse tried. It was just not his day today.
Replay of the wall. Lots of time penalties were added after that disobedience as well, and that probably rattled. I mean, it
And
rattled
that's
the
why
wall.
he
And let's just get it back together.
Next we have number 21, Megan Cunningham with Oh Love. A 15-year-old mare by Beachhaven on track. Megan's from Cape Town. Travelled up very far to be with us at the show, so thank you to Megan for coming. It's a lovely, lovely rider.
What are the quarantine restrictions now? There's still those stops on the way home.
I'm
and
sure
you
when
have
they
to
go back to Cape
stop
Town,
in Beaufort, and it's not an easy.
it's not easy to travel up from Cape Town. It's a very, very far travel. On top of, if you do want to go back home, then there's all the restrictions, as you say, so your horse can't just come home.
It's a good excuse to leave your horse here and
Leave
go to a
them
few
here.
shows until the horse sickness season is over.
But it's a big deal for the Cape Town people to
Yes.
do that, you know, because then you've got to fly up and down, you've got to pay people to ride your horses.
Yeah.
And I know in Cape Town to find stabling is not always the easiest to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you've got to pay for your stables down in Cape Town, as well as pay for stabling in Joburg. Beautifully ridden through that last line. Shame, just the unfortunate bogey fence in the treble.
Once again, but a 4 penalty run, and I love the smile there. Still a big smile, so well worth the travel just for this little trip around the 135. She looks really happy.
Really happy, beautifully ridden.
Take a look at the replay.
Just her back legs catching the back rail there.
Calaho Liberace goes next. Danielle Evertson, number 22. And then we're going to go back in program order to number 7, Sir Galahad.
Liberace is a 10-year-old gelding by Calaho Lissabon out of an Ubergar mare. Danielle purchased the Lissabon semen off the auction many years ago and actually bred him herself. And what a lovely, lovely partnership. I think it's everyone's dream to breed a horse and see him grow up and then back him and start jumping him and then be able to jump him at this kind of level.
Family affair. They are your family. Your babies.
Yes. Beautifully ridden through the treble. As you know, I'm an enormous Lissabon fan. They're just such lovely, wonderful horses. Ears pricked.
Lissabon, poster boy,
Yes.
poster child.
And I would love to have some
Yes.
more of them.
Oh,
Oh, shame. What a beautiful round.
one late pole going in. That Prestige Oxer of the final double, just catching Liberace, that back rail. Let's take a look at the replay. Here she comes in.
We take number 7 now, Hilton Ford and Sir Galahad.
Definitely maybe also had a slight little look.
Looking
You
at
see
that.
she kept her legs on there, but unfortunately the back rail coming down.
Lissabon's been one hell of a stallion, hasn't he? I mean,
Incredible.
took the
Absolutely incredible.
high performance stallion, or top South African warm blood stallion award on Monday night.
I think he's done that for quite a number of years in a row now. Now we have number 7, Hilton Ford and Sir Galahad. He was number 7 on our program. Just coming in a little bit later.
So Galahad by Galahad out of a Bell Bayou thoroughbred mare. Hilton riding out Langley Equestrian, I believe, in KZN. I think Hilton's also quite a good event rider.
You can see this horse is definitely thoroughbred type. He's very blood. Oh, shit. Lovely round. Just the 2 bogey fences going down
exactly
there,
right.
but actually a really, really lovely round.
8 penalties for Hilton, Hilton Ford and Sir Galahad. We go back to program order now. Barry Taylor is in, number 23. As we take a look at the replay of this Toyota. Yeah, exactly. The 2 bogies. They definitely are the 2 bogies.
Yeah, he didn't have a problem with the back rail.
So Barry is in. Barry, a multiple winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Today riding the 135s on this lovely Brett Latimer-owned Oxford Super Deluxe. 7-year-old, so quite inexperienced, but got the master in the saddle.
He is a very exciting gelding by I'm Special Demuse out of a Lux mare. I think Barry's very excited about this horse. Actually reminds me quite a lot, like look-wise, of Nabab
Yes.
Forever.
See, Barry and Lorette posted quite a bit about Nabab last night
Yes,
on social
I saw
media
that.
and his exploits.
He was such a legend.
He was a horse that won the Outdoor Grand Prix himself and then dominated those 6-bar competitions which we used to see.
Just touching that
festival.
back rail as well, the bogey fence. It was a very soft rail. It's 7 there. I think he was just backing off too much there now.
So a few down, 16 penalties, but he is a young horse. It's all about mileage, paying your school fees, and for sure he'll be back with Barry as we take a look at the replay of that final double. And Prestige Oxer coming. Well, let's take a look at the whole
Watch
line.
that behind.
Clears in the bag. That's 12% of our riders at this stage. The remaining
Definitely backing off there as well.
Yeah, because he did the 7, not 6.
24 is next to go. Calaho Lucetto, Page Gage, another Lissabon. Different type of Lissabon. I mean, you don't look at Lucetto and say that's a typical Lissabon.
No, except that he goes.
Yes.
He's got a very tricky mouth. I think that's where Lexington's actually also got quite a tricky mouth. Lucetto Page has done an unbelievable job with him. I think he's always been very tricky. He disunites behind. We actually have his full brother as well, Lucino, with Craig Rankin, and very similar. Also battles to change behind. Also very tricky with their mouths, but boy do they want to jump and careful.
Do you think that then comes from the dam?
I think definitely
thrown
that
quite to
Cassini,
the
because I
dam,
think
yeah.
there was a few from that dam line. There was another mare that Caitlin Lepart also rode out of that dam line, and also was similar, also disunited. But you can see he's careful, he's brave. Super. Another clear run for the jump off. Well
Nicely
done,
done.
Page.
So Lucetto through to the jump off. So that's 4 now. Charis, Chicane, Matilda, Lucetto. We move on to 25 out of 32, and we get now into the higher qualified horses and riders, the business end of this first round of the 135s. And for the 334 Sport Horse Stud, once again, it's your husband, Rainer Korber, 334 Casarati.
This is a lovely 8-year-old gelding by Cazal out of a Diorado mare. He's known in the stable as Cassie or Slow Sati. That's the
Slow Sati.
Slow Sati, aptly named by Leonie van der Merwe, Chris and Leona's little girl, because I think Chris rode him in the beginning and got some time penalties.
Oh, goodness.
So then they called him Slow Sati.
Cute.
He is a slower type, but Ray really adores this horse. No,
Bogey.
the bogey fence coming down. He's a very scopy type. I think this horse will jump very, very big jumps for fun. So
Well
you've
done.
drifted quite a bit
Yeah.
there, and Ray to work a bit. Well done for getting him through that bogey double as well.
1 down, 4 penalties. Like you say, a up-and-coming 8-year-old. Future looks bright as we take a look.
He actually got the one stride very easily. Ray almost had to hold him a little bit there. Just flipping the back rail, his back
Like
legs.
he went very high and didn't get the
Yeah.
travel. So 4 penalties for number 25. Catherine McFarlane comes in at 26. Calaho Hera Du Ayen.
This is an 8-year-old mare by Herald out of a Balabay Duray mare. This is a half sibling to Carl Bonzai's Luc Duayen, and also Vasco Duayen, that was ridden by Ronnie and Ashley Healy. I think she's new to this level, but's qualified really high, so obviously he's had a really good show.
Yesterday she made the jump off of the competition class, the qualifier. Not to go in that jump off and save for today.
Safe over the first bogey fence.
Lovely round here.
A lovely type of mare. She's
Yes.
got blood. She looks like she's got a very big jump. Super.
Slight touch, stays
Yay.
up. Well done, Kath McFarlane through to the jump off. I think she rode a peach of a round
That was
there.
a beautiful, beautiful round. Well done.
And that also is an 8-year-old. I know it's a 135, but relatively inexperienced, and there's a lot for them to look at. So a really super
And she
temperament
seemed
in
brave,
mind.
careful, not bothered by the bob charter and the shadows. So now we've got 5 clears.
5 clears as we move on to 27.
We've got 8 places, so we still need a few clears.
Yeah, Sean Neal goes next. Delmont Mining and Civils, the owners of Prix.
This is a lovely imported mare by Canan out of a Ramiro Z mare.
Big class with the wonderful Clyde Z.
Beautifully ridden there. So nice to see Sean in these classes again.
Exactly right.
And I think he's very excited about this mare. He's really taken his time with her, building up a partnership. No problem through the treble.
So nice, much like your family, to see the kids coming through, the children's pony riders.
Yeah, these shows are busy for us.
Yeah,
eh?
see Ollie
Well
riding. Well
done.
done.
Beautiful rounds. Really,
So the
really
clears are coming now. The percentage rate gone up to 21%. Charis is clear, Chicane is clear, Matilda, Lucetto, Hera Duayen, and now Caprice is also clear. So well done, Sean. Jenna Gilchrist will go again. She rides at 28. Olandra Fonte Eiglo.
This is an 11-year-old mare by Gilbert van het Reitershof. Import. Yo, what a jump. I've seen it. It's a really, really nice horse. Very
Surprised I haven't,
scopy.
because it does say look at me.
Yeah. Scopy. No problem there. Jenna is from Namibia, but I think she's mostly based here now at Ronnie's yard. Oh. Yes.
Wow,
Very
big
good.
smiles. That is one hell of a horse. Olandra going
We've
through to the
got
jump off.
7 clears.
7
we
clears
said, we
for
will-
8 places, with 4 left to come in the first
Our
round.
highest qualifiers still to come.
Yes.
We did say that there'll be more clears towards the end of the class. Now we've got number 29, Yanni Kleinhans, and NK Capital Coleman. 12-year-old gelding by Capital Colnado out of a For Pleasure mare. Previously ridden and produced by Dominique Alexander. Oh, Lucky Rabbit number 1.
NK, the sponsor.
NK's must be Natalie Robertson. I want to say she owns the horse. Her and Ross purchased him off the Capital auction. Maybe K stands for Kane, her son. Unfortunately, having the A element down into the treble.
Around that Toyota SUV.
He had quite a big ride into
he
7.
did.
I think he
He
saw
did.
he didn't want to wheel spin into the car.
Jumps it.
I think it's a new partnership for them. I'm sure we'll still be seeing lots of them in the ring together.
Going to make the jump off today. 8 penalty round for Capital Coleman and Jan Kleinans as we take a look at the replay of the triple.
10A down, but definitely a combination to watch. A very talented horse. You've seen
A little bit flat through the back over that.
Yeah, a
didn't-
little bit forward into that. Now we have number 30, Kayla Nudia, with the very speedy Locarno Ballard. It's a Namibian mare by Locarno Challenger out of a Consuelo mare.
Such a little campaigner for her over the years.
What a wonderful mare. We actually tried her for a client at Featon's Park Stables and had her vetted. We loved her, had her vetted. She unfortunately didn't pass the vetting, had a couple of issues, and Kayla purchased her and has had an unbelievable run with her. She's won the mini derby, she's won many championships, many classes, and absolutely fine.
Shows you sound as a bell too.
Yeah. Beautifully ridden there. Yes.
Well, this is
This
shaping
is
up
a good
into
one for the jump
yeah,
off.
I was about to say.
Well done, Kayla.
She can be super speedy and loves the Bob Charter, as you said, John. She's won the was it the mini derby.
She won the mini derby, yeah, the 140s. She may have won the micro derby too, but she
Yes, I
definitely
think
won the mini derby.
2 left to come. Lansink and Zandi goes next. Callagho Lansink, who you know lots about. Ray used to
Yeah.
partner.
Another Lissabon out of a Pilot mare. He is such a beautiful picture boy. I always used to call him the ballerina.
Yes,
looks like a
and
ballerina.
he moves like, I've always called him, like, nicknamed him Quicksilver, the way he moves across the ground. He's like
Yeah.
Legolas from
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings. It's like he doesn't touch the ground. He's so light.
He's been a lovely partner for Zandi. She's also won many classes on him.
She adores all her horses, but
No, she does. She loves them and really gives him a super ride.
and I think he loves her as well. You can see it's
Definitely.
a real partnership. He's going to try all day long. Forward to it.
No problem there. Well done. Into the jump off for Zandi and Lansink. Another very fast one
Very
for
fast
the
and,
jump off.
and sitting in a good position, isn't she? She's penultimate. Well, let's see how Connor goes. She could be sitting in pole position depending on Connor's round. Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor next to go with Tanya Strauss. I absolutely love this horse.
He is by Callagho Concoriano out of a Landor S mare. He is, both him and Tanya together are extremely competitive. I think they won both qualifiers. I think even if he doesn't try to go fast, she's fast.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's careful.
Such good footwork. He can jump from just about anywhere. Super athletic. Got lots of electricity. Shaking
He
his head
wants to
saying,
go.
I want, let me at it.
He
Let me at it.
remembers his jump off
Yeah.
from yesterday. He says, come, let's go. Extra effort over number 7.
The way the little tail just swishes around like a
And also a little
Propeller.
horse. He's He's not a big horse.
Athleticism.
7 strides.
Just see what he does
Come
there,
on.
'cause
Well
he gets
done.
underneath that one,
And
breaks
she
the
did the
rhythm,
7
and just
to
jumps.
the last,
Yeah.
and he.
So she'll sit in pole position for the jump off. Going through to the jump off, we have Charis at 1, Chicane at 2, Matilda at 3, Lucetto at 4, at 5, Hera Duayen, at 6, Caprice, at 7, Olandra, at 8, Ballard, Lansink at 9, and at 10 in the jump off, Connor sits in pole position with Tanya Strauss. The jump off, Jean, is over fences 1. So we start at 1, then 7.
So you'll turn through the treble to 7.
Then 8.
Then you'll turn inside the Toyota, which they've been doing anyway.
10 AB.
Okay, so you'll have a little bit of a gallop to the bogey combination.
They're removing 9. So 10 AB, then 4 inside of Hollard. Will they go inside of Cheval Liberté? I doubt it.
I
think
doubt
they
it
gallop
because
through that gap. Yeah.
the Capital Stud B element is already past that turn, so I think that would be a bit tricky. I think they'll just keep flowing inside the treble.
And then it's a gallop
Triple
to the
bar.
wall to finish at 5.
So maybe they'll drop a stride to the wall.
Yep.
Because a few of them got a bit deep to the wall.
We know that Tanya will definitely drop a stride or 2.
Easily.
So as you've just seen on your screen, those are the 10 that go. Charis, Chicane, Matilda, Lucetto, Hera Duayen, Caprice, Olandra, Ballard, Lansink, O'Connor. And that's up next, the Toyota Adult 1 meter 35 championship.
So that'll be a very exciting jump off. Some very fast horses.
We're going to stay on these pictures because I'm sure the first one will be in a moment or two. The time allowed for the jump off is 45 seconds. I'm sure none of them will need the 45 seconds. It's a championship. We're looking at the best of them. They had to qualify the top 35 to be here. Out of a lot of 135 horses, I think there were 80 plus.
There were 88 on the first day, if I remember correctly. So like I said earlier, it's a very tough class to qualify to get into this top 32.
32, I beg your pardon. Right, so while we are waiting, let's talk about this year 2025. Well, let's first go back to 2024. Toyota came in with the Triple Crown Series. Ronnie Healy dominated that series on his wonderful Mandarino, just missed out on the actual Triple Crown by 1 placing, second place finish in the SA Champs, but in terms of the point series, absolutely dominated, walked away with that Toyota Triple Crown car, or that Toyota Crown car, I should say. This year up for grabs, the Toyota Legend is parked at the top of that small bank there. I'm sure our director is going to give us a lovely cutaway shot to that ultimate prize on offer. It's different this year, Jean. The qualifying classes come into play. Both qualifiers came into play at this show. At this stage, Dartoli, Gareth Neal sit atop the leaders log, and of course 50 points on offer today as well. And then we move into the World Cup, where 2 classes come into play, and then of course the Derby, where a qualifier comes into play, and then the Derby will be weighted 2 times. The rules this year, as compared to last year, I think Ronnie's success last year had a bit to do with the change of rules this year. They just wanted to bring everybody a little bit closer, make it a little bit more competitive.
I think it's good to do that because then things can change at every show, and it keeps more people interested into making sure they enter those shows, jump all the classes, and then I think going into Derby, Ronnie was the clear winner before Derby even.
You wanted that right until Derby, waited 2 times. We don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, you want it to be a bit exciting
but wonderful once again from Toyota.
Absolutely amazing. They are so incredibly generous and such a huge support into our sport, and we're definitely so grateful for that.
Right, here we go. Kevin Vessel's first to go in this jump off for the 1 meter 35 champs. Capital Charis. Jean's going to count these strides for us, see if anybody's bold enough to drop any down the distances. He who dares wins, as they say. What's Kevin going to do?
Kevin's definitely going to give it a good go. Inside through the treble there to 7. Then I think he can turn quite tight back to 8. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. Inside turn to this flimsy. There's like a flimsy plank on top of number 4.
6 down to the last.
Oh, and he had it down.
Oh, and that's the risk. That's the risk. Flying to the last if you're trying to drop strides, and that wall will naturally make them back up as well.
Yes.
So if you're already off of it because you're dropping and you don't really cover the ground that you had anticipated you would, that is the risk you're going to have. Let's take a look at the replay of the wall. He was giving a kick and a flap.
Oh,
What
very unlucky. I didn't actually see him touch it.
I thought he gave it air.
Yeah, and he had space, so wasn't deep to it.
Anyway, 4 penalties and his time as a marker 34.55. Next to go.
Charnay Bean, an equic cover capital chicane, also going to be a fast one for the jump off.
Do you think Kevin left the door open a little bit? He looked like he
Definitely.
was wanting more from the horse, from
To
the
the
coulda jump to
combination.
the combo.
She's already a little bit faster here.
She got a better shot to there, more of a forward ride than Kevin. Keeps the roll, keeps the ground pace down the hill.
Also did the 12 to the combination. A 6, super.
Jumps it, leaves them all up. That's most important. The time, 34.95.
Actually a little bit slower than Kevin.
Yeah.
Interesting. She looked faster.
She did. She really set the horse up on the 12. She looked like she had good pace out of the coulda, but then really slowed up into the
Slowed
double.
up a bit. I think the 11 is there to the double.
That's
but
what I
think
was going to ask. Do you
because
think
it
somebody's
is
going
a
to dare because it
bogey
was
fence,
coming
maybe.
down so many times? Right, let's see. What is Matilda 334 and Leona van der Merwe going to do? Time to beat 34.
Oh, she was very, very good there. Leona's always very fast in jump off.
95. Time to beat.
Big buck. It's also finding this quite exciting. Very smooth there.
6 to the last.
Amazing round.
Jumps it, cuts the beam in. 33.82 goes into the lead. 33.82, 0 penalties.
That was a super, super round. You can see Leona shaved around every corner.
What did she do from coulda to?
I was counting and then she did a very flamboyant buck,
so that-
and then I lost my count. But it did look like she had a more forward ride into the double, so I'm sure she did the 11 strides.
Calaho Luchetto next to go. Paige Gage. This is a horse with natural speed.
And also big stride.
Yeah.
Paige can also be, I've seen her do some exceptional jump offs.
Swings off that 10,
Very
gets
good
a
ride
good
there.
ride to 7.
He's always going.
Evan 12.
But he's fast. Yeah, I think he canters very fast, this horse. And he doesn't waste time in the air.
Leona was slightly quicker to 4.
Super.
But
faster.
there you go. Time 33.58, just into the lead. So they're getting faster and faster. Time to beat now 33.58. Paige Gage, Calaho Luchetto leading in this 135 Easter Championship. Next to go will be Catherine McFarlane. Do we have Catherine?
Yeah, she's just showing her horse number 7.
Ah, there she is.
She's looking at the angle she wants to take.
across here to Sean, who's already in rehearsing his ride to that Prestige double. So, Kath McFarlane next to go. Time to beat 33.58.
Catherine also a very, very fast rider in a jump off. I'm sure she's going to give it a good go. Already turning in the air from 1 to 2.
Tidy.
Maybe one extra there. Twelve strides to the combination. Sure.
Six to the last,
Round.
and her time. Clock sets in 34.38, and that is good enough to go into third at this stage. 34.38 for Kalaho Hira Duayen.
Sure, so the times are extremely close to each other. I don't think there's much room for, need to just keep galloping maybe
gotta
around
keep
the
going,
turns,
yeah.
maybe try and get one less to the combination.
Sean's on his way now. Is he going to have a full go? We know how competitive he can be, and we know how tight he can turn.
9 strides there. That was very quick. Go. Come on. 11. There
Drops
we go.
one.
Come on, Sean.
Oh, horse loses its footing on the turn.
Good ride. 5, 6.
He's over.
Super.
Stops the clock. 33.24 goes into the
The
lead.
lead just
Shows you that 11 is on, and that's how close we are.
That's
that
how
one
close, and
stride.
it made that little bit of a difference there. And he was very good from 1 to 2. Did 9 strides there.
Into the lead goes Sean Neal.
Now we have Jenna Gilchrist and the very nice Orlando van het Egenlo.
$33.24.
Oh,
Oh, a little bit quickly.
jumped
through that
very
double.
big in there.
So 4 penalties now for Olandra. Can't win it from there, but she's going to keep on rolling.
They're making that 6 strides very easy.
Absolutely. So her time 34.07 and 4
So she was still very fast.
was. Let's take a look at the replay of the pole that came down in that double.
Big ride in, just didn't quite get out the way for the B element.
Now we just got to find out from the judges box about Sean, because on our timing he's not coming up as the leader, so I think
But also this is,
we'll find out exactly what's going on. For our money he was there, and I didn't see any poles going down with Sean.
Kayla giving
Yes,
fast
I've been
ride.
told in the
pushing.
OB Sean is leading. Right.
She still did the 7 to the last. Oh, did that fall down?
I think that's down. That is down. Oh, a brick out the wall.
Shame she did the 7.
The time was good. What was that time?
33.93. So it wasn't quite
Not
fast
quite
enough. She
there.
needed to do the 6 to the last. Oh, shame.
So a 4 penalty round there for Lacano, Ballard, Kayla Nordia. 2 left to come, Lansink and Connor. Lansink goes next. Sean Neal leading the way.
Zandi and Lansink also always very fast in a jump off.
33.24
to
time
keep-
to beat.
Keep flowing.
Right, so I see that the judges have updated their scoring. 33.24, confirmation Sean Neal
One
leads.
extra stride there. Maybe one tighter there than Sean. Did the 11.
Yep. Is this on?
Flowing.
3:24, time to beat. Jumps it, clears
Very
it,
smooth.
and the time cuts the beam.
There.
32.87 into the lead with one left to go.
And that was the first one under 33. Beautifully ridden by Zandi.
Well done, take a bow, young Zandi Alcock.
Now we have Tanya Strauss and Verdant Capital's Callagher Connor.
She's going to have to go. She hugs that left-hand wing to start.
8 strides.
8 on the angle. You can see she presses with the leg and he goes.
Yo,
Yes, sir.
that was
Let's
fun.
go. Was that 10? I counted 10.
Definitely dropped. Yeah, she did 8 from one to 2.
I think she dropped 2. She
come on.
adds 1 now, so now you got to go. Jumps
Oh.
it. Goodness gracious me.
What a round.
29.17. It was definitely 10 and 8. So
She
dropped.
did 8 and then she dropped to the CUDA as well.
This horse
Good.
is something else, boy. That is trust that the horse is going to take off for you. Unbelievable.
Backing 3.5 seconds off Zandi's time.
Goodness me.
What a round.
Zandi, we were saying first one in the 32s.
Yeah.
Never mind 32s, first one into the 20s. 29.17.
Incredible. A clean sweep for Tanya and Connor, winning all 3 classes.
She was on the angle over number 1. Was hugging that left-hand wing on the angle, 8 strides to 7, to number 7, which is number 2 in the jump off, and then got a little bit underneath number 4, put her foot on the gas once again. 10 strides.
I think we need to watch that jump off again.
10 strides from Kuda to the double. Let's ask our director if they could queue up this jump off, because it's almost unbelievable. I mean, I counted 10. Well, it was
Yeah.
10. It was 10.
She definitely did 1 less than Sean from 1 to 2, and then I think she also, I want to count what she did from number 7 to the CUDA, and then to the combination.
I'm told we've got it. Here we go. Let's have a look. You talk us through it, John.
Let's see, at the angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What a positive ride there. 8. Yo. Yeah,
10.
you're right.
And then jumps through on the angle, lands on the angle through the
Lands
double.
going.
Here she got a little bit underneath it, and then goes.
Yo,
You
what
can
a
see
ride.
how are his reactions, his reflexes. You can see she lands and she puts the legs. The horse just sprints away from
He
her
just
leg.
goes. He knows. He knows this is a jump off, and he wanted to make up for time there after having that slightly deep ride at 4 at the little plank, and he said, "Come, we need to make up time."
This is one of those where it's just a partnership made in heaven, because
Totally.
Tanya just dares him. And he rises to it. It's almost like he likes the challenge. I've seen other riders ride him a little bit more kind of together classically. And it's almost like he prefers just a little bit more go.
Totally.
You know what I mean? It's his thing. And
He wants to just go, and so does Tanya. So it's a match made in heaven.
Tanya Strauss walks away with the one. Well, she doesn't walk away. She gallops away with it in 29.17.
That was
Zandi Alcock in second. Callagher Lansink in 32.87. Zandi thought she was home and hosed, had it in the bag, but 1 left to come. Tanya Strauss says, "Here, hold my beer. Let's go." Sean Neal, 33.24 in third. Fourth place, Paige Gage, 33.58. Leona is there in fifth with Matilda in sixth place too. Catherine McFarlane on a lovely up-and-coming Callagher Hera in 34.38. What a jump off.
And can I ask you, do you know how much Connor was sold for on the auction?
You're going to tell me it was an absolute steal and she got the bargain of the sale?
200,000 rand. I mean, what a horse.
Wow.
For 200,000 rand. It's the same as Callagher Conrado.
You could add another zero now.
Conrado was sold for 180,000
Yeah,
rand. And
yeah. And
also,
there's Stewart
what a
taking
horse.
him into the 140s. Ray jumped him up in the
The
Derby.
Grand Prix and
Unbelievable. No, you would have to add another 0, and even if you did that and went to her, I think she'd say, "You
No
got to be
thanks.
joking." No, thank you. He's mine.
He has won so many classes for her and with Ronnie. Jumped some 140s. I think Ronnie even jumped a Grand Prix with him.
Yeah. Just look at his little face. He's so cute. His ears are pricked, and then he goes down, munches some. He looks like a character as well. He's not only a good horse,
I've seen
but
him buck her off properly.
I'm
a
sure
couple of
you
times.
just see that little tail go windy, 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 windy. It's like a little propeller, and off he goes. I just love him.
But how incredible that jump off! It didn't look like there was much room to go faster, and she 3 seconds faster.
It just shows you the horse's
is
confidence. You
incredible.
put him anywhere, he's going to jump. She was on the gallop to most of them. Then number 4 got right underneath it, sacrificed her rhythm. The horse just goes, no problem. Got the spring, got the jump, got the athleticism. Ping, up he goes, lands, puts her legs on, sprints away, landed in a bit of a heap after number 4, and sprints away on the 6 strides down to the wall. What a magical, magical little horse. So well done, Tanya Strauss. We love your horse. Brilliant
we love the
effort.
partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Same with Zandi and Lansing. Beautiful performance. Beautiful smooth round.
Yeah.
And
But
then
Connor deserved it. I mean, he's been there in the highest qualifier. He's been there. She dared him in the qualifiers. He won both of them. What a show!
What a show for
yeah,
her.
3 out of 3.
I think she could be quite happy with that.
Yeah,
What do you
I wonder who's going to win the Victor Ladorum. So brilliant stuff. Tanya Strauss, Verdant Capitals, Connor, Lansink, and Zandi. Sean Caprice with Thomas Mkoko, still doing the business there. There he is. So it just shows you here the form held up, the highest qualifiers, and there they are.
Yeah, most of the highest qualifiers went clear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Martha Hector from Toyota. Gwen Crompton is there as well, representing Toyota. And a big thank you to Toyota for this wonderful show and this wonderful sponsorship. Jean's going to take a little break, but you'll be with us for the next class.
Aiden, I'm so sorry, but my daughter's riding in her 90 centimeter championship, so
Family comes first. Well, if
they-
you can get
does.
back.
And
if
I'm
you-
a little bit obsessed with my ponies
Yes, no,
and
understandable.
watching Lily, so
We
I'm
will-
going to
we-
go and
We will miss you.
have a little support with her.
Well, we thank you for being with us for the first class of the morning. Coming up next will be the 1 meter 40 championships. John, always great to have you. And your thoughts about the main class? Quietly confident?
Aiden, I'm obviously super privileged to ride a horse like Lexington, and I know he will do his best. I need to do my best and keep my head together. If it's our day, fantastic. Obviously, it would be a dream come true to win a class like today. But I think the most of the time I will just try and hope for a nice smooth clear, and hopefully it's his kind of track, and it's our day.
He loves this arena.
He does. He doesn't really have a preference. He'll jump indoor,
Yeah.
outdoor, grass, sand.
He's a soldier.
He's a soldier. He just does whatever I ask him to do.
Well, all the very, very best. I'm going to let you go now. I see Lily is champing at the bit and ready to go down to the ponies arenas. So, yeah, family comes first. Thank you for being with us, John, and all the very, very best for this afternoon's Outdoor Grand Prix.
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
John Corbett joining us in co-commentary. And there the 3 top riders climbing onto the podium. Top step, Tanya Strauss receiving that winner's sash, and she'll get the gold medal and the trophy as well from Martha Hector of Toyota. In second place, Zandi. There is Martha giving Tanya that trophy. And Sean Neal there in third. hopefully we will be getting an interview with Tanya, and she can talk us through that magnificent jump-off effort. Absolutely brilliantly done today.
That was incredible. You came into that highest qualifier, you've done to clear in the first round, and then in that jump off.
Show commentator Roger Bierman just having a few words, but we're going to have our own little chat with Tanya. So let's confirm the result of this 1m35 Easter Championship class. Tanya Strauss dominating the proceedings here. Verdon Capital's Callagher Connor in 29.17. Zandi Alcock, well, she sat in the penultimate competitor to go, and she went into the lead on 32.87. Possibly thought that she had done enough, but of course Tanya and Connor had different ideas. 32.87 Zandi's time. Sean Neal, he went into the lead at the stage that he went. 33.24 finishes in third. Paige Gage in fourth in 33.58. Leona and Matilda in fifth in 33.82. And Kath McFarlane gets that sixth position, 34.38. 12,000 Rand went the way of the winner, Tanya Strauss. 8,000 for second, 5,000 for third. So they went down the placings. There were 8 prizes on offer, money courtesy of Toyota. Big thank you to Toyota once again for this wonderful sponsorship. Grooms are going up onto the podium now. Grooms who do so much work behind the scenes. Connor's groom, top step with that trophy. Van Sink's groom there in second, and legendary groom Thomas Mkoko, been working for the Neils for some years now. Before that, the late Ronnie Lawrence. The legend of the game he is, Thomas. Big Tom, as we call him. Well done, guys. Lovely shot of Tanya and Connor. Look at him, ears pricked. Just a magical horse. Trained by Ronnie Healy, who we will see in the big class. His wonderful Mandarino, who dominated 2024, runaway winner of the Triple Crown Series with Ronnie. But 25, a new year, and once again a wonderful prize up for grabs courtesy of Toyota as we take a look at these wonderful victory canter pictures here on Equestrian Live. Tanya Strauss there. Verdon Capital's Callagher Connor, the winner of the 1m35s. Up next, we will be taking that interview with Tanya Strauss. Of course, our producers just got to do some rider wrangling, so Mike going to go and grab her for a interview, and we'll be back with that interview after the break. Don't go away.
Fortunate GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Well, with me is Tanya Strauss. Wow, what a horse, your little Connor. I've always loved him. I remember you winning a championship class. I think it was a 130 at Stocky's Dryad, won the championship a few years ago.
Young horse, he's still a young horse. So I'm very blessed to have him.
I've loved him since then. You obviously love him way more because
I think everyone who sits on him falls in love with him, and he's he always gives it his all. He's such a trier. He's brave and careful, which is an unusual combination, and quick, small, but has a ginormous stride, as I'm sure you could see. He very easily drops a stride or two.
And just looks like he loves
his
the
job. He really does. He lives to jump, and
you see that little tail winding
he winds
up.
Himself up
Oh no, he's so cute.
And he knows when there's a crowd and it's a big day. He sort of, even if our fitness isn't, both of our fitness isn't there yet, I'm using this as a building show in fitness.
Yes.
He's performed spectacularly.
Well, if you're using this as a building show, then I want to see when you're on real form.
No, we definitely gave it our all today.
Because you're 3 from 3. You won the qualifiers as well. I mean,
I'll say Connor won.
No, it's just absolutely brilliant. Now, let's talk about this this jump off, because you were last to go, pole position.
Yes.
Always a nice space to be. And they kept getting faster and faster. Lansing took the lead. We were sitting in commentary, counting the strides, and they were around about 9 to 10 between the first 2 fences, and then from the Kuda jump through to the double, they were on 12s, and then the 11s came and said, right, it's 11. Do you know that you did 10 down there?
We were planning on that, but I had to take a bit of a pull because I felt like he could have dropped in. He could have gone on the 9 quite easily if I was pushing him. So the first round, you could see he saved me at the last. I wasn't quite expecting to get there so quickly, so I was holding him. And
well, I tell you what, we've got the round, so let's watch the round and talk us through it.
The jump off.
Yes, the jump off, because right from the first fence you were on the angle, hugged that left hand wing.
Yes, I actually knocked my foot on the
upright. Did you?
I felt that, and then I think I got a bit of a fright and kind of took a pull.
Take a look, talk us through it.
So I came in quite a lot quieter than I thought, and there's where he turns on a ticky. I just opened my hand and he
dropped a stride, 8 between 1 or 2.
Does that very easily. He's got a monster stride.
Now count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was pulling, as you could see, for the last 2 strides, because he knows when it's a jump off, and he loves a jump off.
And the B element, you were on the angle, so you turned.
And I pulled. So I could have dropped there, and I thought I'd rather just get him back on his hocks, and then I just let him go to the last.
You gave a little squeeze. He is so reactive.
He is very reactive. He's a real athlete, and he can turn, he can jump from anywhere, and he just springs. If you get him on his hocks, then he is good to go from anywhere.
He looks unbelievable and looks like a real character as well.
He's a big character.
His expression, his ears, he looks playful.
He's very playful. I think he's convinced everyone comes to watch it.
I know AJ's horse is nicknamed Tigger, but if there was ever a Tigger, this is Tigger from Winnie the Pooh.
100% describes him to us. He loves attention, and he's got such a positive, great attitude. Every day he's game, and I'm very
now tell me about a little bit about your training. You're with Ronnie?
With Graham Wynn yes. So Ronnie Healy had the ride. So we had an awful accident in this very show last year in the second class where we fell. Connor was 100%, thank goodness. That wasn't my primary concern, but I was quite badly injured, so I took a lot of last year off, and Ronnie was instrumental in his production and helping, and they had some great wins too. Ronnie, he loves Ronnie too, and anyone that sits on him just falls.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he described him as his heart horse, so mine too.
And Graham, how does he feature?
Has been absolutely wonderful, and teaching me to be patient and wait for the jump to come. So he's strict on me, which is excellent, but it also gives me a lot of confidence. And he's such an amazing horseman. The way he works with the horses, and each horse is individual, and he has a program for each of them. And he's a fascinating person with a wealth of knowledge. Yeah,
Brilliant.
I'm very lucky to have him helping me. today.
What's on the horizon for you and Connor? You're in the 135s. You aiming at the 140s and then the big classes because he's got the scope.
Oh, definitely. He'll easily jump the big classes. It's me who needs to take the time to work on myself, but he's ready to go.
Yes.
So I think we might try 140, and we have done 140, and he won 135, 140 last year before our accident, and
Yes.
he was amazing that day. So hopefully we'll have a few 140s coming up, and
So
those are
much
our goals.
So much fun watching you
Oh,
guys
thank
go.
you so
It's a
much.
partnership made in heaven. It really it sums up what the sport really should be about because you just got such a love for your partner.
Oh, I really do.
And
They're the most
it's-
wonderful creatures. We're so lucky to be able to work
you're
with them.
You're a great advertisement for the sport.
Thank
so
you very much, and thank you
congratulations.
for your great commentary. All the spectators and riders really enjoy listening to you. I
thank
tune
you.
in and listen because I thoroughly enjoy your commentary.
I
in the
appreciate it.
background. Thank you. It's very, very educational and entertaining.
Appreciate it. So your show is done. You're going to kick up your
yes, I've
kick
got
up your
one
feet?
horse, Hamlet, in the
Okay,
next.
yes.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. So he's going well.
Excellent.
So
And then you get to sit back and watch.
enjoy. I can't wait to watch the big classes now, the 150 and the 140. Yeah, hopefully I'll get to see some of that. Thank you so much.
Wonderful chatting to
Appreciate it.
you.
Wonderful chatting to
Enjoy the day. Good luck on Hamlet. Go well. And we'll
Appreciate
be
it.
watching for you and Connor. Just
Wonderful. Thank
absolutely
you.
adore watching you guys. It's such fun.
Appreciate
it's such
that.
fun.
Thank
And
you.
if
We
I
have
w-
so much fun.
And if I
Have
was
the
a
best
betting
time.
man and there was a book being run on the class, you would have made me some money. So
Thank you so
Tanya
much.
Strauss there. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, all the action from the next class, another championship class, 1 meter 40, sponsored by Toyota here in the Bob.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
Come on. Whoa. Chasing that feeling, baby, yeah. We got it all. My heart is beating, baby, yeah. We're on a roll. You know I need it.
My once's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
Here we go, on our way. Feeling like
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
When I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Step it up, don't be scared. never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored again?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been...
Welcome back to the Bob Charter here on Equestrian Live. Once again, if you've just joined us, happy Monday. I thought it was nearly said Sunday. It feels like a Sunday. Happy Monday, everybody. Certainly does not feel like a Monday, but it is Easter Monday, and hope you have a good one. There is the Starlet Cross. That Toyota Starlet Cross is available for the Year of the Legends in the dressage section. So SA Champs Dressage will be held at KPC, and then I believe Derby Dressage will factor in as well. And one lucky dressage rider will drive away in that Starlet Cross. But for all of Toyota's wonderful vehicles, do go check out their website. Of course, the Toyota Hilux Legend will be available for the Year of the Legends in terms of the show jumping series. Let's take a look at this 1 meter 40 championship class lineup. Caspiano and Simon Henry go first. We are in qualification order. Chris van der Merwe, Balubetto is there. Simon Henry's got another one for the Dawsons at 9. Leon is there on Hey, I'm Vilma. Jonathan Clark Kazan for Linda Ellerine is there. We've got Helen Criticus on the wonderful Liberia, who we saw last year jump in SA Champs in the Peter Mini, doing so well. Bakure, another one of the 334 stallions with Chris. Graham Wins there on Vivaldi. Jonathan Clark's got another one at 22. Nariska on Pacific is also always fast. So too is Stacey Weston. Lua DeMel is there. Carl Bunzai on Look Duayen. We just saw the full sibling in the previous class. And the highest qualifier, John Bauer on Cabana Boy. Well done, John. And Kiara Boone at 31 at the penultimate berth on Lindor. Anne-Marie Esslinger has been setting the tracks for the entire week here in the Bob Charter. She's pitched some testing tracks, some technical tracks, taking really accurate riding, calls on rideability of horse. I've enjoyed her tracks. They have been testing, but of course this is a championship show. They should be testing. Some course information for you. 430 meters, time allowed 74 seconds. Let's see how we go. Bell has gone for the first competitor on track. It's Callagho, Caspiano and Simon Henry. Jean Corbett was with me in co-commentary for the 135s, was due for the 140s as well. Unfortunately, family calls, Lily Ray Corbett riding, so Jean's gone off to be mom. So we start off over that picket fence, right-handed turn to that Winks fence, then this flimsy plank on top of the vertical. Then on to Hollard. It's a very square oxer, left-handed. Roll back off the left-hand turn, away from the grandstand. 6 strides to the water. think that was 8 I counted down from the water to that wall at number 7. Left-handed now, Toyota triple combination. One stride, vertical, vertical, oxer going out. Simon riding up now to this oxer with Chevelle Liberté. Lovely new jump. Looking good, just the one down. Then it's a triple bar. To what looks like a short 2 inside to the B element, which is a very open vertical as the B element to finish. Now that's going to take some accurate riding. All depends if it's slightly short in there. That triple bar invites you to run at that front rail. If you run at it, you're going to pitch into that distance and find that very short coming out. So, for Simon, 4 penalties in 62.87 inside of that 74-second time allowed. Next on track is the very talented young Divan Bosman, number 2 Cornerstones Nobelo. Takes that very flimsy and light skinny panel on top of that vertical, lays a toe on that hollard oxer but gets away with it. Outside leg, presses, gets straight for that oxer. 6 strides, 7 strides down to the wall at number 7, going straight towards the gate. Sit the horse back on the hocks, make the turn, get into the rhythm up towards this triple combination. He jumps very right. 7 strides to Chevelle Liberté, and now this triple bar going into 10A is going to take some riding. You don't want to run too strong at it. Perfectly done by Divan. Get close to that front rail, get the horse to pitch up and land slightly short into that distance, and then you have the balance going out. Let's take a look at the rail that came down for Divan Bosman, a 4 penalty round. Just that little flimsy light panel on top of that vertical at number 3. So 4 penalties for Divan. Next to go, Tamara Rueda, Reese Genesis Vet La Adorado. By Adorado out of a Shento mare. She's on her way. Adorado on the comeback trail, 13 years old now. We've seen him jumping in World Cups. Strides there, beautifully done by Tam. World Cups, all the big stuff, the derbies, South African champs. This horse has been there, done it. Oh. So she saw a slightly forward long one going to that oxer off the turn. So easily off that turn away from the grandstand. It's quite an acute turn and like a hairpin bend. Can very easily cut your rhythm, and then you're forced to really get going and go forward at it, which can compromise your balance and your distance, which seemed to be what happened there. And the horse on that distance just saying, can't today, sorry mom. She looks like she's trotting away and going to jump a vertical just to give herself some confidence. I think it's going to be a retirement from Tam. This horse is on the comeback trail. She's gone very, very far away from this oxer where she had the disso, so she's coming back to jump number 3, and that's a retirement for Regenesis Vet La Adorado and Tamara Rueda. Carol Nurden goes next, joining us from KwaZulu-Natal as we take a look at the replay. So she comes off the turn and then says go, and just almost a little bit on the front end on the long one. Couldn't from there. So Carol Nurden goes next on the lovely Zinjati bred Gemini. 15-year-old son of Consuelo, Namibian bred out of a Selena Dam. Unfortunately not the start Carol was looking for. She pulls a rail at fence number 1, sitting on the 4. He goes on the 8 strides between 2 and 3, gets a little bit underneath that vertical and that flimsy panel coming off. coming down. Carol rides out of KZN, based in the Hilton area. Quite a few riders based in Hilton these days. We heard Chucky Ferreira, co-commentary, he's up there. Jenna Odell's up there. Gemini says, there's not a lot of water in Namibia. Don't like that open water. Carol puts her hand up. She knows that with that open water in this class, that's going to be her bogey. No point in coming around again. The horse is switched off, so retirement there from Zunjati, Gemini, and Carol Nerden at jump number 6, that open water. Alex Rick Hansen goes next. Number 5, the wonderful Calaho Laos, 13-year-old son of Lissabon, out of a Elme dam line. Elme, one of the really pioneering establishment warm blood foundations. And of course, Alex, we saw in the Philip Smith Memorial, doing very well there. Overall title taken by Hamza Minty. Alex ridden at top level in the adult ranks. Studying these days at Stellenbosch, so not a huge amount of time to ride, and I believe that Jenna Odell, her coach, has been keeping the horses ticking over. So one down so far, fence number 4 coming down. Alex has won so much in her young years. Ridden for South Africa. She and Zandi Alcock a couple of years ago went overseas. 3 years ago now. Represented South Africa as winner of the in the FEI finals. Let's take a look at jump number 4. That hollard fence came down. It was the back rail for Laos. Does seem to jump across it to the left-hand side. Makes it a little bit wider than it actually is when you're going across the fence instead of straight over it. And that one coming down. So not going to find the jump off today. Of course, it is a championship, 1 round and a jump off. As we move on now, down the order to number 9, Chris van der Merwe, 334, Balu Beto, 8-year-old, beautiful stallion for the 334 Sport Horse Stud, by Balu Duruwe out of a Diorado dam line. Chris rides all the stallions for the stud, does a wonderful job on them. Unfortunately, that front rail just coming off at fence number 5, floats up over the water at 6. The wall at 7 is clear. Chris has had a huge amount of success in this arena. He's a past winner of the Tiger Oats Trophy, which is on offer for the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Won that title in 2019, remember it very well. Went up against Chayton Hendricks in the rain on Casper. Chris riding Chantilly and came out on top that day. Finishes on a score of 4. And here's where it happened. Off the turn he came, just around slightly deep to that very, very open Oxa. Clever course building here from Anna. Charlie Crockett goes next. Tack and Togs, Legend, another 8-year-old stallion by Mr. Blue. Beautiful horse to watch. Popular breeding stallions. Got quite a few youngsters on the ground now. Has Legend, turning into something of a legend himself. Exciting horse. Beautiful horse to watch in the air, so extravagant, gives them plenty of air, takes his time, flicks out that back end, really is a real specimen, quality horse. Just see his scope over that water. Munster Blue and Clinton on the dam line. Beautiful expression as he canters up to that Cheval Liberté. Oxa playing a little bit around the turn. Going to have to focus now as he comes to finish. Beautifully done, Charlie Crockart, who's fresh off of a long shoulder injury, so she punches the air there. Class rider, class horse, gives us our first clear in this 1 meter 40 championship class. Well done, Charlie. And Legend, they'll go first in the jump off over fences 1, 2, 3, 12, 7, 8, A, B, and 9. More in the jump off as we get closer towards the higher qualified clears. Chayton Hendricks, because there will be more clears, make no mistake. Chayton goes at number 7, Biogen's Greta G. She's a 15-year-old now, my graph top out of a Silvio dam line. So Cat Weasel in the previous class by Silvio. This is out of a Silvio mare. Six strides to the base of that open water. Runner-up on this mare in the South African Show Jumping Championships a few years ago, finishing second, if memory serves me correctly, to Kath Neal and Clyde Z. Samira. Yeah, beautifully done, Chayton, and the very classy Greta. So 2 in a row, 2 clears in a row, Legend and Greta. There will be more. We're in reverse order of qualification. Simon Henry goes again. He went out on Caspiano for 4 faults, and he goes again now at number 8. Goofy, 12-year-old son of Nabab Derev. Once again for the Dawsons. I'm sure Cameron's tuned in from Cape Town watching. Morning, Cameron. Possibly Travis as well. No, I don't think Travis is in Cape Town. I think he's overseas. Right, good way to start. Nice jump up over number 1, Simon Henry and Goofy van het Korterhof. Now, just got a little bit underneath that on that 7 strides from 2 to 3. Out over that water. So sitting on the 4 penalties, that certainly looks like the bogey fence thus far, that very flimsy little plank. Tenevian to finish. Gets a good ride in, sit up, balance beautifully out over B. 4 penalties, 8 penalties, 2 down. And the wall down as well. Here's the first that came down, just that flimsy little plank which has come down more than any other jump so far. And then 7, I believe, the wall. That was unsighted. I was looking past the palm tree, so I didn't quite see it. But 8 penalties for Goofy and Sai. Bellubeto has been with Chris, turn now of Chris's wife Leona van der Merwe on number 10, 334. Hey, I'm Wilma, owned by Leona. She's an 11-year-old now, daughter of Cassini. Kidam de Revel, dam line, beautiful horse, jumped at the top level in the 150s, winner last year of the Crom Dry or Maple Ridge World Cup qualifier. Beautifully ridden by Leona on that dedicated 6 strides. We've seen a lot of horses down to that water land and go, and then land up on the short one on the takeoff at the base of the water, which is not ideal. Beautifully ridden there by Leona. She lands, she sets up, and then she goes, so she's moving forward to the water to get the travel. Perfectly done. And coming to the last line, she is clear. Horse goes right in the distance. She kind of just lost the line to 10A, but it works for her. Another clear class combination. Hey, I'm Wilma Leona van der Merwe, booking her spot in the jump off of this 1m40 Easter Championship.
Today they are clear. Our third combination through to the Toyota 140 Easter Championship jump off. As the percentages climb to 30%. Jonathan Clark extend that further. He's on number 11.
And unfortunately, it is Easter, and words just come through to us, Easter Monday, and to all the Catholics around the world. We do commiserate on the passing of the Pope. Just received that information now, so commiserations on Easter Monday to Catholic fraternity. Back on track, Kazan now. Jonathan Clark going next, number 11. Linda Ellerine, the owner. Big jump out over that water. And a 9-year-old. Balubé de Rouet, heartbreaker. One down, fence number 8 coming down, that treble combination. Back rail of the C element, the Oxer coming down. Let's take a look at the replay here of Jonathan Clark and Kazan. Way through with the back toes, so a 4 penalty round there for number 11. Kimberly Williamson goes next, number 12, Calaho Karina. Karina, an 11-year-old daughter of Corinth, Argentinus. Combination won the Pelting Champs on the grass last year. Slightly different colour on those days, that day. Rides out of the Sun Valley area at the Manador stables of Renelle Gilbert. Trained, I believe, and I stand to correction, but I think Sten Muchner is very instrumental in her career. Bit of a lazy jump over that water, but got away with it. So 2 down, 2 late rails, that Toyota treble combination, then Chevelle Liberté. Let's take a look. Here's the treble.
And in the back rail, Chevelle Liberté opposite just after it. Total 8 penalties for Williamson.
The first of the 2, and then the follow-up was the little bit off of that. Seemed to jump out of Kim's hand a little bit, travelling towards on forward rhythm to that Chevelle Liberté. Takes that back rail. So finishes on a score of 8-3 clears. Legend Greta G. Hey, I'm Wilma. John Bauer goes next, number 13. Bona Colleen Filion on the lovely Equestria's Franklin. Of course, John, the highest qualifier in this class aboard Cabana Boy for Joe Roberts, so he'll come again. Franklin's 17 years young now, by Ford Joy. You would never say he's by Ford Joy looking at him. Ford Joy quite a little horse, whereas Franklin is a very big horse, but he probably gets that from the Land Earl genetics from his dam side. Spoken lots about John in the past, just about his temperament. He's a cool character, is John Bauer. Yeah, that's definitely a bogey. That C Element's been catching quite a few riders. Looks like it needs a little bit of push coming out of there. That back rail's come down quite a few times, and Franklin caught by that as well. Steps out over 10A and 10B. So 4 penalties at the C element of the Toyota treble combination for Equestria's Franklin and John. Let's take a look at that pole. He got a good enough ride in. Looks like he possibly need to be quite forward through that. Might be a bit of a stretch coming out. Sandy Manassi goes next. Sandy rides number 14, Carinius. Old faithful Carinius, 17 years. Anne-Marie Esslinger keenly watching from the course designer's gazebo, formerly her horse, but still trained by Anna. Sandy runs the Ascot stables. Victim of that flimsy plank, sitting on 4. Lazy jump over the water. Judge's hand stays down. Jumps it nicely. Right, here's a test. Toyota treble. And once again, C element coming out. Nice way to finish, just the 1 down, 2 down, I beg your pardon, that plank, and then that Toyota treble. So the 2 bogeys, the element of Toyota treble combination, and that flimsy plank at number 3 that we're going to take a look at. A light touch on both the front and the back toe on the way through, so finishes on 8 penalties, Carinius and Sandy Manassi. 15 is next to go, Big Smile Lunadi for owner Stephen Flax. This is Tessa Joseph. Lovely horse this, lots to like about him. He's a flashy chestnut, the white face. Danos Cento. Safely over that plank. Henry is watching keenly in the background. Two bogeys are out of the way, clear. One more jump, 2 more efforts, 10A, 10B. Tess Joseph, gonna have a big smile on her face if she gets these out the way. Beautifully in, pushes out, and clear. Tess Joseph for Stephen Flax, big smile, Lunadi. Well done, another clear. Goes into the highlighted column. That's 4 so far. 26%, 15 have gone, 17 more left to come. 4 clears, 26% at this stage. Paige Noonan is next, number 16. Lovely little gelding this, son of Bono. 14 years young. Game campaigner. This Paige's junior mount taken him through to adult. Plenty ability he has, and she absolutely adores him. This is another one of those very special partnerships. We wish her well. Give us another clear. He can be super speedy in a jump off, can little Bon V. The Rivervale stud is watching keenly. Murray and Cheryl. Lex. Nicely ridden off that turn. It's tempting to come swinging off that turn and go forward to it, and then you land up a little bit off of that. Page is not sucked in. Beautifully done. Right, here's a test. Oh, she was... had to give a good push. You can see she throws the rein at him through that treble, says, I need a big effort from you, boy. He responds. She's clear to the last. Paige Noonan going to leave them all up, go into the jump off, get to the base. Now sit up. Jumps it clean through to the jump off. Big cheers from the crowd for the lovely Paige Noonan and a very special little Rivervale Bon V. Jump off is heating up. We've got Legend, Greta, Hey I'm Wilma, Big Smile Lunidi, and Rivervale Bon V as we hit the halfway mark in this class. 16 have gone. 16 left to come now, and our percentages move on slightly up to 31%. 17 is next. First L, Daniela Smit, sponsored by Klein Champagne. There should be no such thing. It should be Groot Champagne all the time. The 15-year-old son of Berlin. He's from Western Cape. He's a big horse. Very big, rangy type of stride. Got a big step on him. Big, deliberate kind of a jump. That's it. You see just how big a step he has. All those horses been going from 5 to 6 on the 6 strides, and he goes on the 5. Went forward off the turn. Got a run at that oxer, stayed on that rhythm, hacked down to the water with that big stride of his on 5. Oh, didn't need that. Just needed to keep that rhythm, keep the canter out of that treble. Maybe forgot what number she was on there. It is a dedicated distance, and maybe a count got a little bit into her head. AB done safely. Time penalties after that Deso. Such a pity, because that was such a lovely round. Yeah, you can see she says, oh, that was my fault. She taps herself on the helmet, says, oh, Daniela. Let's take a look at that Deso. Maybe we can see coming out. 1, 2, 3. She just needed to keep rolling a little bit there. Instead, she sat up, took the pull and got a little bit underneath it, and the horse said, well, I'm just doing what you're asking, Mom. Pity, such a nice round. So, time penalties to add, that's not reflective of that round. It was a really super round, just that one little incident. 21 penalties. Liberia, Helen Criticus goes next. Hello, Liberia, 14 years old now. She's by Lissabon, out of an Argentinos Quidams Ruben mare. She finds that hollard fence. Sitting on 8 penalties. She also hit that flimsy plank at 3. They make such a good partnership, these two. Quite a few 150 championship classes under her belt now, does Helen. Long-time rider out of Langley Equestrian. Cheval Liberté's gone down as well, not this horse's true form. (10A, 10B) done beautifully by Helen. Clears those, but unfortunately 3 down on track, so 12 penalties for Callao Liberia and Helen Criticus. Let's take a look at the replay. So the first one that came down was that little plank, that skinny plank, and then followed up. Just looked like she fell left on takeoff. Kind of dove at it as a result, and that front rail comes down. Chris van der Merwe is back. Number 19, Bakure, his second ride, went out earlier on Balubeto. Four penalties on Balubeto, so looking to go one better here on this wonderful Bakure. Young horse, 8-year-old, son of Bransau. He's got such a beautiful shape of him in front. Reminds me almost of like a seahorse with that neck of his. It just comes up, and beautiful specimen. He's had to work a little bit through that treble, but he jumps it. Big jump, big scope, beautiful technique over Cheval Liberté. Just 10A and B to come now. Class combination that. Chris van der Merwe, clear all the way. Well done. So, wife Leona clear on Hey, I'm Wilma. Chris now clear on 334, Bakure. Horse playing after the finish. Well done. Leona's back, her second ride here. She was on Hey, I'm Wilma for a clear. Here she goes again on 334 Capital Katori for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Katoki, My Lord Cartago, bred in the purple. Beautiful specimen, quality horse, as you'd expect from the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Once again, beautifully ridden. Lands, balances, buys herself the space, and then moves forward to give herself a really good chance of jumping the tape at that water jump, open water at 6. Higher qualified horses as we get into this second lot of 16. Treble combination beautifully, which posed some problems for the first bunch of 16. But the clears are coming thick and fast now. 334 Capital Katori gives Leona her second clear in this 1m40 Easter Championship. Goes into the jump off once again. 1, 2, 3, 12, 7, 8A, 8B, and 9. Graham Wynne is here in picture aboard his Callao Vivaldi, the son of Valentino. So nice to hear Tanya Strauss talking about Graham's influence on her horse and her horsemanship. Horseman is Graham. Once again, the back rail of that treble combination. Oh, big jump out of that Cheval Liberté. He tried, did Vivaldi. 4 penalties, that back rail of that C element. Once again coming into play. Gets to the base of 10A, lands short. Graham presses the button, says you're going to need to move up to B, jumps it. So finishes on a score of 4. Callagher, Vivaldi and Graham win. Afraid not in the jump off today in this 1m40. Let's take a look at this Toyota triple combination. Was working hard. The horse almost put his back feet in between the front and back rail of that treble, pulled him up. Unfortunately, the back rail catching him out in front. Back on track, Every Cloud. Jonathan Clark, once again, teaming up with owner Linda Ellerine. Oh, this is a spectacular horse. 10-year-old by Kevin. This is Jono's second ride in this class. Kazan went early for 4 penalties. Patient ride to that Oxa. Shows his class over the open water, beautifully done. Like a slight hesitation maybe at the wall, but gets away with it. Treble now. Clear all the way. Jonathan having to ride hard at that Cheval Liberté fence. Clears that back rail. 10A and B to come now. What a pity. Back rail of that triple going in. Triple bar. Looks like he just ran past his line to 10 and then had to come back in on the angle. We've seen a few riders this morning do that, but get away with it. Jonathan, I'm afraid, you can see, I'm not sure if you'll see on this angle. So he goes quite wide to this and then has to come back in on the angle he goes, just clipping it behind. Looked like the horse, I don't know, might have bellied that, just touched it with the, definitely touched it behind, but I think maybe also touched it with that kick plate going across it. So, cruel blow at the last. 4 penalties there for Every Cloud and Jonathan Clark. Tessa Joseph is already clear on Lunidi. She goes again at 23. Big Smile, Indigo, von der Middelsteere. Again for her patron, her owner, Stephen Flax. 17 years old, this horse now, but still evergreen. On here for a quick double. 10A and B. 10A clear. 10B clear. Beautifully done. Tessa Joseph, 2 from 2. Wow, well done. Indigo von der Middelsteere for Big Smile. It's all about the Big Smile here this morning. For Tess, for Stephen, and for Anne-Marie, who was pacing up and down on those steps. She's taken a seat now under that Toyota gazebo. She is the coach of Tessa Joseph. Well done, Anna. 2 from 2. Charlie Crockhart's gone clear on Legend. She'll go first in the jump off. She returns here on Tack and Tog's Khaleesi, her second ride. This 9-year-old class mare. She's a blood mare by Talano van der Rittenhoeven. Ret. Just by Charlie not too long ago. But I think suits Charlie's style of riding down to the ground. She loves being forward. Charlie's hallmark of her riding. Always on a good rhythm, always in the right spot, gives him every chance to jump the fence. Sits very still, doesn't interfere, makes it look so easy. Just rhythmical, forward, positive riding. She's very good. This jump off's going to come alive, both clear. 2 from 2 for Charlie Crockett, 2 from 2 for Leona, and 2 from 2 for Tess Joseph. Mika Chalker goes next, number 25, Equicover KP Vagabond. Second of the Valentinos in the class. Saul Graham wins Vivaldi. Just have one rail down. Here's the second of the Valentinos. Mika Chalker on her wonderful KP bred Vagabond. Father Gregors will be watching keenly. I see it was Gregors' birthday a couple of days ago, so happy belated birthday, Gregors. Glad he could be here for the show, always travelling to some or other exotic part of the world. Unfortunately, that front rail of that Hollard ox has gone down. So much scope and jump, especially behind. This horse takes lots of time in the air, opens up his frame. Oh. So the woodwork will have to be replaced there at that Toyota triple combination. Looks like there's a broken pole, so they're just going to come and replace that. Looks like Mika was on a slightly forward one, and Vagabond just chipped in, got underneath it, couldn't get the height, and went through the A element. Perhaps we'll get a replay from a different angle from where we seated. I was watching the live round in front of me. Watch the monitor, Aiden. Yes, boss.
After 2 fences down, they'll start from the one that's combination. Mika Chalker, KP Vagabond, electing to retire.
Right, let's take a look at the replay. So off the turn she comes.
Any of the prize money, you have to be clear and you have to be into that jump off. Only 8 prizes.
Pretty much what we thought. Just a miss. Mika goes out. She's not going to attempt it for a second time, so retirement there from Mika after that miss at the treble. Hannah Gerber goes next. CDE, Laura Locke, Picasso. 15-year-old is Picasso. Trained by Barry. Hollard coming down for Picasso. Not going to be their day in the jump off today, I'm afraid. Beautifully ridden from 5 to 6. And C elements of that treble combination coming down for Hannah. Sitting on a score of 16 now. She comes to the last. Jumps through 10A and 10B nicely. Finishes on a score of 16 for Hannah Gerber and Picasso, number 26. So the 2 elements, A and C, coming down of that Toyota treble combination for Hannah, and 2 other fences as well. Puts her on 16 as we go to our live pictures here, and Riska Prinsloo Hill is in picture. GCS Max Pacific. It's a stallion, 9-year-old. few stallions in her string, and they all are not dissimilar to each other in their make and shape. She certainly likes a type. This is a lovely horse. Lovely horses, let's be honest. So she chips in, little short one at the base of that water, but he just shoots up into the air and had a lot of rhythm, so he travels over that tape. He's come down. I thought she had a good ride into that, to be honest. Triple combination causing the issue. Certainly that and that flimsy rail have been the bogeys. Mariska will be slightly upset with that, because that was a good ride. She came off the turn, giving herself space riding into that to get going forward, so that the horse had plenty jump coming out the other end, and just collected the A element on the way through. So a 4 penalty round there for Mariska, Prinsloo Hill and GCS Max Pacific. Western Farriers, Stacey Lee Weston's Western Farriers, Lua de Mel goes next. The homebred, 12-year-old daughter of Consuelo. Speedy sorts have already gone clear. If this goes clear, going to be super speedy in a jump off. Stacey, one of the most competitive riders there is out there. Oh, foot in the water. Jill Shaw, the water jump judge, hands gone in the air, I think for the first time in this class, but Lua de Mel's found the tape at the back of the water. Cruel blow. Oh, what a pity. 4 penalties for Stacey. I wonder if she knows. Ah, look at her shaking her head. Let's see if we can pick up on replay if it was a light touch on the back of the tape. There she rides. Yeah, just with the back of the heel on the front. Looked like the near 4 that caught that. I don't think Stacey was aware until she crossed the line or cut the beam, and the jingle music that she was waiting for didn't ring out. Divan Bosman, number 29, Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro, was a winner on Saturday. What a combination these two are. Said a lot about Divan, holder of Protea colours, national colours. South Africa, Uzbekistan, not so long ago. Just about everything there was to win in the junior ranks on Zakiro. Again, another one of those partnerships made in heaven. One wonders if Zakiro would be as good as he is with another rider on his back. The two of them just gel so beautifully together, know each other so well. Divan can ask him some big questions, and every time he answers. Once again, there you go, Divan Bosman, Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro. Divan trained by Anton Hook, ridden out of Cornerstone Equestrian for many years now, and goes into the jump off. And that will be very, very difficult to beat in a jump off, but Khaleesi is there. Got some speedy ones. Bon V is there. Shaping up into a good jump off. 3 more to come in this first round before we get to that jump off and see who will come up trumps In fact, I'm never going to use that saying again, not with what's been going on in the US. Come out best of the rest, let's say. Callao Look Doyen, Carl Bunzai for owner Chart Kruger currently on track. Saw them jump around the Derby last year. Sabon, Dalube de Roue. 4 open horses. Oh. A Element treble combination gone down, sitting on 4, not going to join the jump off today, Carl. Coming into play, 2 fences from home, sitting on the 4. 10A. 10AB has jumped really well today. I thought that would cause a few more problems. It's ridden really nicely. So, 4 penalty round there for Callao Look Diane and Carl as we come into the replay of the Toyota Triple. And it was the A Element this time round. Mostly it's been the C Element coming out that back rail. But I'm afraid the same as Nariska's Pacific, the A Element there doing the damage. Kiara Byrne goes next. Her bell's just gone. She rides the wonderful Era Plus Callao Lindo, a horse that she's had lots of success on. Full brother to Tracy Carney's Lamour. Another good family we're seeing out here. Well, we'll see a little bit later on in the Grand Prix. Oh, got a little bit underneath that, got away with it. Good horse. Seven's clear now, the test, this Toyota treble. Straight, he's got plenty jump, Lindor, no problem. Goes very, very nicely in this arena. He's had some big wins in this Bob Charter. Sets up for the last. Kiara has to really push out over that B Element. Got a little bit under 10A as well, but he's got the scope, he's got the power, he's got the jump. He clears that vertical B Element coming out and gives us another clear round. He was the penultimate horse. Let's take a look at the replay. So off the turn here to this very open Oxa. Really had to shift his balance back onto his hock and jump up over that one. Nicely done. Lindor, Kiara Byrne through to the jump off. John Bauer's second ride now. Ebb and Flow, Brannick, Cabana Boy went earlier on Franklin. 4 penalty round for Franklin. John sits as highest qualifier, and for the first time I think that Winks jump has gone down. Finds a rail at jump number 2. A little bit of a stutter at this Hollard fence as well, I'm afraid, and that back rail has come down as well. So Cabana Boy, the highest qualifier today, not going to see the jump off, and John just deciding, maybe the horse not quite feeling himself. He looked a little bit lethargic, I've got to say, going around, and it's been a long show, and maybe with his efforts in the qualifiers, not feeling hundreds today in the championship class. So John finding 2 early rails and deciding, and even having a look at the horse, at the back of the horse there, seeing if he's okay. John obviously said something to it, just not feeling himself. Let's take a look. So this was the Winks. I can't remember this fence coming down at all. Jumped a little bit to the left, so maybe drifted out on the turn and just collected that, but a bit of a lazy effort. It is virus season, I'm afraid, here in Gauteng. And you're not able to swing a cat without hitting a viral horse at the moment in this part of the woods. We've had a few in our yards. They've been everywhere. So maybe Cabana Boy, the victim, brewing something. but certainly not himself today. So retirement there from John. Let's take a look. Jump off. Charlie Crockart, she's got 2. Legend the first. Chayton Hendricks, Greta G will go at 2. At 3, Leona on her first of her 2. Hey, I'm Wilma. Tess Joseph's got 2. Big Smile Lunedi will be her first. Paige Noonan at 5. Bon V, Chris van der Merwe, Bakure. Leona's second is Katori at 7. At 8, Tess Joseph's second. Indigo at 9. Charlie Crockart, Tack and Togs, Khaleesi. Her second, Devon Bosman. Wow, he's going to be a difficult one to beat here at number 10 on the wonderful Zakiro, and Kiara Burns sits in pole position on Lindor. 1, 2, 3, 12, 7, 8A, 8B, and 9 the jump off. Course is being made ready. Toyota, the sponsors of the show, some wonderful Toyota vehicles on display in the arena. There will be a little vehicle parade later on. Do go check out their website, www.toyota.co.za.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Jump off time in the adult 1 meter 40 Easter Championship, sponsored by Toyota. First to go, Tack and Togs Legend. Jump off track 1, 2, 3, 12, 7, 8A, 8B, and 9. Legends on his way. 1 is clear. Quickly now back to that Winks fence at 2. Seven strides from Charlie to that flimsy panel at 3. Got to take a bit of care there. Now a new jump. 12 is in. 7 strides she does from 12 to 7, the wall. 8AB now. C is gone. And 9 from Charlie to the last, the Chevelle Liberté Oxa in 37:33 her time. But she leaves them all up. First out the gates, posted time 37:33 in this 140 jump off. She'll have another chance on Khaleesi. Maybe Legend was the pathfinder. Khaleesi will be the trailblazer. Greta G goes next. Chayton Hendricks. Time to beat Chayton 37:33. 1 roll of the dice for Chayton. 2 for Charlie. 2 for Leona. 2 for Tess Joseph. 10 from 1 to 2. 7 from 2 to 3. Another 7 from Chayton and Greta. Looking to be 37-33. 8AB is clear. Chayton puts his foot on the gas now, down to the last. Greta stretches for the back rail, clears it. Time 36.98. Into the lead he goes. 36.98, so Chayton leads. Hey, I'm Wilma. Leona goes next. New time to beat Leona, 36.98. Leona's on her way, safely over number 1. Opens the mare up, gets a good ride to number 2. Keeps on that rhythm to 3. Eight strides she does from 12 back to the wall at 7. Now 8A. B. 9 to the last, jumps it. She's had one down, 4 penalties, missed that, I got to be honest. 37.10 the time, but she would have slowed up. 37.10. And the wall came down right behind the palm tree. So sorry, I missed that. Got the palm tree obscuring my view. So a light touch and a brick comes out the wall. So 4 penalty, a ride in 37.10 for Leona. And hey, I'm Wilma. Tess Joseph will go next on the first of her 2 rides. Big Smile Lunidi. Lunadi. Strategy and Chayton leading, clear in 36.98. Two extra from what Leona did between 1 and 2. Tess has had that flimsy panel down, so she's gone the long way round to 12. She's on the 4, can't win it from there. Finding her way around, of course, she's still got Indigo to come. And finds the final fence, that Chevelle Liberté coming down as well. So a couple down there for Lunidi, 2 down in 43.46, 8 penalties. Take a look at the replay of the last pole that came down. That was the Chevelle Liberté. She hacks up to that one, just the back toes on the front rail on the way through. Next to go, Rivervale Bonvi. Paige Noonan's on her way. Looking to hunt down Greta G's time. Paige on a good rhythm. Swing off the turn to 12, gets a good shot. 7 down to the wall. This is looking good. She hasn't taken a pull. She's been forward the whole way through. Got to leave him up. Jump it. Gallop to the last. Find the back rail. Jump it. Sets up nicely, taps it, but gets away and into the lead surely. Yes, she is. 35.30 for Paige Noonan. Rivervale Bonvie, new leader in this 1m40 championship class here at the Toyota Easter Show. 35.30 is the new target. Chris van der Merwe, 334 back here. Is he going to go for it? Relatively young stallion. I think he will have a go. 18,000 reasons why he should have a go. That's the money up for grabs, courtesy of Toyota. Here he goes, 334 back here. Chris van der Merwe finds a rail at fence number 1. His chances are gone, and he can't win it from there. He's going to pull up and hack out and go and assist wife Leona with her chances for the 18,000 rand. And she will have another chance. So let's take a look at the replay. Just lays its toes on that front top rail.
Will be back with a second, but she has just hopped off at 334. Hey, I'm Wilmer, so we'll need to give her a little bit of time on Captain Victory. Likewise, Tessa Joseph and Big Smart Indigo from the middle theatre, and Charlie on top of Captain Thomas on the lead. So whilst those three completed their warm-ups on their second ride, we'll look at the current standards. We have 3 double clears, Paige Noonan leading the way at 35.30 from Clayton Hendricks in second, combined with Greta G. Charlie and Crocker coming in third on South Tom's Legend, with 4 faults on the over and about that 3 people and Woman in 4th place.
So we are just waiting for our next rider to come in. That'll be Leona on her second ride, Katori. While we have a moment, big thanks once again to our sponsor Toyota for the show, for the live stream, for everything that they've done for the sport. 2025, the year of the Legends Series. Do go check them out, www.toyota.co.za. Bakure retired after early rail with Chris. Leona's in now, her second ride, Katori. Hey, I'm Vilma, 4 penalties at the wall, 37.10. Got to leave them up if you're going to have a chance. Leading the way, Paige Noonan, Rivervale Bonvie, 35.30. Katori's on track now with Leona. On a good rhythm. Finds a good shot to that wings jump at number 2. Presses the button, goes forward to that flimsy panel, leaves it up, balances off the turn. Got a swing off the turn, go forward, gets a good shot here. This is on now. Leaves one out down to the wall. This is looking good. Safely, A and B, galloping down surely. Oh, she's had a rail. She's had a rail. Another one at the wall behind that dreaded palm tree. Once again, 4 penalties, 33.58, 2 seconds faster than Rivervale Bonvie. But once again, looking out over the bar, past the palm tree. Didn't see the brick out of the wall. What a cruel blow for Leona. She took a flyer, just pulled, as you can see, the brick out the wall. She left the stride out there. She had to if she wanted to have any chance of beating Paige Noonan. The time was good. Shows you it can be beaten. She absolutely obliterated the time. 33.58. Paige's time 35.30. But, and it's a big old but, 2 seconds faster, but 4 penalties. Brick out the wall. Capital Katori. Not Leona's class, I'm afraid. Her 2 chances to take it have gone, but we salute you. Good effort. First rider to really go at that wall, paid dividends in terms of the time, but it was a risky move. And she pulled a brick. 4 costly penalties. Next to go, Tessa Joseph, her second ride, big smile. Indigo von der Mittelsteter. Anne-Marie Esslinger has stepped off of her course designer's perch there on the first step. She's looking back there. Her pupil, Tess, goes next. Indigo already had a ride round for 8 penalties on Big Smile Lunidi. Good ride to 2. Oh, and it's down that flimsy panel on the way through. Back toes finding that panel. Not going to be her class today. Those are her 2 chances gone, I'm afraid. She'll bring it home nice and tidy as Paige stays in the lead. Rivervale Bon V. Just deciding to circle at that A and B Toyota double now. Was a treble in the first phase, so some time penalties to add as well. No, time looked good. 8 penalties, 48.10. Here's that little flimsy plank panel that came down, comes down with the lightest. You just breathe on that and it comes down. So 8 penalties, 3 left to come. Charlie Crockart second ride now. Tackentog's Khaleesi. She went out on Legend in 37.33. Khaleesi, you've got a fancy for more natural ground speed. Blood mare, she likes to run. Beautiful specimen she is. Charlie Crockart and her make a formidable partnership. Going to have to bring their A game here if they want to beat the little Rivervale Bon V. She's on target. Good ride from 1 to 2. But can't take a pull. Paige was forward and fluid all the way through. That's a good ride. That looked tighter than Paige. This looks like it's on for Charlie and Khaleesi. Got to leave them all up though. Time to beat 35.30. Toyota A and B elements are clear. Now a gallop to the last. Steadies up, gets the balance, gets the jump, finds the time, does she? 34.35.08, just into the lead. Paige now pipped into second. Where did she do that? She came off of the turn from that vertical with the panel, quicker back to that new jump at 12. That's where she found the time. She looked like she was quicker there. Time now to beat Devon Bosman, 35.08. If there's anyone who can do it, it's this young man. I would fancy him for about a 33-second. No, it's down. It's down. Devon's chances are gone. Won't win it today. Not with a rail at fence number 1. Zakiro and Devon, chances are gone. And he's slowed down. He's making the turns, but he's not running Zakiro off of his feet to drop strides. Keeping it tidy. Looks like a brick has gone out the wall as well. So 8 penalties, unlike Zakiro. Normally as careful as a cat. Not their day today. 2 down. 1 and the wall at 7. So an 8 penalty round there. Devon Bosman and Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro, which means Kiara Byrne. Take a look at the replay. Just got a little bit close to that right-hand wing, and maybe the horse's focus just on that and dropped to toe. That came down further rail at 7. Kiara Byrne last to go. Needs to leave them all up. Needs to beat 35.08. Charlie Crockart leading from Paige Noonan. Kiara's on her way. Number 1 is down. Replay, action replay of Devon's round. Number 1 is down. The victory goes to Khaleesi and Charlie Crockart. Kiara now riding for the minor money. Paige Noonan will finish in second. Charlie will take the win. Finishes nicely over the last, but I'm afraid 4 penalties at fence number 1 for Aeroplus, Callagho, Lindor and Kiara Byrne. Puts pay to their chances. So the win goes to Charlie Crockart as we take a look at the replay of fence number 1. Perhaps much like Devon, just trying to get a little bit close to that right-hand wing to get a good turn back to fence number 2. Every stride counted when you're up against the likes of Charlie. unfortunately not going their way today. Let's take a look at the provisional result of this 1 meter 40 Easter Championship sponsored by Toyota. Charlie Crockart prevails. Taken Togs Khaleesi, the queen of the Andals, the queen of the Dragons, breathes fire this morning here in the Bob in 35.08. Paige Noonan, Rivervale Bonvi in 35.30. So very, very close between first and second. Well done, Paige. You gave it your all. Chayton Hendricks in third in 36.98. Charlie Crockart gets fourth as well on Legend in 37.33. Leona Fonamava gets the fifth and sixth checks. 4 penalties on Couture in 33.58 and 4 penalties in 37.10 with Hay on Vilna. That's the class. We hope that you have enjoyed it as much as we have up here in commentary. Coming up next, the prize giving, and then our rider handlers will go down and find Charlie before she canters off to enjoy the rest of her afternoon. I don't think she's got anything. Odiana could be in the big one. Her day's not done, so we will ask her about her chances. Odiana and Charlie riding in the big class a little bit later on as we build up to that. Don't forget the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, one of the 3 major titles in South Africa, which make up the Triple Crown, this year factoring into the year of the Legends Series. We've had 2 qualifiers going into today's Outdoor Grand Prix. And after those 2 qualifiers where points were on offer, Gareth Neal and his wonderful Dartoli lead the way on 85 qualifying points, 80 for Impossible, and Nicole Horwood, Ronnie Healy, last year's Triple Crown Series winner, sits on 77. We'll stay with these pictures from the Bob where Charlie Crockart and her wonderful mare Khaleesi have just taken honours in this 1 meter 40 championship.
thrilling Toyota 1 meter 40 Eastern Championship comes to a close. On behalf of Toyota South Africa, the Sprint Compton, and there's Martin Hector going forward to congratulate our winners alongside Mr. Speedway is our judge for the class. Charlie Ann Crockart, the master of faster herself, riding Tackett-Tonks Lisi, claimed victory. Found your 1 meter 40 Toyota Eastern Champions double clear in 35.08 seconds. Tremendously close out the top. 2 of the second separating our top 2 riders. The Paige Newman, Riverdale Bondby picking up 2nd place. In 3rd place, Jason Hendricks and Biagent's Greta G for home Sean A. Gage.
Once again, a big thank you to Toyota. Gwen Crompton representing Toyota with Mrs. Martha Hector assisting in the prize giving with Charlie Crockart and her wonderful Khaleesi. Have done the business here in the 1 meter 40 championship class. Paige Noonan in 2nd. Great effort by Paige and the lovely little Rivervale Bonvi. Hats off to Charlie, it's got to be said, because she was injured last year, had major reconstructive shoulder surgery and went through the rehab of that, was very diligent in her rehab. Saw her walking around Sun Valley when she was out of action with her arm in a sling, keeping herself fit to make the comeback that much smoother. Hasn't been in the saddle for too much time. She had work riders keeping the horses ticking over while she was sidelined, and saw her out at President's Cup and then here at Easter Festival back on the top of the winners' podium in the 1 meter 40 championship class on her wonderful Tackett-Tonks Khaleesi, a horse that was bred by Michelle Fleming by the lovely Talano van der Rittenhoeven. Sadly, he's deceased now. What a stallion. Son of Chin Chin. Quite inbred to Chin Chin on both sides as Charlie hoists that trophy aloft. There she is. Was produced by Lorette and a while ago now acquired by Charlie, and just again one of those horses that suits her style of riding. Everybody's got a type, I guess, and Charlie likes them forward, likes them blooded, and Khaleesi brings that. So well done, Charlie Crockart. Having a little interview with Roger Bierman. Unfortunately, Charlie, we're told, has got commitments in other arenas. She's got a big string of horses. We'll be seeing her ride again in the big class, but she's got to run off to other arenas. So sadly, we won't be getting our own interview with her. She just doesn't have the time. But this weekend, a big weekend for Charlie aboard the horses, and next weekend, a big weekend as well, as she walks down the aisle with her long-time partner, Roy Barfoot. So we'll take this opportunity here on Equestrian Live to wish Charlie and Roy a lifetime of happiness and all the very, very best as you say your I-do's next week. Charlie Crockart, Tackett-Tonks Khaleesi takes the win in 35.08. Paige Noonan in second. Well done to Paige. 35.30, so really not much in it there. Chayton Hendricks, Greta G, 36.98 in third. Charlie gets fourth as well, aboard a wonderful Tackett-Tonks Legend. She was first to go in the jump off, 37.33. And then Leona in fifth and sixth with Katori and Hey I'm Wilma.
She's pretty unbeatable, but I'm just going to enjoy today, and just so grateful to the whole team behind me who supports me and does so much for me.
Well, congratulations, Charlie, on the win, and good luck for later today. Once Charlie has remounted, we're going to invite our top 3 grooms up to the podium as well. These gentlemen that served many long hours behind the scenes.
Turn now of the groom ceremony. Grooms are receiving their deserved accolades. Khaleesi's groom will climb to the top of the podium.
Toyota and KBC love celebrating equestrian excellence in all forms, not just the riders and the horses, but these gentlemen.
You know the name Khaleesi from the hit series. Mother of Dragons. Well done, guys.
With these wonderful prizes for our top 3 grooms.
Gwen Crompton going forward to present the groom's prizes. Big thank you to Gwen and Martha. We'll be having a chat a little bit later with Gwen's father, Mr. Glenn Crompton, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, will be joining us here in studio for a quick chat a little bit later, talking things Toyota and what's going on with the sponsorship, the Year of the Legend sponsorship. Toyota's come into the sport a few years ago in a big way. Started off with Sanisa, and then a few World Cup qualifiers, then the Triple Crown sponsorship last year, and this year the Year of the Legends sponsorship. So really amazing to have Toyota back in the sponsorship ranks for equestrian sport in South Africa. Charlie's on her way with Khaleesi, leads us off on a lap of honour for the 1m40 championship class here in the Bob. Plenty more to come in the Bob here on Equestrian Live. Settle in on this Easter Monday. Enjoy with us. Oh, somebody better stop that man with that. And the Toyota banner just walking into the path of the horses, so somebody stopped him. Good stuff. Next up, the Toyota Junior 1m35 South African Outdoor Grand Prix. So that's up next. 16 horses and their riders have qualified for this very prestigious event. The big title in the junior ranks. We look forward to that one. Obviously run under Grand Prix rules. 1 round, 2 rounds, and in the event of equality of score after 2 rounds, we will then go to a jump off. That's up next here on Equestrian Live at Toyota Easter Festival 2025.
My once's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boerbaas.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live as we get ready for the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. And we were told that she wasn't available, and she went to go and ride her course in another arena because she's very busy, got a large string of horses. And you were told, sorry.
Yeah,
not
too late.
Too late, she cried. Well, their loss is our gain. So welcome, and Charlie, congratulations. What a brilliant win.
Thank you so much. I couldn't be more proud of my horses today. They were unbelievable.
You went out early on Legend, posted a time there of 37 and some change, and then you had a second roll at the dice on this wonderful, wonderful mare, this daughter of Talana, who I was just saying is so your type because you like them blooded, you like them a little bit fizzy and to take you to the fence, and she's exactly that.
Yeah, it's taken me a little while. She's super sensitive, and you definitely have to sit very quietly because every little movement upsets her. But yeah, she's just getting better and better, and this year I feel like we're starting to really click. And I just adore her. We call her the head girl of the stables because she is the head girl. She always does everything just so, and she's a good girl, and she's just wonderful.
Fantastic. Well, we have your jump off round queued up, and you're going to talk us through it. But did you know what exactly you needed to do? Were you getting fed some information that Leona had gone quick but had dropped one to the wall but found a brick? So there were dangers, maybe do this, don't do that?
No, not at all. Both her and Legend are very new to this level, to the bigger open levels. And my plan today was to be as quick and economical as I could without upsetting them. Yeah. So I didn't really watch anyone else, but I'm quick in a jump off, and she was on it and with me, and what we did today was good enough to win. So very, very cool win.
Well, let's have a look. Your jump-off round, I believe, is queued up, and you can talk us through it. So this is Charlie Crockart's winning round on Tack and Tog's Khaleesi.
Yeah, so I had a really nice shot to one. She's so quick to turn. I literally just have to look, and she's on it. I find the nice forward shot there. Decided to stay a little bit wide and keep on the 7. So I didn't get a flat jump at the plank. I turned inside and I just found a beautiful shot at this oxer, and that set me up really nicely for the wall. And then again, turning inside, I just sort of found a nice distance, tried to keep my hand really still because I can't touch her too much, and then galloped up so I could balance her off this oxer. And there we go. She was a star.
She is a star, and I was saying to the viewers that you haven't had that much time back in the saddle because you were out for a lot of the end of last year, shoulder surgery. I was saying I saw you marching around, keeping your fitness up with your arm in a sling around Sun Valley with the dogs in tow. You had work riders working your horses, keeping their fitness up. So you've bounced back pretty quick. Where are you in your recovery? Because you're not quite hundreds yet, and you've taken the win today.
No, not at all. And I must say, President's Cup, I had a good show, but I wasn't back to where I was before the surgery. I have to say a huge thanks to Fit to Ride. Andrea's been unbelievable in getting my strength up again, and then obviously my coach Dominique. It's a big confidence thing. You lose confidence when you don't feel strong. And then I've been very, very privileged to have Jerry Flynn out to train us for a week before the show, and he stayed and helped me at the show, and he's just been amazing and a wonderful help. So, Aidan, I think I've managed to keep super busy and just did everything I possibly could to be ready for my horses after the surgery, and I do have an unbelievable team behind me to support me, so I'm super grateful to them as well.
There's a lot going on in your life at the moment. Are you going to, as of next weekend, drop the Crockart and take the Barford? We were having a debate up here because some don't. Well, is she married? No, but she's still got her maiden name. What? Congratulations to you and Roy. Exciting times.
Yeah, absolutely, Aidan. He's definitely a keeper and a wonderful man. And I think it'll always be CC Equestrian. But
is this the last show where Charlie Crockart comes into into the arena, and from next weekend it's going to be Charlie Barford.
Charlie and Barford, yeah. So, yeah, it sounds good. If it sounded terrible, I'd maybe keep Crockart. But, yeah, so I think it'll always be CC Equestrian, but after Saturday I will be Charlie and Barford.
Congratulations. Now, let's look forward to later on this afternoon. Your day is not done. You still have the big one. And tell us about this mare. Again, relatively new ride for you, but she's a little cracker.
Yeah, my Odie. She's my princess, and she's definitely the boss lady of the stables. And I'm just going to enjoy today. It's a big, big step up for both of us. And she's new to the grass. She's normally barefoot, so I've had to put shoes on and studs.
Sure, Mark loves you right now.
Yeah, he does. I know. But yeah, I just feel so privileged to be able to enter in the Bob Charter and on such unbelievable horses. So I'm just going to enjoy today. And of course, try to win. I love winning.
Of course. You wouldn't be you. We'd say, oh, Charlie's off colour today if you weren't having a go. Now, this wonderful show is sponsored by Toyota, Year of the Legend series, points up for grabs as well. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I love to win, and that would be amazing to achieve. And cheapers. I mean, Toyota have been unbelievable. I've always been a major supporter of Toyota, and being from Zimbabwe, I think the only car that sort of keeps going and can manage those roads is a Toyota. So I love their cars, and I just think what they've given to our sport is just unreal, and I am so grateful, and I think I speak to all equestrians and show jumping and dressage sport when I say thank you to Toyota for everything.
Charlie, great having you here. Congrats on Khaleesi. Safe riding and enjoy it on Odie as we draw closer to the big one. And yeah, back on the winner's podium. Didn't take you long at all.
Thank you so much, Aidan.
Well done. Charlie Crockart there. Not from very much longer, it has to be said. Soon to be Charlie Barford. Enjoy the next week of freedom, Charlie.
Thank you so much, Aidan.
Right, we're going to go to our pictures. The bell has just gone in the bob for the juniors. Juniors currently walking the course for their big event. That is the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa for the juniors. That's up next. 2 rounds. And a jump off, should we need one, if there's equality of score. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, all the action from the Outdoor Grand Prix for the juniors.
My once dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
That's why we're here and happening right now. We are all co-authors of this dancing exuberance, where even our inabilities are having flows. We are the authors of ourselves, co-authoring a gigantic Dostoevsky novel starring clowns. As one realizes that one is a dream figure in another person's dream, that is self-awareness.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live as we build up to the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. It's a big title for the juniors. And commiserations to last year's winner, I'm afraid, Shannon, who is recuperating in a hospital bed, I believe, as we speak. So just want to give Shannon a shout out, and we miss you, and we were hopeful that you would be with us today, but do enjoy the jumping with us. So there is the lineup. Scratched is Chazelle Smith. Cosmo K, Victoria, I beg your pardon, so much going on in my cans. Luche Gref Sands Dancer goes at number 2, but essentially number 1. Then Janine Kutsia, Jenna Kirk, Amber Boertis, Eagles Cognac. We saw Amber winning in the ponies yesterday. Catherine Frank is there on the lovely Carrot 2. Olivia Roberts rode in the Philip Smith. She's on Coscar at 9. Chazelle Smith does have Diamond Susie Q at 10 as we update the running order there. Jenna Kirk, the Charmer at 11, 12, Luca Watson, Carlson 113, Georgia Scribanti, Ultima de Iliapi, then Emily Kruger, Hamza Minty, the man of the moment. Well, he's been first and second in both of his qualifiers and of course walked away with the Philip Smith Equitation Championship as well. So really he's riding the crest of a wave. And has to be really the man to beat. Top qualified. We will go in reverse order of classification on qualification, so the higher qualified horse and riders will go towards the latter end of the field. And joining me in co-commentary is Zara. Good to have you back, Zara. How are you?
I'm
How
good,
are the nerves, first of all? Have they settled after your incident? Are you okay?
No, I'm perfectly all good. My mom's a little bit unsettled after the whole incident we had. My dad's settled down. We're doing okay. Parents are going back today. I'm staying here in Joburg, luckily. So yeah, all feeling good, happy, not too upset. Obviously upset about what happened, but yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Let's take a look, first of all, a little bit of a history lesson as we walk down memory lane in terms of the Surf Prince Trophy, which is what is on offer for the South African Junior Outdoor Grand Prix. Some big names who have won this title before. Last year, big apologies, I say, Shannon, of course, it's Victoria Gravenstein, last year's winner, who's sadly a little bit ill. So Sunny Park Classic Queen last year, Holly Smith on their wonderful Clarissimo the year before that, Alex Rick Hansen, a previous winner, Matthew Morrison, Olivia van Rooyen, Courtney Weber, Hannah Garton was there, Danielle Lemmer, Liam Stevens, Chinsia Pasteris, Shannon Smith, some big names. Have you ridden in this event?
I unfortunately haven't ridden in the Outdoor Grand Prix. My mare Kaskaya, who I had in the open classes, was injured in 2022 and then was injured in 2023. And injured in 2024. She's been out.
Some bad luck.
Yeah, some bad luck. And my stallion Iliano does not jump open water, so I did not partake in it this year, unfortunately.
Well, we've got you here with us as fence number 1, I'm afraid, goes down there for Lucia Greff and Sans Dancer. We'll come back to her in a moment or two. Can tell you that the speed that these juniors have to travel is 375 meters per minute. Length of track is 450, and time allowed is now 69 seconds. 69 seconds time allowed. What do we know about Sans Dancer in at number 2?
Sans Dancer is a mare, thoroughbred mare. She is not that careful, Lucia told me, but she is extremely brave. She also told me she's only been jumping in junior classes or riding as a junior from ponies for 2.5 years. She jumped her first 130 before Derby last year, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix, and she trains with Nicola Syme Riley. She told me she's a very strict and precise coach, but she's done the best for her, and her and her horse wouldn't be here without Nicola.
Vicky, last year's winner, also a pupil of Nicola Syme, so that's a good omen, but I'm afraid not going to be their day today. 12 pennant. Well, you never know, because of course we are on Grand Prix rules here, and it all depends on how this track rides. So unlike a championship class, 1 round and a jump off, this is over 2 full rounds, and we carry out penalties from the first round through to the second round. Second round in reverse order of classification, taking into account penalties and time to give us the riding order for the second round. And everybody, barring eliminations or retirements, will go through to the second round. So Lucia, not by any means out of it. She'll just carry forward those 12 penalties through to the second round. And you never know. 2 rounds, anything can happen, like we see right there with our second rider, who is Janine Kutsia, who pulls a rail at fence number 1. This could be one of those days, one of those tracks, takes no prisoners, and we see a few with penalties.
Exactly. So a little bit about Janine. She's been with Charlie for 6 years now. Janine's always joking about how she couldn't counter stride when she went to Charlie, or even canter circle, but she's internally grateful for the rider Charlie has turned her into. Janine also received her SA colours last year at the Tri-Nations Cup. If you're wondering what the Tri-Nations Cup was, it was a competition South Africa held, with Ireland and Portugal.
In which South Africa won, by the way.
Yes, exactly. And Bellissimo is a stallion who actually belonged to her sister. He's not the easiest horse in the world. He's a bit big and long and stiff, and he's got a little bit of a tricky mouth, but Janine definitely gets a great tune out of him and is definitely her heart horse from what I've heard and seen.
She really gets a tune out of him. I know that it says 4 penalties, but that is now 12 penalties for this 12-year-old son of Breitling. She's had 3 down, there you see, updated to 12. So the first rider, Lucia, might have felt a little bit bummed with the 12 penalties, but Janine and Bellissimo 12 penalties as well. So we'll have to see how this class plays out as we take a look at a replay of Bellissimo. I think she does an amazing job with this big stallion. As you said, he's a little bit of stiff in his body the way he goes, and she just accommodates. Having said that, we have seen a few with early rails, but we are in reverse order of classification, so the higher qualified horses and their riders will go towards the back end of this first round as we greet Elmo and Jenna Kirk who's on their way around this track now, and you know them pretty well.
Jenna trains with Sandy at Ascot. She's been there now for 7 years. She was jumping around the 80 centimeters and has now gone up to the junior classes with Sandy. A little bit about Jenna. She competed in this class in 2023 and came 5th on the Charmer. And here I see she's riding Elmo, who she actually won the 120s with at Easter Festival last year. She told me he's not the easiest horse, but he's very brave and would jump his heart out for her. She comes in on number 11 on the Charmer, which is actually an honor to her sister, as her sister Samantha's lucky number was 11. And she told me every ride is dedicated to her sister, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago.
Had a foot in the water at 7 and a rail at 10B, so a 8 penalty round there for Jenna Kirk and Elmo. 8 penalties. Lovely story and lovely, so much love and affection for her sister. We wish her well on her second ride, the Charmer. Let's take a look at the replay. So just you can see the plasticine really flicking up there. There was no doubt that that was in the water, and Jean-Michel's hand goes up in the air. Amber Boertes is here on Eagles Cognac. She was a winner yesterday of the Pony Rider Championship. Got a chance to talk to her, and she was looking forward to this round.
Yes, this is actually Amber's first junior Grand Prix. I think this is definitely the biggest track and most technical track Amber has seen, but she's definitely up for it. She's a small young rider, but a very strong and feisty one. She's done extremely well throughout her pony career and is now making a name in her junior career. This horse isn't owned by Amber. She's on a lease with it. This is Lloyd Nichols' horse. Cognac jumped in the World Cups with Lloyd and Big Derby a couple times, and is now finishing off his last years with Amber around the junior classes.
What a wonderful schoolmaster to take her around and show her the way.
Definitely.
These open junior classes. He's like a real soldier.
Definitely tries her heart out for her. He's not the youngest horse in this class. 20
years old now, a son of Concerto.
Amber used to be trained by Di Snodgrass, now trained up here in Joburg with Georgia Rorick.
To the end of her first round, and 4 penalties at fence number 4. So that's the best score so far. We've had a 12, a 12, an 8 and a 4. We're going to take a replay, a look at the water. Yeah, foot in the water. There you go. So that was the problem there. Beg your pardon. At fence number 7, the damage coming. Caratu Z and Catherine Frank go next. It's not the biggest field, just 16 go in this first round. And then we'll have to see how many go in the second round, barring eliminations or retirements. Everybody is permitted to go. Some, obviously, with bigger scores, elect not to. So we'll see how this all plays out. We've had a 12, a 12, an 8 and a 4. Catherine Frank Caratu Z is on track now. And has Caratu won? Because Olivia van Rooyen has won this class.
Yes, Carrot won this event with her in 2021. A little bit about Katie. She trained with Joe throughout her pony career and a little bit into her junior career before moving to Chad Cunningham. Katie's done extremely well in her equitation classes with this horse and has won numerous titles, including the Easter Festival Open Equitation last weekend with Carrot, which was actually the second time she won it.
And I'm afraid will not be a repeat win in 2025 for Caratu, because sadly they are eliminated, so will come out of this competition and take no further part. Sarah Kate Capazoria goes next, number 7 Millbrook Enough Said, as we take a look at, in fact, I think it's Georgia Scribanti who will go next, and then Enough Said. Let's look at the replay of the first refusal. Not their day today, I'm afraid. So on our program, in Millbrook, Enough Said is next to go, number 7. And what can you tell us about this young rider from KZN, I believe?
Sarah trains with Kathy Asherwood since she was 12 years old. Enough Said started jumping at the age of 9, so he's only been jumping now for just over 2 years, and this is his 5th ever 135 show. Sarah's also new to this level. This is her first Grand Prix, Junior Grand Prix class. Horse by Aldo out of an acclaimed mare. Very sweet and agile horse. Can get a little bit quick from what I've seen and a little bit strong.
So brilliant with his feet. You can see he ran slightly deep to number 2. Just pings up over it. Beautiful use of his body on the way up and over the apex of the jump. Real little athlete, little blood horse. There's so much to like about this horse. He's a slightly little unorthodox character, but man is he good. He's light, he's nimble. Got to jump the water. Sure, he stands off over the water and just flies.
Careful as a cat, didn't want to touch that.
Good boy.
So much to like about him by Eldo. She's got some hardware in his mouth just to give her some ABS type braking, because I think that's if there is a chink in the armor, he can get a little bit too quick, and she probably needs all the help she can get. Look at that, brilliant.
And she's definitely an amateur in this class. This is probably the hardest and most technical track she's ever jumped, but I think she did a very good job today out here.
Brilliant stuff. So remember, it is over 2. Look at the smile. That's what it's all about. I love you, my boy. I don't need to be a lip reader to see what she said there. That's wonderful stuff. So Millbrook, Enough Said, the first of those that have gone clear. That'll carry forward 0 penalties through to the second round. Also put her up the starting order or down the starting order, depending on how you look at it. Remember that the scores in the first round will determine, in reverse order of classification, the scores in the second round. Georgia Scribunti on track now, having a wonderful show. We saw her on KC in the qualifiers, dominating those qualifiers. Pulled out of the 130 champs to ride in the Inter-Africa Cup aboard KC in the 130s. Gave South Africa a lovely clear round there to add to their 2 clears that went before, and gave South Africa the win yesterday in the Inter-Africa Cup. But here she's riding aboard Capital Crawford. And you know something about Crawford.
Yes, Crawford's actually George's sister Livy's horse, who jumped, I think, up to a couple 140s with Livy, who now studies in Stellenbosch. George trains under Grant Langley. She also received her SA colours at the Tri-Nations Cup last year. George is an incredible horsewoman. She'll do anything for her horses. She's always down at the stables, whether she's riding, grooming, or giving her horses treats. And she comes from an incredibly big supportive family. I mean, her sister's always up here supporting her at the big shows. And her parents are always with her, so I think they're going to be very happy with this round she just had.
Yeah, absolutely. What's not to be happy about a clear? And a lovely clear at that. She just makes it look so effortless. It's
just looked like a Sunday hack for her today.
It's so easy. It's just rhythmical and smooth and just lovely to watch. Olivia Roberts goes next. Coscar FZ, and the Livy rode in the Philip Smith this week as well, so she's had a busy week.
And she also rode in the Inter-Africa Cup. Olivia came 3rd in Philip Smith. She trains with Jenna Odell in KZN and with Chad. She moved to South Africa in 2021. She's originally from Zimbabwe. This is her sister's horse, Zoe Roberts.
Going according to plan there. That's the second horse we've seen stop at that fence. Saw Jenna's horse a little bit earlier. Also didn't like going in there to that treble. Oxa, vertical.
It is jumping towards the crowd and next to the open water and everything, so horses could be looking at what's going on at the bank as well, as there's the big Toyota gazebo and everything.
Down to the water, clear over the water. Triple bar to vertical. Something about his doubles, his combos, he's not loving this horse, so I'm afraid that's the way it goes sometimes. Back to the drawing board, so we've got 2 eliminations now, Carrot 2 and Coscar, both of those horses eliminated from this Junior Outdoor Grand Prix. Chazelle Smith goes next as we go to the replay of the first refusal. He was swerving from a long way out, and maybe something to do with that open water sitting just next to it. It almost looked like he was running to the left, just having a swerve away from that water, but definitely upset his mind and takes no further part, as that sadly is an elimination. Chazelle Smith, Diamond Suzy Q.
Chazelle Smith has her national colours in 2 disciplines, eventing and show jumping. The only other person to have the same results as Chazelle is Gail Foxcroft. Chazelle is also the youngest show jumper to get her Protea colours at the age of 12. She won the Junior Rising Star Series in 2024, and she's trained by Diane Snodgrass, but now has added Joe to her training from Kincardine when she's up here in Joburg.
Afraid once again it's a lot of woodwork in that fence to 2 open verticals, very airy verticals. It's got that picket fence ladder type design with those big heavy set wings. It's a lot of wood in there and set, more importantly, right next to that open water. I think it's got something to do with that picket fence underneath. A lot of horses, they see that, and it's almost like a optical illusion. It's caused a lot of problems here. So third elimination, third stop at that fence, second elimination at that fence. Diamond Suzy Q. Chazelle Smith will take no further part, I'm afraid. Jenna Kirk was one of those who got eliminated at that fence on her first ride. And here she goes again, number 11. Let's wish her better luck on the Charmer.
Yeah, and as I mentioned previously, this is her sister's lucky number, so hopefully it gives her some luck going in as number 11. Charmer been out for some time with an injury.
It's over at this time of asking on the Charmer. Of course, he's got plenty of experience under his girth. He's 17 years old now, a son of Carrick. Together here, Jenna. So far, so good over her bogey. 7 is clear. Coming now to this double, triple bar going in, vertical coming out.
A little bit of some encouragement from the sidelines, and Jenna giving the Charmer some encouragement.
Down to 10A. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Well done, well recovered, because that would have been playing in her mind as she came in on her second horse, and well negotiated. Brilliant stuff. So next to go, number 12, Carlson 113, and Luca Watson.
Also known as Sunny at the stables, previously ridden by Bronwyn. Luca trains with Chad. He was under Joe's guidance for many years and on his ponies and early days into his junior career. Luca also received his SA colors at the Mexico Children's Classic, and he finished 8th. Luca also jumped in this class last year and was reserve champion in this outdoor Grand Prix. He is 15 years young, so he's definitely out here giving it his best.
He really rode strongly into that Oxer. He was obviously a little bit worried about that Oxer going in. He's seen a couple of stops there. Jumps the Oxer, but I think possibly just caught up to him at that B element where the horse had to sit up and jump it a little bit strong going in. Remember, 2 full rounds. Keep it on the 4 now. Take the 4 into the second round.
This is also a very technical track for the juniors and has built extremely well, I must say, this whole entire show, giving the young riders a testing track to jump over these last couple of days.
And well done. Just the 1 down, 4 penalties there for Carlson and Luca Watson at that treble. Oxer going in, the vertical at element B, just catching him out. Georgia's back. Her second ride, number 13, Ultima de Iliapi. Another 17-year-old. The horse, that is. Georgia, not too many years older than her. How old would Georgia be?
George is 18 now.
18.
This is her last junior year.
She's 1 year older than the horse.
Mm.
Of course, she's already clear on her first ride, Crawford. So looking for a nice, sweet little Monday double here in the Outdoor Grand Prix for the juniors.
A new partnership for her. Don't think she's jumped many junior open classes with this horse. I think she's only had him for about a year and a half, but she's definitely left her mark. She has done extremely well with him so far.
Good ride.
Very good with her body through that combination. Jumped in a little bit big, steadying
But
them up really well.
was so good just to sit up and say, "Ooh," just dial back the energy, dial back the momentum, give him a chance and some time to jump up over B and C. Did that so well. Was that a foot in the water? Yes,
think
it was. Flag's gone up, I'm afraid. So the Iliapi, 1 foot in the water, not going to be a 0 score double. She's clear on Crawford. 4 penalties now as she comes to the last 2 fences. 9 is clear, although gave it a little tap. Now the double, Toyota double to finish at 10. A is clear, B is clear.
Very good round for George. I'm sure she's going to be extremely ecstatic about that.
Just a bit of a lazy effort over that water as we take a look. Oh, but she's happy.
A little bit deep as well to the water.
So 4 penalties she'll carry forward to the second round. 14 is next to go, Emily Kruger. And then 15, and then a break as we wait for 16 because Hamza Minty rides both of the next 2 horses following Emily.
Emily Kruger trains with Laurette Taylor. I think she's had this horse for about also a year and a half now and has been making her way up into these junior classes. Personally for me, Emily's like one of those little quiet girls who don't say anything, but come out here and jump it clear and is always in the placings with this horse.
And I bet you she's one of those quiet ones, but with a wicked sense of humor.
Yeah.
I remember Emily as a young child at President's Cup once coming into the judges' box where she was supposed to get a scolding from the judges for transgression of rules, and she said, "Well, I didn't have my rule book." She must have been about 10 years old or something at the time, and of course it melted the judges' hearts and they could do nothing about it. No fines that day. Points for cuteness.
There's definitely one way to get out of it.
There's a little thing I'll never forget. Lovely round. 62.18, well inside. Look at that. That's what you like to see. So, clear, as one would expect from the riders towards the tail end. Now, next to go, Hamza Minty. You can tell us a bit about Hamza and the week that he's had. He rides first this Corrida de Rebel, just a 7-year-old.
Hamza actually rode in the Philip Smith Memorial Equitation competition and won it on his self-produced mare, Conti. He comes in today with his first horse, Corrida, who was actually bought off the auction for his brother Utman. Utman not getting the best tune out of her. Corrida can be a little bit sassy and opinionated, but Hamza dealing with her very well. She recently just won Junior President's Cup with Hamza, and this could be her first Grand Prix. She's very new to the 135, 140 classes. Very young mare as well.
Second highest qualifier because she's finished second in both of the lead-up classes to this, and the only reason she's finished second is because Hamza's won them on his other horse.
Corrida not the easiest horse to ride. She goes a little bit in her own way, but Hamza manages her very well and gets a great tune out of her.
Well, that was beautifully ridden down that line because the horse looked like she was trying to take control, got his shoulders up, got his leg forward, his hip forward, leg went on, quarters came underneath, front end came up, the balance was suddenly there at the base of 10A and 10B and jumps it. his body control, and I think his strength in his leg is so good.
Actually was sitting with Hamza before this class, and these are new pair of boots he has on. They haven't yet dropped either. We were saying to Hamza, are you sure you want to ride in these boots? He said he couldn't feel any blood rushing down to his legs, but he said he really wanted to wear his new Tucci boots, as Equestrian House does bring them in, and he is sponsored by Equestrian House.
Probably rewarded after his Philip Smith victory. So yeah, he might be regretting it tomorrow when he's walking around with plasters on his heels and blisters going up the back of his legs. But well done, Hamza. What a week he's had. What a champion rider he is. And well done to the team, to the family, to brother Uthman, to his dad, and of course to his training team as well, and Chad and everybody involved. And I believe recently relocated from KZN to further his riding career. So the family's super supportive.
Yes, and I'm sure his mom, Soraya, is watching now on the live stream, back with Hamza's other side of the family in KZN.
Well, good afternoon to them all.
Hamza's mom also a rider. She does dressage. They have a yard in KZN, a very beautiful yard. And now, as you said, relocated here to Joburg, also another beautiful yard. Stabling at Summit for a bit before moving their horses to their own place.
So will they keep both the stables, or will the whole family relocate from KZN? Or are they going to have two bases?
They're going to have two bases because when they go over for shows at Shongweni and all the World Cups that happen there and national shows, they have a base that they can go to, and they also have livery at their yard there. So they do have friends and family stabling at them, so they don't want to sell.
So is it the two boys who are going to come up, or how old are they now? Are they going to be fending for themselves? They're being kicked out of the nest a little bit? Or?
No, their father Mohammed does live with them here, but Uthman, now 19 this year and driving and everything.
Is he the older brother?
Yes, he is. Mohammed can travel back and forth for work, and the boys are very responsible, very mature, so they do always do their own things anyways, but they do it in a respectful manner. Yeah.
Good luck to them. Of course, we're now waiting for Hamza to come back with his second ride on Callao Conray, and Conray and him have a formidable partnership. As new but good is the partnership with Hamza and Carida de Rebel. It's an established one with Conray, and I've seen him in some jump offs really do almost impossible things.
And Conray only jumping around the 130s, maybe new to the 135s when Hamza got him. Then Hamza jumped up to a couple 145s with him. So there's definitely a match made in heaven, those two.
And they're a very intelligent family as well, and the reason I say that is I'm asking, is horses going to be the career that Hamza pursues, or because of they're an intellectual family, is he going to study? Do you know what his plans are once he leaves school?
Hamza's a very young and smart boy. He's very bright, so he's not stupid. His grades are good. He's got a good work ethic and everything. I have spoken to him a little bit about what he wants to do after he's done studying. He's only in grade 11, so he's still got another year left. He has mentioned to me he would like to go overseas one day and ride over there and possibly study overseas as well. So I think studying in South Africa is not an option he wants to take.
So if he's in grade 11 and now relocated to Joburg, is he online homeschooling?
Yeah, he is. And then I think they actually were at like a homeschooling system in KZN. So I think he flies back for exams and everything.
So it's mostly structured around his riding, which is obviously his passion and where he wants to go in life. Right, well, talk about the man at the moment. Here he is back on Conray. He's already got the clear on Carida de Rebel. And he's obviously looking for a nice little double clear in this outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Now, remember, he sits in pole position here going into this first round, but the second round starting order is determined by penalties and time. So he is a naturally quick rider on this horse, but he'd want to make sure that he's both clear and clear in a good time so that he starts in pole position in the second round as well.
Conray, as you said, naturally quick over the ground. Don't think Hamza has to try too hard to get the time he wants. Very good ride to the open water. Yeah, the crowd's gone silent. Definitely a lot of pressure and tension up in the air. Just a touch behind.
Not what he needed. He was forward and strong, but I thought the balance was there going into that double. You can see he's not pleased with that. So 4 penalties, and that's the way it goes. But remember that we do carry forward our scores from the first into the second, and one can play catch up. So a little bit of I'll try and find that replay, so we'll get that back to you in a moment or two. So the riders will walk the second course. I'm told that replay, I'm afraid, has been corrupted. So maybe Hamza doesn't want to look at that when he watches it later.
No, definitely not. He's very hard on himself and very critical to himself, so he's definitely not going to want to see that.
Right, so that's the first round done and dusted. A 4 penalty round there from Callagho, Conray and Hamza Minty. And that would have been the first rail that horse has taken the whole show.
Exactly, and I think, sure, could be the first rail the horse has actually had this year, because he jumped clear rounds at President's Cup throughout the whole entire show.
Let's go to a break. When we come back, the course walk for the second round and more action here in the Junior South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Don't go away, you're watching Equestrian Live, and we build up to the big one. The adults are up next following the conclusion of this class with the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, sponsored by Toyota.
Chasing that feeling, baby, yeah, we got it all. My heart is beating, baby, yeah, we're on a roll. You know I need it.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2.
Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Welcome back. So, time for the second round now for the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. And let's have a look at the running order. So, Rotoflow Bellissimo Z, Janine Kutsia carries forward 12 penalties, goes first. Sans Dort Dancer with 12 goes second. That will be followed by Elmo and Jenna Kirk on 8. Georgia Scribanti and Ultima de Iliapi on 4. Eagles Cognac and Amber Boertis on 4. Callagho Conray on 4 with Hamza Minty. Carlson 113, Luca Watson on 4. Then the zeros. So Callagho Carida de Rebel, because bearing in mind time came into play as well. So Carida de Rebel will be the first of the zeros to go. Then the Charman Jenna, followed by Capital Crawford and Georgia Scribanti. Then Millbrook Enough Said, Sarah Capazorio. What a great round from her. And sitting in pole position now as we move into the second round will be Emily Kruger and Velmiri. So the riders have walked the second course. We take a look at some of the spectators. There is Brett Weber, one of our course designers working in other arenas, with Andres having a look. Aganda. Janine's on her way down with the first to go, Rotoflow Bellissimo. Now, Zara's with me, and Zara walked the course. Thank you for that, Zara. What did you find? It's shortened, 8 fences.
Yeah. So I actually walked with Jerry Flynn, who you can see in the cameras there, Janine. Number 1 is the Kailami jump, cantering around here to 2, the Cheval Liberté jump, on 10 strides to 3. Then turn back to 4, the cream-colored jump, on 8 strides to the hollow jump. A little bit steady going up the hill. That's what we felt when we walked.
And that vertical, that cream and black with the flimsy plank, that's caused a lot of problems in the previous classes. It comes down very easily.
Yeah. And then 6, the combination, a very nice 9 down to the Winx jump, and turn back to the Cuda Insurance jump, which is the last jump.
Right, so Janine's on her way. Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z. 12 penalties from her first round. She desperately needs to leave them all up. And then she'll hope that others don't have the greatest of rounds and brings her back into play. But one would think that on 12 penalties, she's a long shot for the second round to take honours. Yeah, he's a little bit he just locks you out, doesn't he? When you're trying to regulate him, he can just go,
with his jaw, and
Yeah.
he just locks his jaw against you.
Shoulder there at that B element.
A little bit quick through the combination.
He's got such jump and scope. It's almost like you just wish the horse would let you ride him. He just he fights. So 23 penalties the total score. So 12 in this round and 11, or 12 in the previous round, 11 in this round, 23 the total. 3 of those being full time. Let's take a look at the replay.
Just very quick coming out of the combination. Janine trying to get him back, and he's just a little bit against her.
And that's the trick. You've got to try and regulate him some ways off of the fence and then let him go and you travel forward to the fence. If you try and do that too close to the fence, then he's just going to hit the rails out. So next to go, Sans Dancer Lucia Krief sits on a score of 12.
When I was speaking to Lucia, she told me that she really needs to ride this mare very accurately to help her clear the jumps. She can be a little bit careless sometimes.
Score of 12 from the first round, so again another one that really needs to go clear here. Stay on that 12. The box on your right sits on 12, those from the first round, so any further scores will be added to that. Just a little bit flat and low over through that double, so now goes to 16.
I think a little bit at it, element. The second part.
So 12 from the first round, 4 from the second round, total score of 16 over 2 rounds. As we take a look at the replay of that fence that came down. A little bit forward through that distance, didn't have the bascule, the shape needed over the second element. So Elmo and Jenna Kirk sit on a score of 8. Foot in the water in the first round. Other than that, jumped all the fences clean.
Giving him some encouragement. Good boy, jumping over that hollow jump. Very good round.
Nicely done. 8 to start, 0 in the next column for round 2, stays on the 8. So now, unfortunately, we'll see the worst of Jenna's character as she'll sit back and hope that the others find some misfortune in the second round, and that brings her back into play. So now the first of the couple that got on 4 penalties, Georgia Scribanti, Ultima de Iliapi, sits on 4. I think another one that had a foot in the water in the first round, and the water doesn't feature in the second round. Jumped all the jumps clean in the first round, so that bodes well for her to be able to stay on a 4 penalty round. But of course we do have quite a few on 0s. So once again, she'll aim for a 0 here, stick on the 4. Others that have had the 0s will find a rail in the second round. Of course, she is one of those on 0 with Capital Crawford. She's not quite happy with something or other, just wants Anna and the course party to look at something. Right, she's on her way. Was
not checking the back rail, the capital jump or something. A rub.
It was a hardy-dar because there was a squawk that went up. There's a hardy-dar.
Maybe he doesn't like birds.
Maybe she was like, "Can you please just chase that bird away?"
Yeah.
It's a very disgruntled one.
I wasn't too happy being kicked out of the outdoor Grand Prix arena.
Flimsy panel out the way. Nicely done.
George has got such good upper body control.
Such a good feel for rhythm and balance.
And she does nothing with the horses, doesn't interfere or anything. Just lets them jump with their natural shape. A little bit of a spook there.
Yeah, definitely. That's where the hardy-dar was. It's lurking behind that Toyota, I know. Well done. So a 0 in the second column stays on the 4. These skies are getting...
Felt a little bit of a drizzle when I was
the
walking.
rain is coming down here over the bob. We hope that it's just a fleeting shower. On track now is Amber Boertes, who sits on 4. She might be used to the rain. PE.
Oh yeah, no, down in PE, honestly, this is great weather for us. Funny you say this. This time last year actually started raining in the second round too for the junior class. And I think it was the year before as well.
So that's been mowed down, I'm afraid. That flimsy little panel has come down. As Amber and Cognac add another 4 to the 4 from the previous round. Now sit on 8, and it really is bucketing down. All of a sudden, the heavens have opened.
See the light on the other side.
Goodness. There is a big black cloud sitting right above the bob chart, and around it
There's
clear skies.
Yeah.
So well done, Amber. Just the 4 penalties there. Georgia got her round out of the way just in the nick.
Very lucky.
So 4 in the first round, 4 in the second round. Total score of 8 for Amber and Eagles Cognac. Now Hamza Minty goes on Callagho Conray. An unfortunate 4 penalties. That was not part of the script. In the first round, took the A element of that Toyota double to finish. Took that down, that not in the second round.
I actually saw Hamza's dad sitting here next to the live streaming box, very nervous for his son jumping today, and confirmed that this was actually Conray's first pole of the year.
Goodness.
Jumped clear up until today.
Now you can see he's on his bicycle, he's riding on good rhythm here.
Making sure he wants to clear in this round to keep him in the
Exactly, and
placings.
also for the minor money for sure. Steady.
Shoot, a little bit of a slip around the corner there.
Jumps the last, through the beam he goes. 4 penalties in the first round, 0 in the second round. Keeps it on the 4 in 51.57. So we've got 2 on 4, 2 on 8, 1 on 16, 1 on 23. This is Luca Watson and Carlson. His nickname is Sunny. It ain't sunny out there at the moment. Luca's lost his stirrups.
Yeah.
And that'll be as a direct result of the wet weather. He's slipped both feet out of the stirrups.
Slipping off the saddle.
He's trying to get them back, but no.
Sunny's taking the reins.
Sunny has decided to, take charge here. Luca's got to get him back. He's looking for his stirrups. Here's where the equitation training comes into play. He's got one back, but the left stirrup is still gone. And I'd say the result being, that panel's come down. So he has got now both stirrups back. I think as he jumped the first jump, just with the impact of landing on those plastic stirrups with the wet, they're suddenly slippery, and he just came out of both stirrups.
Think of these flex on.
Very awkward over that Winks, but gets away with it. So sitting on 8 as he comes to the last. You got a feel for the young man. 1 down in the first, 1 down in the second. Finishes on a score of 8. He actually did well to just keep it on the 4. That Winks jump, if we can take a look at the replay. So here the horse was still at this stage. He had just the one little bit unbalanced getting there. Luca had just the one stirrup. And then I don't know if we've got a replay of the Winks jump as well, Mr. Director. If we do have a replay of the first jump as well as the Winks jump, that would be interesting to see exactly when and how he lost his stirrups. I think it was on landing as he landed.
And the horse jumps a little bit to the left, I saw.
Over the Kyle Army Park fence.
And I think just getting a little bit unseated and the rain pouring down, bucketing, a little bit slippery.
And of course, as he finishes his round, then the rain starts to abate a little bit. It's still raining, but it's not as heavy. So that was Luca. Next to go will be Hamza Minty on his second horse. That's why there is this little respite. So we are waiting for Hamza. I'm not sure if we've got those Luca's round once again.
I think coming out of the combination and Luca getting his stirrups back and everything, just a little bit.
Yeah, let's take a look. We've got some time, so let's go to Luca's round because it was interesting. So here he's good, got both his stirrups. Now watch on landing.
Just a little bit to the left. Just getting unseated.
Both of them. You know, he almost went to the left, and then all his weight was on the one stirrup. He lost the other one, and then with the landing slipped out of that stirrup. Then he's still... he went to the left there as well, had to regain himself. Does well to jump number 3. Still got no stirrups.
Trying to get Sunny back, and he's trying to take the reins.
Sunny was taking charge. A little bit unbalanced to that one. That caused... Now he gets one stirrup back. Wrestling to try and find the other one. Now it's back. Now watch him over this Winks jump. Which is not this one, it's the next one after this double. Jumps very awkwardly over here as well.
And that
pedals.
was a perfect
Look at that.
line
He
when I walked it.
What did he go? Did you?
He did 9.
He did 9. But how did he pedal right through? The back legs went right in between those front and back
maybe
rail of the oxer.
The horse misjudging
Yeah, I think
the jump, or feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the rain and running down the hill.
So 1 down. He actually did very, very well to just keep it with 1 down there, because shame that rain really
Unsettled a lot of people. I can see everyone running away from the Bob Charter and the grandstand.
And that's another thing as well that wouldn't have been in his favour. That horse very sensitive, and as he was jumping, people were starting to come out of the grandstands, make their way down, and number 1 is pitched right next to the side of the arena. And perhaps also, I mean, you said that he jumped to the left. Perhaps that was the reason that people were coming down the grandstand, making that sound as they go from step to step on that metal. I mean, obviously you can't blame them. They don't want to be sitting in a metal grandstand when there's lightning around. I don't blame them. I'd be gapping it off those stands as well. But shame, not. That's just one of those rub of the green things. Unfortunate set of circumstances in which Luca had to jump his round. But anyway, finishes on the 8. So next to go will be the first of the zeros. Hamza Minty, Callao Corrida Rebel. Will be followed by the Charman Jenna Kirk, Capital Crawford, Georgia, Millbrook and Nuff said Sarah Kappa Zorio, and then Callao Valmiri and Emily. Here comes Hamza. You can see everybody huddling for cover. Oh, look at that. I get fed a cappuccino. Wonderful. Thank you, team. So here comes Hamza. Now he'll be desperate, because so far this show, clean slate. Wins the first qualifier, wins the second, wins the Philip Smith. This the only, this class still on the go, but he'll be desperate to keep his winning record at the 2025 Easter Festival Toyota Show alive.
And a title Hamza has been after for a while.
Of course, this his less experienced horse. This just the 8-year-old.
7.
7-year-old.
Yes.
7-year-old. You're right. So really young, inexperienced, but of course, even though he's still very young, he rides with a lot of maturity. A lot of confidence, instills confidence into his mount. That rain is still coming down.
Gives that a slight rub.
Nicely done over that Winks fence. 1 more to come. Desperate to keep it on the 0. Leave it up. He does.
Amazing.
Big smile. Hamza Minty. The pressure was on.
Now taking charge. At the
with
end.
that clear, staying on the 0 over 2 rounds, he puts the pressure on Jenna, Georgia, Sarah, and Emily. Jenna goes next on the Charmer. It wouldn't be Easter show without the rain.
I think since coming up here in 2020 or 2019, when I first started coming to Easter Festival, it's been raining ever since.
1, 2, and 3 are clear for Jenna and the Charmer. Now, if she goes clear here, we will be going to a jump off, which I believe will be over same course as per the Pony Riders yesterday. We'll just get confirmation of that. Ten. 1 more to come.
And we have a jump off.
And we have a jump off. Big smiles to Jenna, the Charmer. 1 for time. 1 for time. Oh, watch her face. What a cruel blow. Watch her face.
I know that
feeling. Man. Clear for jumping. 1 for time. Hamza still leads. Oh, she is going to be gutted. Time allowed 56 seconds. Jenna's time. What did she come home in? We'll get you the time in a moment or two. .77 over the time limit. George is on track now. Crawford, Hamza still leading. Jenna on one time penalty. Means she can't win it. Oh, cruel. 0.77 seconds.
Must say, don't want to jinx anything, George and Crawford are looking on top form today.
He is pricked, looking for the work in the rain, no problem.
I think could be used to this in KZN
Yes,
too.
exactly. I was about to say, I'm from Shongweni.
So
I
we have
know
a
this
jump
weather.
off.
Look at that. Look at that happiness. Lovely. We have a jump off. 0 in the first round, 0 in the second round. The two real form riders. Look at that.
Very happy.
Means a lot to her. She's won a lot of titles, but that means a lot to her. There is the Toyota Legend up for grabs in the Legends series. 2 left to come. Millbrook, enough said. Sarah Capozorio was lovely clear in the first round. Needs to leave them all up in the second and force a 3-way jump off. Hamza Minty, Calaho, Corrida de Rebel, Georgia Scribanti, Capital Crawford, and Millbrook, enough said, who is also KZN. So will this rain come into play?
Hamza also from KZN, so definitely in their parts today. In their favor with the rain, used to this.
This is her first ever 1m35 show. Would it not be something in their first ever 135 open show to come into the jump off? Oh!
I think just a little bit deep over there.
Yeah, Andy was manuring going towards that.
You know, geldings, they can't multitask.
So 4 penalties is not going to go through to the jump off, but how brilliantly she has done. Whoa, steady.
I think she's going to want to keep it together here so she can... be in the placings.
Beautiful jump over that Winks. 1 more to come. Keep it on the 4. Gives that a little touch, but it stays up. So a 4 penalty round there, unfortunately for her, is not good enough to go into the jump off. So still just the 2 double clears. Hamza Minty, Calaho, Corrida de Rebel, and Georgia Scribanti Crawford. Let's take a look at the replay.
I think a little bit deep.
Yeah, she just also off the turn seemed to lose the outside shoulder, the right shoulder, and that seemed to run her a little bit deep. Pity. Emily Kruger last to go in the second round. Calaho Velmiri.
Velmiri looking very strong today, I can't lie. Taking charge.
Not going to help with the rain and with the rain and the slippery rains as a result.
And a chestnut mare.
I'll leave him up slightly awkward with the front end over that panel, but gets away with it. Emily takes a check for balance. Got to watch that time, 56 seconds. Oh, that's down. She is out, I'm afraid. Jumps the last, she's going to be gutted. Oh, cruel blow. 4 penalties in the second round. Finishes on 4 over 2 rounds. Just the 2 double clears, Zara. As we take a look at the replay of the pole that came down.
I think just close. And a little bit of an awkward jump.
What a pity. That's the clouds in the distance, but I can tell you right over the top of us, The rain is still coming down here at the Bob Charter. We've seen this in years gone past. Remember 2019 in the Outdoor Grand Prix, Casper, Chantilly, Chris Chaitin going head-to-head in the rain in the big one. Hamza Minty. Now, do we say, is this an all KZN jump-off? Is this a Gauteng KZN jump-off?
I'd say it's an all KZN jump-off.
Well, I don't know. He's relocated, although he does still have 1 foot, as you said, in KZN.
George and Hamza actually both trained by Grant in early days when Hamza was still there. Definitely going to be a tough jump off. There's going to be a lot of tension in the crowd. These two are definitely the ones that are always up against each other.
Who is the more sure-footed of the two horses, given that the Bob Charter is now saturated? The one's a 7-year-old, but short-coupled, not as experienced as Crawford. Crawford, a bigger, more rangy type of horse, but balance-wise, probably more established. Will that factor in? Because you can't run them off their feet in the rain and risk a slip. You've got to go tight, but keep the hocks underneath them. Keep hold of the front end as well.
I think this is a tricky jump off to try and, I don't know.
I think it comes down, if you look at the course, from 1 to 2 is a turn. You can't go too tight. You can gallop to 3 for the first kind of 5-6 strides, then balance. Try and make up some time in the first part of that distance. 4.
I think fitness-wise, George could have a better opportunity with Crawford as he is a more experienced horse. And jumping over 3 rounds is something he's done many times before, whereas Corrida, this could be something that's new to her and new to this height and everything. And she's very young, and she probably hasn't had many outings on wet grass and everything.
Third place, we can tell you, is the Charmer and Jenna, and Hamza 4th on Conray. I wonder if he's possibly wishing he was on Conray right now, although I'm sure he's very fond of the mare. I'm just talking in terms of experience to give him the best chances here. What we also need to factor in, and it will affect both of these horses, or will it? You can tell me, because we're on the Highveld now. George's horse has come from coastal thick air.
Yeah.
We're now a week or more into the show. Fatigue, oxygen deprivation going to come into play. How long has Hamza's horse been up here? When you say stabled at Summits, he would have been more acclimated to the Highveld. So will that come into play? What I'm saying is fatigue going to be a factor here?
I mean, Hamza's been here for a couple months already with this mare, so they
this
definitely
mare
have
will
adjusted.
be used to these. Yeah, exactly right. Whereas maybe George's horse, well, let's see. It's on a plate for Georgia. She just needs to jump clear, and she will take the title. 2 is down. 4 penalties there for Hamza. He can't slow down because you never know. Crawford could have a rail, and then it's going to come down to time. He's going to want to keep it on the 4. You can see him kicking her for more effort. Yeah, she looks flat.
Think pole or not, Hamza should be very happy with this mare. She is very young.
Sure, had to ride her for the back rail of that one. Had to really kick her up to that fence, and still she was off of it. Cleared it. Clears the last. Good girl. 7-year-old. What a horse for the future. What a horse right now. But you could see she looked like a tired mare jumping around.
And he did give her a little tap behind before he started. So he knew coming into this jump off that she was going to be tired.
And as George is about to start, the heavens open up once again. Let's take a look at the replay of the pole. It gets a little bit underneath it. You can see just how much water was on those poles. It's now the heavens have opened up once again. I suppose she needed some rain. She escaped it in the first round and the second round, so
also tight to this jump.
Yeah. Just needs to leave him up.
Jumps a little bit to the right there.
Gets away with it.
Now the difficult jump. Be very cautious over here.
Gotta leave him up.
Rides that outstandingly.
Goes on the 9.
It's all up to the last jump.
One more to come. Gotta leave it up. Leave it up.
And there we
Jumps
have
it,
it.
and there we have the winner. Time
Goosebumps.
doesn't matter. The only one clear across 3 rounds, Crawford.
Only
and
triple
Georgia, only triple clear. 0 in that column. Well done. Georgia Scribanti from KZN, soaked but elated.
Big hug for Crawford as she
Wow.
canters up the bank to Coach Grant and teammates.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Pretty sure we're going to her dad running across the bank over there and her sister running to her in the pouring rain. The whole family's going to be super chuffed with this win.
Well done, Georgia. Be nice to try and get some closer shots of what's going on top of the bank, because lots and lots of family support and love going on up there.
I must say, this win was due though. Georgia's been second, third, first.
In this class?
Yes, she did quite well last year and she did well the previous year. I remember watching. And I know a previous competition, she's been second, third, also against Hamza, so I'm pretty sure this win for her was due. Her whole family, I can see looking across here, ecstatic with this win.
There we are. Well done, team Scribanti. Hugs all round. Dino up there. Now where's Georgia? She on the other side? Oh, at the front, behind Dad.
Putting on his blanket.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Spare a thought for Hamza. Well, you can't win them all, can you?
No,
He's
you
had a good
can't. And
show.
also in all fairness as well, I mean, what's it? Hamza's got another year to try win this. He is only 16, turning 17 at the end of year, so he does still have next year to try put this on his winnings list that he has running.
The trophy cabinet. So there is the result, 52.85, and maybe that's, she looked like a tired mare, but look at the time, 49.12. He had to go for it. You know, that's again luck of the draw. He knew that he had a top class competitor behind him. He took that slightly tighter line to number 2, got a little bit underneath it as a result, took the rail on the up, and came home in 49.12. George is thinking, just bank the clear. Don't worry about the time, bank the clear. 52.85, comes home on the 0. That's what counted. Takes a win here, and she is now going to be crowned the new 2025 Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix Champion of South Africa.
What a title to have.
Well done. Zara, thank you so much for being with us. I really, really appreciate it. You can see Luca in the background. Well, he didn't have things his way, I'm afraid.
Also a young boy. He'll come back fighting next year and the year after and the year after.
Plenty more opportunities, big future ahead of him. Right, so what's your plans? Because Mom and Dad have gone back to Knysna. You sticking around?
Sticking around. It's actually my boyfriend's birthday today.
In your Wendy house?
Yeah, my Wendy house. I love that thing. Honestly, I can live in there. Well, I do live in there. Could put a little kitchen up in there.
Quite funny. I got a message. Why does that poor girl have to live in a shed?
It's actually very well done. I've even got aircon for the
So
summer.
it's not a shed.
No, it's not a shed. It's been done very nicely.
I did have a good giggle. Somebody sent me a message after you said that. Poor girl, why did they make her live in a shed?
No, I promise you. I've had to take photos of it to prove to my friends back home that I'm in fact not living in a shack. There's a very nice and well-designed Wendy house with some nice furniture in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Zara, enjoy. You're going to watch the main class, obviously?
Yes.
Enjoy.
Thank
Go
you so
grab
much.
yourself something warm to drink. Hopefully the rain does go away, and we're in for a lovely South African outdoor Grand Prix. But like we said, what would Easter Show be if there wasn't a bit of rain? Wouldn't feel like Easter Show.
Mm-hmm.
Zara, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go as we turn our attention to these winning pictures here from the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix. She looks like a lovely girl, no? I don't want to do a course walk in the rain. Sorry? I'll find him just now. Why don't you just... So, winning pictures from the Bob Charter here in the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa under that lovely Toyota umbrella. Lucky them, Martha Hector and Gwen Crompton. Georgia and the lovely Crawford receiving their winners' rosette. Hamza Minty back in second. Kelleher Corrida de Rebel. In third, Jenna Kirk, the charmer. 4 penalties in that second round. Big smile on George's face. And look at that, all about the horse. That's what you like to see. Big smiles, big pats. She just can't stop patting him. Wonderful, wonderful result here. Up onto the podium, she's going to climb to the top step. Jill Shaw, judge for the competition, going forward to present the medals. Now, Jenna Kirk gets that bronze. Hamza Minty, well, he's had one hell of a show. Won both of the qualifiers and was first and second in all the qualifiers, but I'm afraid coming in, his top horse, Conray, just finding a rail. That Toyota double. But his lovely little 7-year-old mare jumping clear 2 rounds into the jump off, and then first to go in the jump off, just finding that rail. So she will have her name put onto that Surf Prince trophy. Georgia Scribunti will go in the 2025 slot. Some big names on that trophy. Last year's winner Victoria Gravenstein, Holly Smith, Alex Rick Hansen, Olivia van Rooyen, Matthew Morrison, Hannah Garton, Thomas Triggle, Courtney Webber, Daniel Lemmer, the last couple of winners, as that trophy goes up into the air. Well done, KZN. George is going to have a few words with commentator Roger Bierman, but we will be having our own interview with Georgia in a few moments' time following the conclusion of this class. Of course, there's still the Grooms Awards to hand out. And let's take a look at the result while we are waiting for those Grooms Rewards. Georgia Scribunti, 52.85, prevails. The only triple clear. Hamza Minty 4 in the jump off, 49.12. Jenna Kirk, one-time penalty in that second round. Absolutely tragic for her. Could have been a three-way jump off, just not for 0.77 of a second. And then Hamza Minty and Conray, 4 penalties in that first round at that Toyota double going in. Just a little bit strong. Fortunately found that rail. Georgia has climbed back onto the podium with Coach Grant Langley. Photo opportunity. There is the coach. Langley question, my goodness, has Grant not done a huge amount for KZN show jumping? The strength of it is largely due to that man and his presence in Summerfeld. Had lots of riders through his wonderful Langley equestrian. Lots of good ones too. So you can see there our producer, Mr. Mike Demand, saying, don't forget about your interview. Come and chat to Aiden. Doing a bit of rider wrangling. So we will have that interview with Georgia after she has dismounted. Well done to the grooms. Brilliant effort, guys. Top class, well done. Well, it looks like the rain for the time being has abated. We do hope that it stays that way. Mostly because we have course walks to do, but also for the riders and their horses. Well done, Georgia. There is the 2025 edition of the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix winner. Capital Crawford, Georgia Scribunti. She's had a great show, represented South Africa yesterday in the Inter-Africa Cup, anchoring that team in the 130s with her wonderful Callahoo Casey under pressure, jumping a lovely clear. And today coming out on Crawford to take the title, the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix winner. Brilliant. Well done to family as well, Dino, and all the Scribunti tribe back home who might be watching. Brilliant stuff, well done. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully that interview with Georgia Scribunti, our new Junior Outdoor Grand Prix champion of South Africa.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado. Werklik boerbaas.
The new Fortuner GR Sport. The luxury of freedom unleashed.
Well, we've just seen the conclusion of the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Lots of drama. There were lots of elements that came into play, including the rain. But you're from KZN, Shongweni, Summerveld area. You're quite used to it. It's like a home ground advantage for you.
Yes, there's been a ton of rain, yeah, definitely.
Talk me through this class. There's a few things I want to talk to you about, but talk me through this class, the first course walk, and has been pitching some tough testing questions this week.
Yes.
How did you find this course to begin with?
Definitely, when I was walking it, when I saw the height of the wall, I was like, oh my gosh, this is terrifying. But I really enjoyed the course when I rode it. I was quite nervous when I walked it, but it rode really nicely and my horses jumped it amazingly.
You had two horses, Clearon Crawford, the Iliapi, just the lightest touch on the tape.
Yes, yeah. So there, he has a massive stride, so I think I held him a bit and then took my leg off a bit at the water, so I should have given him a little kick. But yes, he's been amazing and all of them have been incredible.
Absolutely brilliant. So you were clear in the first round, clear in the second round. Only two of you managed to do it, both from KwaZulu-Natal, pitted up against Hamza, not on his top horse. Conray had a rail. He was first to go. What was your thinking? Where was your head at? Did you watch his round?
Yes. So going in, Grant said just watch, see how it rides and just do whatever. Going in, Hamza at the pole, so then I decided not. I was initially going to drop a stride from 6AB to 7 and 4 to 5, but I decided rather to go on the 8 and the 9, and I think that worked well for my horse and I, especially in the pouring rain.
Right, well, let's queue up your round because we do have it and you can talk us through it. Hamza obviously knew that you were coming up behind him, so he had to come in and try and find some time. Got a little bit under fence number 2. Your headspace was go for the clear. Talk us through it, Georgia.
going into number 1, I saw a big one, and then I decided to pull, and he was really good there. Then going around to number 2, I went a little bit wider than I intended on, and he jumped that really, really nicely. Then going to 3, I decided to add one to balance him and not get too long, because he can have a look at the plank sometime, and he jumped that really nicely. And then also to number 4, jumped that brilliantly. And then here's the line where I decided to stick to the 8. And I think that worked really well for him, as he jumped that super as well. And then here I decided also to go around the car, as Hamza had the pole. Here he was also really, really good. And then I decided to stick to the 9. And I think that also paid off for us. And then coming to the last, I saw again another big one and decided to pull for the tighter one, and he was brilliant, absolutely amazing.
And I just love your reaction, and I was watching you closely, not only at that moment, but at the top of the bank. How many pats do you think he got?
100.
You've had this horse for quite a while. Tell me about him and your relationship with him and your journey with him.
So he was first my mom's horse, and then she gave the ride to my sister, who has had him ever since she decided to go study 2 years ago in Stellenbosch. And she gave me the ride on him, which I'm super grateful for. And ever since that, he's given me my all, his all.
And a family affair, the whole family was here?
Yes, yeah, my mom, dad, sister, all of them were here, so it was wonderful.
Brilliant stuff. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself and your riding career. Grant has been your coach for how long?
8 years this year.
8 years.
Yes.
And I see you're a big part of Langley Equestrian, like a family to you. I saw when you came up here, they were all downstairs taking pics.
Yes.
They're all proud of you. You're like a family, aren't you?
Yes, they're the best supporters. I couldn't ask for a better team to be a part of.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, tell me about your show, because you weren't only competing in this class, junior 130s as well. You did so well in the qualifiers on Casey. You then decided not to ride him because you were selected for the Inter-Africa Cup. That was a big decision because it took you out of the champs, but obviously paid off for you because you were the anchor rider in the 130s in the Inter-Africa Cup, and a brilliant performance by South Africa and
wonderful.
Yourself there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, the show's been incredible. I also had a baby in the 120s, and he was super. Casey also jumped incredibly on the grass. She felt amazing and then performed really, really well in that Inter-Africa Cup. And then my 2 horses in the 135s also jumped really, really well, and they absolutely loved the grass.
Brilliant stuff. Now, how old are you and how many years left in juniors? Are you shortly into the adult ranks?
Yes, I'm 18. I turned 18 in March, so this is my last junior year.
Okay, and what is the future for you? What do you want? I mean, horses are obviously a big part, but will they be your absolute focus, or are you planning on studying? Or
I am planning on studying, but I will definitely carry on riding while studying. That's the plan.
Fantastic. Are you done now?
Yes, all finished.
All finished. You can go and sit in the grandstand, get out of your wet clothes, have some hot chocolate or some coffee, kick back, relax, and enjoy the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, because you are now the 2025 Junior South African Outdoor Grand Prix champion.
Thank you.
A few words before you go. Wonderful show. Have you enjoyed it? The sponsorship by Toyota?
It's been incredible. I mean, the whole show is run amazingly, and just the sponsorship is incredible for the sport. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for making a trip to Joburg, and hopefully in the upcoming shows as we go through the year, you'll be back to visit us some more.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Georgia Scribanti, what a win for her aboard her wonderful Crawford. Takes the honours in the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. For juniors, still the adults to come. Don't go away.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. And
And
one,
On the
two.
flow, feeling at the gas station when the time's close. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb. A new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say,
Right, we're building up to the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, and the riders are walking the course. It is the year of the legend. Don't want to get into space. Barry Taylor, 8-time winner of this event, 4-time winner of the Derby. There's nothing you haven't won, Barry. You are a legend.
I don't know if you can call it that. I've had a great career, had some great horses. Luckily, that's what's made my career. I worked hard, maybe I had a bit of talent, but worked hard. And this was I always aimed at Grand Prix for some reason. Obviously, I wanted to win the Derby. And this is the pinnacle. Grand Prix, you want to be remembered as a great Grand Prix rider. And this is the biggest. And it's sort of one I targeted. I had great horses. Power Force won it for me when I was a nothing. And he was the greatest horse I ever rode. And I think my last one was on Nabab. Couldn't ask for a better horse.
Yeah, he was a legend himself.
In this arena, he won that. I think he jumped 1 meter 90 twice in the 6 bar and 185. It was a horse of a lifetime.
Year of the legend, big points on offer here. You've got pupils riding. How do you see this class playing out?
Yeah, I've got a good, we built a team of riders. There's the Funamavas from 334, the Neils. I don't know. We've come and we've had a few lean years, and we've built up. I think we've got a good team. This year, we're hoping. Our aim is to do really well.
Go well, Barry. All the best. Lovely chatting. Nicholas Riley, 2-time winner of the It is 2 El Paso connoisseur, legend in your own right. How do you see this playing out today? How prepped are you for this?
Well, the horses are feeling really good. They've jumped well. It's obviously a little tricky because it's been a bit wet. So may the best horse and rider combination win. Good luck, everyone.
There were points on offer. You were the winner of the first qualifier, 50 points in the bag towards the Toyota Year of the Legends series. So a nice positive start for you.
It's really good, thanks. Unfortunately, that horse is not jumping today. He's not feeling great. A few viruses going around, but I'm fortunate enough to have 2 other horses, so I'm hoping that it's going to be a good one.
From what you can see, how does this track look? Big testing?
It's testing. There's a few tricky lines. The water jump is on quite a waiting ride. I think it's caught the juniors out a couple of times. So, yeah, just hope we can get to the right place at the right time.
All the very best. Go well.
I'd like to thank Toyota. Thanks for this wonderful sponsorship. Without you guys, it's not possible. Really great.
Nicholas Riley, thank you so much. One of possibly the biggest legend in the sport of show jumping, Gonda Beatrix. You've won this multiple times, 10 times South African show jumping champion, 6 times Derby, Outdoor Grand Prix today. Having a look around at the riders, the horses and the track. What are your impressions?
I think it's a very testing track. I've got, 16 horses jumping in this. Not mine, but I mean my guys. I think it's testing. I think it's quite testing from number 3 to 4. It's a flimsy jump. Pray it doesn't rain again.
Has that thrown a spanner in the works?
Well, it is grass. And it's been going the whole week. So, I mean, it could easily be quite mushy and slippery and that sort of thing in places.
And some horses will be fine and some horses just will hate it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Possibly the guys have got quite big studs, which are the things that go in the back shoes, just to get grip. I think that it looks amazing, the whole setup. I think Toyota's done a wonderful job. I think the course builder's done a good job. I think it's been really good altogether. I mean, it's been super. I just wish I was, 30 years younger.
Gonda, you are a legend of the sport. Thank you for chatting, and let you complete your course walk. Go well. Chris Funamava, you're no stranger to this competition and no stranger to winning this competition in the rain. 2019 comes to mind. Chantilly, how are you prepped for today? Who are you riding? How do you see your chances?
Absolutely, yeah. It brought back a lot of memories. Special day for Gubbett, Triggle and 334 Sport or Stud. Brandon being one of our first stallions jumping today. He's an 8-year-old stallion, rising 9. I'll be riding him today. He's had a great prep. He was second on the second day. Obviously, this is a big question. Not expecting miracles, but I want to give him a nice trip and hopefully he can do something.
And talk to me about wife Leona. She's got a few in here as well. Got some chances?
Absolutely, yeah. I know my wife's been killing me these days. Finale U is one of our breeding mares, and Vedante, both on top form, both done very well at President's Cup. both have jumped well as well. So I think we're in with a chance today.
Govert puts you on all the stallions. You've got a knack for them. Are they quirky or they got good minds, good temperaments?
Oh, stallions are good minds. I like working with them. Obviously, being stallions, they're breeding stallions. They have their ways, but if you handle them correctly and work with them nicely, then they fight for you as well. So I think mares are special. I had Chantilly, but having the stallions now is something different, and also have a special personality. So I really enjoy it.
Chris, all the best. Go well. Going to let you complete your coursework. Ryan Akorba, how are you, sir? How's it going?
Right, and you, Aidan?
Excellent, thank you. Tell me about your chances today, and also about what you're seeing, this course that Anna's pitched, as well as the rain. It's come down. It's maybe thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works, or you're not too worried? Has it maybe just taken the sting out the ground?
No, I think it's good. She's compensated a little bit because it's obviously the rain, so 1 or 2 holes lower here and there. The technicality seems to be the same. I think it's gonna be tough. I'm sitting on a horse that doesn't really like this arena, but I'm just hoping for a nice round to build on something in the future. But I think she's built this up to standard for what it is right now. Yes.
And then, of course, why for Jean Lexington? He loves this arena. Yours might not like it, but she said he's pretty good in any arena. He's just a solid campaigner, but he's done well in the Bob. How do you see their chances?
Pretty good. He can jump anywhere, and a bit of rain's not going to worry him. He can just do it. He just keeps the same all the time.
Well, as we say that, I see the sun is poking its head through the clouds. Go well, my friend. All the very best. Chaitan, how do you rate your chances? Larison, is he ready for the task? Breeding stallion, what a specimen he is. Quality partnership. Tell me about what you're seeing with this course that Anna's pitched today.
Thank you, Aidan. Yeah, Larison's had a good show so far. He was third on the first day. He didn't touch a pole in the second round, but I had some time. Time's always an issue for me. The course is for Larison. The course, everything is balanced and everything is waiting, so time is sitting in the back of my head. But first and foremost, I would like to keep the jumps up, which I think he can. I've just got to find somewhere in the track where I can do maybe one less than everyone else with the step that he has. It's his second outdoor Grand Prix. I just want him to jump well.
You're no stranger to the Outdoor Grand Prix. You were knocking on the door with Casper in the rain in 2019, so this day may be bringing back some memories?
Yeah, when I saw the rain, we actually spoke about it earlier. I've been third in the Outdoor Grand Prix and second, so maybe we can make it one better.
All the best. Go well, my friend. That's Chaitan Hendricks riding Larison. And Ashley, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you, Aidan?
Excellent, fantastic. Now you're sitting on the wonderful Gillian. Loves this arena. He's been there, done that. I think has he won this competition with Ronnie Lawrence, or he was?
Ronnie Lawrence
yes,
won it, but not with Ronnie Healy.
Maybe with Ashley Healy.
That would be nice. I'm excited. I obviously am nervous. Gonda reminded me a few days ago. She said, I don't want you to get in your head that you're riding Ronnie Lawrence's horse and the horse that Ronnie Healy did so well, and just don't let it get to you. And I was like, well, thank you.
Thanks. I didn't have my head in my head until now. Thank you.
I do. So thanks, Gonda. But obviously, he's a soldier, and I just want to give him a good ride. And it's nice to have him here with me, keeping me in these grades while Aldo recovers at home. It also saves me from having to put too much pressure on Crumble. And it lets Ronnie focus on the Magic and Cornetto a little bit more. He's never had them together in the string. So he wanted to focus on those two more this year, and it just worked out so nicely that I could have a little bit of fun with Goofy.
Yes, and I've been watching you two, and it looks like a partnership, a match made in heaven.
Yeah, we have the best time together. I was actually telling some of the other riders during the week, we don't really do much work during the week. We hack. He's with me now at Blair Athol, so we go for hours on the roads there and hack, and he's got this amazing big green paddock. So he's sort of enjoying a semi-retired life, but I will go once a week for a little jump with Ray, and we do a little bit of a flat work session every now and then. So he's a happy boy, and as long as he's feeling strong in his body and he's happy, then we're going to keep going. He lives for this. So.
Talk to me about hubby now. Where's his mind at? Obviously, last year dominated the Triple Crown Series. This is the first leg of the Toyota Year of the Legend. There have been some qualifiers already. He's right up there in the points, sitting in third spot. Obviously wants to defend the series, as it were. Mandarino he's got. How do you fancy his chances, and where's his head at?
Ronnie's the most competitive person I know. So come today, he's going to be ready for it. The horses have been going super. Mandarino's had a good rest since Derby last year. He hasn't been doing much jumping. Magic Boy obviously had that surgery, the hernia surgery last year, so he's come back nice and strong. So I'm sure Ron will be giving it a full go. He's putting the pressure on himself to win it again this year, definitely.
Out and out power couple. Go well. All the very, very best. Ashley Healy there. Anne-Marie Esslinger is the lady who's pitched this track, pitched the courses in the Bob all week. I've loved your courses. Technical, takes a lot of riding, rideability, accuracy. So we're going to see something similar today?
I hope so. The ground has been a little bit of a challenge with all the rain, so the grass is chopped up, and I've had to make a mixture between where I'd like to have the jumps and where the footing is going to be okay, especially on takeoff and landing. But I think I've got a fair test today. My hope is that the faults will be incurred all over and that I won't have one bogey fence that makes everybody have a problem. I've tried to make use of most of the arena. This corner over here on your right-hand side has proved the wettest, so I've got a car standing there instead of a jump. And then we've got a variety of different distances. As you say, I think at this level, we want to find the best rider who has quick reflexes, good balance, a cool head, accurate. He's calm, he's schooled, he's trained his horse to have a lot of rideability, great balance, good discipline, and obviously is brave, has enough jump to clear all these fences, and also careful enough.
Now, Anna, I've got to ask you this because you are not one to wilt under pressure, but I see that you've reversed and you've given the kind side of the wall to the riders. Yes, it's not the wetland wall. Did you wilt?
I did wilt. I had the wall out in the first big class with the St. Lucia Lake and 2 poles. And there were a couple of, most of them jumped it, but a couple did spook, and it wasn't the best place. But I just thought we've got other tests. I don't want people to have such a hang-up before the class. So it's a little bigger, but they've got the easy side.
All the very best. We'll be watching keenly. I've loved your tracks. Well done, Anna. Has there been a little bit of an influence from overseas, by the way, because you were at the World Cup finals? I know we're outdoors, but did you pick up some?
I was. Listen, I did learn stuff there, but I didn't really put into practice here because this is a big grass arena where people can gallop on. That was a really small arena, everything off the turns. And hats off for Ron Winter doing an impressive and inspirational job.
Absolutely. Anna, we'll leave you. Off to work you go. Off to work we go in this direction as photos are happening with the riders down at the wall, which is the kind side of the wall. I can see Nicole Horwood. She's won it on Don Camarco, won it on Colnado. Lisa Williams is this is the only title, by the way, that Lisa hasn't won. She's won everything else on her Mighty Campbell. She was second in this class behind Mandarino and Ronnie, but never won this class. So anybody else that we could possibly, yes, I see Nicole is walking this way. Lawrence Mowatt's got his game face on. Nicole. Laurie, how are you feeling?
Fine, yeah. Quite confident. My horse is jumping better than he did the first day. He's not great off soft ground, so it'll be interesting to see what he does. We're going to go in and enjoy it. You know, he's in his prime at the moment, so take every class I can get and just have fun doing it.
You had a good President's Cup. You've come back to the grass. Last time we saw you on the grass, great photo opportunity with you with the one hand in the air at Derby. We're going to see any antics like that today?
Hopefully not. Keep the lid on everything and hopefully just smiling, pointing the sky, appreciating my dad going through the finish.
Lovely to hear. Go well, my friend. Nicole Horwood, you've won this multiple times. Don Camarco, Colnado. This is a stiff test, isn't it?
Absolutely. And obviously now with the rain, it's a little bit more challenging. I think Anne-Marie's courses have been underestimated. You know, they look easier than they're actually riding. So, yeah, I think it's going to be, especially this triple combination, it's very short. There's a lot of options all over the place. So, yeah, have to have your thinking cap on today.
You've already scored some points in the year of the Legends Series. I know it's early days, but you're sitting in second place. A bag of points on offer for this class 50. You're riding a wonderful horse, the son of Verdi, Capital Impossible. He's got huge scope and I think loves this kind of going, loves this arena as well. So you must be quietly confident.
I am. As you say, I think he loves this arena. He loves the big arenas, the grass arenas. He's got amazing scope. He likes a good gallop. I think with the second qualifier, I actually wasn't even trying to win the class. I just kind of let him open up a bit. So he likes that. So, yeah, I'm feeling confident. It's we'll see.
Nicole, go well, all the very, very best. Another one of our legends of our sport, Nicole Horwood, a 4-time winner of the South African Derby. In fact, there isn't a title that Nicole hasn't won. And of course, this is the Year of the Legend 2025, the show and this class and the Legend Series sponsored by Toyota. We're looking forward to a cracker.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it. The new Fortuner GR Sport. The luxury of freedom unleashed.
So we build up to the big one, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix for adults, sponsored by Toyota, and as part of their sponsorship, Toyota parading some of their wonderful vehicles that are on offer. All of these vehicles have been showcased here at the show, but if you'd like to see more, you go and check out their website, www.toyota.co.za. We thank Toyota for this wonderful show, this wonderful sponsorship, and also the sponsorship of the Year of the Legend Series. More on that a little bit later. Currently in picture that you've just seen, the Land Cruiser Prado VXR. It's like a really robust, hardy character, that. Currently in picture, the Fortuner GR, one of Toyota's big sellers, the Fortuner. The RAV4 hybrid plug-in should be the next one on display, but I see it's in fact the Hilux Legend. And of course that Hilux Legend, not particularly that one, but one very similar, will be on offer at the end of the year to the top rider who walks away with the biggest haul of points in the Toyota Legend Series. Next up, behind the Hilux Legend, we've got the Corolla Cross XR HEV. And then behind that, the Starlet Cross, which is rather important because the Starlet Cross will be up for grabs to the top dressage rider in their Year of the Legend Series. It's a two show series for the dressage riders, that happening over the South African Dressage Championships and culminating with Derby. So the Hilux is a double cab 2.8 litre GD6. So we do hope that you have enjoyed as you take a look at the Starlet Cross, the Toyota Vehicle Parade. Well, in February, it was announced by Toyota that 2025 will be the year of the legends, and on offer off of the back of 2024's Triple Crown Series. The series for 2025 was announced, and all the cameras from Equestrian Live were there.
Thursday, February the 13th, saw KPC play host to the launch of Toyota's Year of the Legend sponsorship for 2025. The event was attended by the creme de la creme of top-level show jumpers, as well as the dressage community, who came out in full force to celebrate Toyota's brand new sponsorship of the dressage discipline. Before the unveiling of the grand prizes, Glenn Crompton, VP of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, was asked to say a few words.
We've been market leader for 45 years, so in that kind of contribution, the biggest contributor to that was the product, the Hilux, and the product that's now 55 years in the market. We think there's no better match to support that with the legends of equestrian sport, where people have been around for so long.
3 legends of dressage, namely Karen Keller, Helen LaRosse and Adrian van Wyk, spoke to the importance of the sponsorship for dressage before unveiling the magnificent Toyota SA Dressage Champs Prize, the Toyota Starlet Cross. It was then time for show jumping legends Tony Lewis, Gail Foxcroft and Barry Taylor to take to the stage before they too were invited to peel back the cover to reveal the grand prize for the Year of the Legend series. No prizes for guessing, a Toyota Hilux legend. Don't miss out on any of the action from Kyalami Park Club's Year of the Legend series for 2025. Brought to you by Toyota South Africa.
Well, it was a wonderful event hosted by KPC in the Peter Mini Arena. And wonderful prizes on offer from Toyota. Let's take a look at the current standings. Of course, it all started at this show with the 1 meter 50 qualifiers. 50 points on offer for the first qualifier, 50 points on offer for the second qualifier. And a Gareth Neal currently topping the tables on 85 points after those first 2 qualifiers on that lovely mare of his Dartoli. Nicole Horwood, Capital Impossible, on 80 points, and so we go down. But last year's Triple Crown Series winner, Cornets Mandarino, Ronnie Healy, on 77 points, knocking on the door. Let's take a look at the lineup for this class. Lisa Williams gets us underway. 334 Pilgrim, Nicholas I'm Riley, Quintessence. We'll whip through them quickly as I see Lisa is in the arena and ready to go on Pilgrim. So remember, it's a Grand Prix, 2 full rounds. Riders, barring eliminations or retirements, will all go through to the second round, carrying forward their score from the first round. And the second round starting order will be determined by the penalties and times from the first round. In the event that we have equality of score after 2 full rounds, we will then go to a jump-off. There will be a course walk before the start of the second round. Joining me in co-commentary, great to have him along. He's had a busy show. Jason Phillips, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, thank you. Great to be here, Aiden, and thank you for the opportunity. It's a great place to be sitting up here to watch such a prestigious class.
Always a pleasure to have you along for the ride. So Lisa in picture. Lisa, her highly decorated career, this is the only title she's never won, believe it or not. She's come close, knocked on the door, been second, I think a couple times on Campbell. The last of those, I think, was when it was raining heavily. We've had some rain today, but the class was moved to the Peter Mini because of inclement weather, and it was just pipped by Mandarino and Ronnie on that day. She was riding Campbell. Today she's riding Pilgrim, but what a wonderful career she has had. Jason, your thoughts on the Outdoor Grand Prix and how it's all going to play out?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got a great field, like you've just mentioned, and with Ronnie finishing up so highly, and a whole bunch of horses on form. I think there's I would expect it, judging by what I see here, to go to a jump off. That would be my expectation, my prediction. I think Anna's brought a very fair course here. I think we're going to have, she's got a few options and a few questions for everybody here. But I think definitely jump up by the quality of the horses and the riders that we've got in the field here. Obviously, we're starting with our lowest ranked up to our highest ranked, so it'll be interesting as it unfolds from that side. But I think good. I mean, I think the weather's played along. An hour ago, I was a little perturbed with the downfall, and I think everybody was. But it's,
do you think it's affected the underfoot conditions much?
I don't think it rained enough to do that. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe from that side, and I walked in it, and I think everybody has jumped in this arena over the 3 days as it is.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any different from that side. So I don't expect any different, and I think all the horses will feel the same. I don't think they'll notice anything.
And of course the sun has now come out, so any residual moisture on the ground probably be burned off in the next kind of 20 minutes or so. You got a chance to walk the course?
I did. I had a look at it. Very interesting. I think Anna's been nice. I think she really builds them up. I think she's been kind 1 to 2, 3 she asked a few questions. She's got an option down 3 to 4 depending on your horse and what quality it is or how many strides they'll go down. Then very nice square oxer at number 5 there that winks oxer. I think a level distance down to a very square oxer. I still think it's kind coming out. Then they whip around that nice little Toyota there to number 7, and then they've got a distance down to the water, and then a nice turn to a wall, which looks quite daunting from here even. And then they come down the nice triple combination of the Toyota, which is a 1 stride and 1 stride, and then on a dog leg to the green horse box. Is it
Cheval Liberté.
To finish it through the finish. So yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see how it goes. I do think there'll be a couple clears, which will be nice. And if there are 2 clears, which I would expect over the thing, then a nice fast jump off.
Right, well, Lisa's bell has just gone and we're off. The time allowed in this first round, 72 seconds. 375 meters per minute is what they're being asked to travel at. And the length of track is 460 meters. First on track, 334 Pilgrim. And Lisa Williams, not the way she would have wanted to start with an early rail.
Definitely not. It's an easy one to have though. It's just a very floaty. Now they've got a triple bar. I think a little short in there for a triple bar in. And then a question on 2. Oh, so she did 8 strides down there. I think there is a chance to do 7, but she did really find the 8 quite easy. Wink oxer, I think it's 5 level, and then another 2 strider in there. Then they get a little break to regroup their horses around to a very narrow number 7. I don't know if you can see how narrow it is on TV, but it's not wide at all. 1, 2, this is 6 down to the water, and then an 8. I think a little steady, but you're on a dog's leg, so she's able to drop out a bit wider to it. Jump that beautifully. Now you jump into the treble there. I don't know if you see it from that side, but it's a vertical in. 1 stride walking 8 to a nice, very square oxer. Jump that beautifully. It does take a bit of push. And then a 6 to your, which you so beautifully said. Last
So,
green one.
4 down for Lisa, or 3 down, I beg your pardon, and a couple for time as well, so a total of 17 in 76.77, so 17 at the moment, but that might change as we take a look at the replay of the first fence that's come down, and Anna's changed that because in the build-up classes she had that little flimsy plank on top and not the more solid pole, so perhaps she's being a little bit kind, but didn't help Lisa, I'm afraid, at this time at fence number 1. Why the skinny oxer, do you think, at 7?
I don't know, it's interesting. It, normally you'd have a vertical, but it does play with them a little bit. I think you ride it slightly differently. What I was interested that you got a time fault. I didn't think Lisa, that horse is not a fast-moving horse. But it is interesting. We might have time putting the next pressure point for the riders that they can't hang around. So that was very interesting. So this is Nicola coming in on her young contest. He jumped a really great run at the Derby. So he's a real up-and-coming young one. So this will be a very nice experience for him. But with his caliber of jump and with Nicola's caliber of riding, you wouldn't ever rule them out of a competition like this.
10-year-old stallion by Quintenda. We'll keep an eye on that time for you viewers because Anna and the judges will sit out. Anna currently in the judges box, and they do have 3 horses to watch and see if that time needs to be brought in or pushed out. Interesting, her ride. You said that was level. I watched the way that Lisa rode that, and she had to push for that that double, whereas this Quintenda Quintessence just
got there very easy,
got there very easy.
Very did. It really does look a picture in there. And but he does have a great pilot on top there. She has won this on numerous occasions as well. How many times has she won it?
She's won it on El
Back to
Paso
back.
in 2016, Connoisseur in 2017, and I think just those 2 times.
Just again shows her versatility again, riding different horses, and she's on a good run here. But the time doesn't play, but she didn't hang around.
74.14. I've got a feeling they're going to push that time out. Originally it was at 74 seconds. It was brought into 72.
Okay.
I've got a feeling they might push that out, so we'll wait for any announcements there. But for
Like we said,
now,
it was one that you definitely couldn't ever rule out. The way he jumped at Derby, and he obviously loves this arena, and Nicola's.
Exactly. So for now, it's 3-time penalties, but that may be reduced depending on. They've got one more. It'll be Tamar, of course. So she needs to go around without any refusals, and then they'll make a call on that time. An opportune moment, I think, to give a big shout out to Nicholas Symes, Connoisseur, who absolutely loved this competition, who recently, I see, passed away. So that's a sad loss.
Yeah, it always is, and especially being a stallion. And I know that I was there, so 8 or so months ago, and he was still working because he was so bored, so they couldn't say he was still running around. And
second a few times in this competition, and then eventually won it in 2017, and it's a sad loss.
Yeah, always to the sport. But now we've got the current indoor World South Africa champion, don't we, here?
Yeah, that's it. Tamar Glicksman goes around on Farnham's capital, Kronos. He's 14 years old now, the son of Darko. And I think these two, of course, we're so used to seeing him with Nicole Horwood, but Tamar's and him have really forged a great partnership in a short space of time.
Very much so. She was, I think she was clever. She did take her time getting up to the bigger classes, just to get her home in the smaller ones. But the first time that they came together and asked a question, they were fabulous to hold the title of indoor South African champion. What a great start to the year as well. She has ridden this foot perfect.
Of course, her posts after that, she said she was so glad to be able to earn her red jacket, and today she's in grey. I was expecting her to see her in the red.
Yeah, all that hard work. It is looking good. It'll be interesting to see what her time is here. He's also not a naturally fast horse. I would think that Nicola's time would be quicker, but I think he may be a bit deception as well.
To the last on a clear, and once again a couple for time, so I've got a feeling they might be pulling that time in. 77.09, so at this stage 6, and I've got a feeling we're going to need the Tipex to correct those times. I'm sure something's going to come through to us in a moment or two. We'll watch out for
I wonder
that.
how Anna's feeling right now, having 3 horses having gone and 2 have jumped clear fault-wise.
Yes, or maybe she wants to leave the time. So no, hang on a sec, because remember we're in reverse order of classification as well. So how many clears are we going to get? So Odiana van Berrimar comes next. Charlie Ann Crocker, she was a big winner this morning in the 1 meter 40s.
No, did she? Who did she win on? Legend.
Khaleesi. Legend was 4th, I think. And Khaleesi took the win, yeah.
I think Khaleesi won 2 out of the 3 classes. I think she won the opening day.
What a mare. So Odie, as she calls her, is next to go.
I guess this is Odie's first step up to the big class. No, Charlie had this planned a while back, and was a hope.
I'm going to stop you there because time allowed has been adjusted to 74 seconds. So it's gone back to the original. So a couple of them were over 74, so there will be corrections to the score, but they are still going to land up with time penalties. So Quintessence, Quintessence comes home with 1 time penalty, not 3, and Kronos
either 3 or 4
on 4 time penalties.
And then
he was on 77.09, so on 4 penalties, and the score for Pilgrim adjusted from 17 to 15. So they have adjusted it, but still, it's going to be tight.
It is.
Like you said, Anna was probably panicking with so many clears, so she's going to make them go a little bit.
Very much so. So everybody has done the 8 after that, and everybody's come down here on a Very nice. There's no question it is a 5.
Odie is an 11-year-old daughter of Kanan.
Yeah, it's interesting because...
and you know about Kanan.
Yeah, it's funny. Ooh.
Did she clear it? Hand stays down.
Yeah,
Cleared
she
the tape.
did. So that's a horse was very foot quick there between the two of them. I think Odie is a little bit opinionated now and again, and she thought she knew better than Charlie, and at the last moment decided Charlie knew better. But looks like they got away with it, and I think they should come in naturally quick mare within the time as well. Yeah, way in, eh?
Way in. Called the Boss Lady, 70,10 the time. So that then, Jason, is a 0 going through to the second round. So well done to
She knows
Charlie
she's clever,
Clockhart.
doesn't she, the mare?
Absolutely. Now, we are in reverse order of classification here, but we've had a few clears, but it's not always reflective of their form, is it? Because some will have the form and elect to sit out of a second class or not jump a jump off in their qualifiers, and that will affect the running order, and it's not really that they're not carrying any form.
I think you've summed that up. That's exactly it. I think that second day where you have a choice to do a jump off, and some people choose to save their horses or decide they don't need to, then drops them down. So that, you know, had they done the jump off, they might have been in the top 5 or 6. So definitely that.
Nariska Prinsloo Hill is next to go. GCS Max Oregon van der Bischkop, number 5.
She's coming in and she knows what to do. She has a lot of experience. Oh, it's a young horse though. I think this is his first Grand Prix debut. I know he has jumped some bigger classes.
You think Nariska is going to call it a day? Yeah, the hand goes up in the air. She has elected to retire. GCS Max Oregon van der Bischkop.
He's still relatively young, and I think he has. I've seen him jump some very, very big classes, but for him to have knocked a rail like that and then still ask him to jump the rest, you probably might find he might give himself a fright. Whereas now Nariska can not do any damage and come back and fight another day, and without having to worry that she's created any further problems.
What do you think happened there? The horse just, the occasion?
Yeah. Sometimes, it's just sometimes you get it wrong, between the two of you. Sometimes, like you almost saw it happen with Charlie at the water there. Again, there was just a little bit of a difference of opinion sometimes. But Nariska's also been pretty busy. I mean, she was jumping with me in the 130s there 25 minutes ago and going, her horse is there. So, sometimes you just have maybe she didn't have a chance to just sit down and refocus and get going. It's always hard when you got multiple horses in one class or one show.
334's Mr. Twister 5 next on track. Ryan Akorba for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Mr. Twister is a 12-year-old now, son of Messenger, graph top on the dam line, and I think Gray gets a lovely tune out of this horse.
Yeah, very good, and also relatively, relatively new. They haven't been together even a year yet, I don't think, and I think they've really got a title under their belt in some big classes, and I think this horse enjoys, you see it's a little bit slippery there. Huh?
Exactly.
I think this horse really enjoys the way Ray rides him, and but Ray also comes in with great experience and incredible smoothness and experience.
I say Ray gets a tune out of him. Ray gets a tune out of most horses because of his approach to the sport. They've got to go forward, they've got to be balanced, and you've got to just sit still and try and do as little as possible. That's what he's a master at doing, and they thank you for it.
Yeah, very much so. And then, like you said, a true professional. He would have done all his homework with Gonda, and they'll be here prepared. And again, like you just said, it's not necessary that they're coming in so early that it's a form thing. It was probably a decision not to jump the horse in another class or something like that,
Found a rail at the B element of that Toyota treble combination, so finishes on a score of 4. But don't forget, viewers, 2 full rounds. All will come through to the second round, barring those eliminations or those retirements. So at this stage, Nariska, the only one who's on a retirement, as we take a look at the replay there.
So soft, wasn't it? There? It is a little wide there, so sometimes I think they don't realize that they need to push as hard as they need to, and I mean that was, he just slightly caught on the way down.
Could the ground factor in there? Did you walk in there? Was it boggy at all or sticky? They think, oh well, they need a push, and the ground may be a little bit inconsistent. When they push, there's not the traction, or they go into the ground a little bit, or what? Or
I think we would, if there was a problem, I think we would have seen that on Charlie's horse with the kind of horse it is. Light, little quick off the floor, needs a bit of speed to jump. So I don't think the ground's playing any part there. I think you got to be a little bit careful if you're coming around the corners. So I think if you're in a straight line, I think your straight line speed is good. I think like you saw when Ray turned after 4 there, he had a little slip. So I do think you need to be a bit careful on your turns, and I think it'll be questionable if there's a jump off as to what people are prepared to risk. But I think straight line speed, I think everybody's okay for that.
Mara Rueda had to ride up rather strong to that picket fence under that rather sizey oxer. Looked like this just on time Z for sponsor Winks. Just had a little look at that.
Yeah, and also just not a naturally fast horse. But like your Kronos in the beginning, so I mean time would have to be something on her mind the whole time, which also makes it difficult. It then forces you into mistakes.
Hope he lives up to his name, just on time, and gets inside of that 74 seconds, which is rather tight.
Yeah.
But has already had a rail, so... But remember, it all counts because we are under Grand Prix rules here. So, time,
Sure.
73.90, just on time, Jason. Just on time. So, 4 penalties there. It all counts because conventionally, if you're in a championship class, 1 round and a jump off, you'd have a rail, and then you see how she gives a little kick riding up to this. It was just like, come on, get into the distance, get there. And that's where he had the rail, perhaps already just looking down. Clever course design. She's got those picket fence at the bottom, and then it's quite open after that. So it draws the eye to the bottom of that fence.
And if you look at coming out as well, same thing. Big gap between the...
Yes,
and the
exactly.
combination of that between the second and...
So sorry, I was off on a tangent. So the time penalties do count because we're under Grand Prix rules. So although you've had the 4, you want to keep it on the 4 and go into the second round, and then hopefully you get back in the game.
100%.
So Nicola's back. She went out early at number 2 on Quintessence, and here she goes on Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB.
So she got. I hope she gets in here because she hasn't broken the start yet, but now she's running into time.
As you see there now, we're into time, so she's
got a bit of a...
Yeah, she's going to play a catch-up, so he's just not interested today. Now, that'll be a disobedience because she presented.
She still hasn't broken through she hasn't started yet.
She's not been through...
No, she hasn't. She hasn't broken the time barrier yet. Stallions sometimes have a mind on their own, as we just saw here.
I've never seen him do that before, I must be honest. He's just... almost switched off a little bit. No, she's
something.
And give him a pat.
Yeah. He's won enough in this sport to know that she's not going to.
2-time winner of the President's Cup, winner of the overall World Cup Series on consistency. That horse a few years ago, off with an injury and comeback. He's actually still on the comeback trail, to be honest.
He is 100% exactly that.
So here we take a look. She eventually got him onto track, but he wasn't a happy horse today. He's telling her something. He's not happy with something, and she's a good horseman and woman. She listens.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also sometimes hard for stallions. You're just coming off the end of breeding season as well, and they haven't got into the thick of it. And,
Correct.
all these kind of things. It's a little challenging sometimes for stallions on that basis.
334's entry. Franzi Yu, Ashley Fox, Mom Deirdre, and Michael Clark will be watching keenly from Foxfield Stables in Shongweni back home. Hi, Deirdre.
Making her debut, isn't she? In this Outdoor Grand Prix?
Outdoor Grand Prix, correct.
Yeah, fabulous.
But, she's got the pedigree for it, she's got the temperament for it, and she's certainly got the talent.
Very much. And coming out the 334 yard with Chris and Leone and that, she's definitely got the nice role models as well, doesn't she?
Training, the setup, the support system, and the horsepower.
Yep. Very well ridden. See, she knows this horse well. She's sitting still, putting in the mount, the exact amount of support that the horse needs.
Beautifully bred daughter of Cassel. I don't think she's the easiest up front. I think she can take you on up front, but Ashley's so good and so sympathetic with her hands and so good with her body control that she just accommodates it and said, no, come on.
Yeah,
let's
very
just
much.
get on with it.
She's been a bit wide down to this number 7, and I think like you just said, the mare was, wanted to do it her way. So I hope that time isn't a factor on her
I mean, she trotted around that corner. I think it's definitely going to come into play unless she
added to that
gets
wall.
going. But again, you know, you get going and...
Okay, she has come inside to the
She
treble.
has come inside, yeah. So she's
Where
being
is it?
clever. She's
Yep.
not running her off her feet. She's just looking for the tighter lines.
Maybe she's
71, 72. She's going to have a couple time penalties. Jumps clean over the fences, but a victim of the clock, despite coming inside, lands up on those 5 time penalties, but it is over 2 full rounds. So she'll definitely be coming back to the second round, but you can see how...
I think she's chuffed.
Yeah,
I think
look at her.
rightly so.
Exactly. Pats, smiles, and hopefully we'll see her back for the second round.
I suppose the nice thing for Anna is that whatever happens here, she can manipulate the second round to suit, you know, the strength of the class that's there. So we could see a big change at the end of the second round.
So let's recap. We've got Nicholas Quintessence on 1 time penalty, Tamar on 4 penalties, Charlie a 0 leads the way at the moment. Ray's on 4, Tam's on 4, retirement from Nicola and Insagi, and a 5 penalty score for Ashley Fox as the mighty Lexington comes in here with Jean. Of course, that absolutely blossoms in this Bob Charter arena. We've seen him.
He loves it, doesn't he?
On the podium, I think, a few times now at Derby.
How did they do last year in the Outdoor Grand Prix? I'm sure they were there or thereabout, weren't they? I'm asking you.
To cast my memory back 20 to 2024. Lissabon for Joy out of Fiorella.
You can just see with the horses that have the experience in this arena how different they can to how relaxed they are. Also beautifully piloted as well by
and
Jean.
produced all the way. And I mentioned Fiorella because Jean produced and rode Fiorella all the way up to the 150s as well. So really keeping it in the family. I feel like one of her children actually.
She's been very
He
clever
jumped
though.
that. Goodness, he jumped
very
there.
easy. And she's just been ridden it very cleverly, hasn't she? Whoa, don't get there too easy.
Oh!
She just got there too easily,
You
didn't
called
she?
it, Jason. 73-34. 4 penalties at the last. Could so easily have been a clear, but I think she was riding for the time in mind because it was very close to that time.
She'll be irritated with that because she knows it was unnecessary there. And she just, he has a big stride and got there very easily, didn't he? Just a little quicker than she expected.
Laura Neal, Diamonds Dundee goes next. She's very much in the hunt because a 0, a 1, and then she's level pegging with Tamar, with Ray, and with Tam on 4. And I mean, 1 rail in the second round brings Charlie right back to the rest of the pack.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's a lot to play for and a long way from home still. Diamonds Dundee, Lara Neal, 15-year-old son of Diorado. He's a big lad.
He is, and he will be. Lara will be very conscious about time. Faults with him, just naturally not as quick as the nippy little ones, but definitely a big jumper, like you said. And I mean, Lara's got a lot of experience, and he's also got a lot of experience as horse as well. She knows him well.
Well, that ride off the turn is going to buy a little bit of time, so a good shot, slingshot off that turn.
Used his body so well through that combination and everything like that.
Good ride to 7.
He's a big boy though. I think it takes a lot of riding. I think, Lara is working hard on top there. But
stays down, clears the water. She is, but you wouldn't look at her and say she's so stylish as well.
Yeah,
stylish and effective.
Oh. So all these other riders have now decided to come inside that, really tight around there to that treble. They don't want to waste time. And again, just that back row of that oxus. That one's probably been our one that's fallen the most now, hasn't it?
To me, it looked like she came in slightly on the angle. You see,
Just
out the right
drifted
shoulder
out.
and drifted through, and she was trying to correct, and maybe that made the back rail just that little bit further away and didn't get the push right through the body. Blue Turtles Capital Magic Boy goes next. Ronnie Healy Blue Turtle Technologies. Great to see this 12-year-old stallion, son of Toulon, darker on the dam line. Great to see him back at top level. Was sidelined for most of last year with inguinal hernia operation that he had to go through, but back in top form.
Yeah, and Ronnie's taken his time to bring him back. I think he could have brought him back earlier last year, but that's one thing that Ronnie's incredible with is making sure that the horses come back when they're ready. And judging by those first 2 jumps, he's definitely ready, isn't he?
He's got a huge amount of power, jump, scope.
And also, you know, I mean, it's interesting to see, I'm going to say, the finished product here, knowing what he was like when Ronnie started him to what he is now, the process and the journey that these two have come together. I mean, Ronnie knows him so well, and how to jump it and how to sit and stuff like that, because, you know, we're all seeing the finished product here, but it definitely didn't start like this, you know.
A real professional.
What a lovely turn back there, and he's just really been clever. He was so tight back to that number 7, and, you know, he makes it look effortless the way he's ridden this around here. So it'll be interesting to see how tight him if he doesn't. So he's landed, he's so tight around the car, was quick off the 9. Every little turn he's almost saved himself half a second, you know.
We were looking for an answer as to why we thought that was a skinny ox at the beginning of class. Maybe Anna, that's clever course designing, knew that the time was tight and given them an option there to come in a little bit tighter to that. So 73.72 inside of 74. They're
perfectly timed.
Yeah, I was going to say perfectly judged.
Again, yeah.
So level pegging now with Charlie Crockart, Odeana 0, Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtles Capital, Magic Boy 0, and good thing he was tied back to number 7 with that time. Otherwise, he would have been sitting on 2 time penalties right there.
Yeah, he gives by cutting all those turns, he just gives the horse a little bit more time, because he spends a lot of time in there, that horse. So, and that he can't change. That's how he is. So he has to be clever. Like, he was very quick after 9. He didn't waste time to 3 either.
Another entry from the 334 Sport Horse Stud, Calaho Vidante and Leona Fanamava.
Hasn't she had a great year already? And we're talking about that, and we're not even in May yet. And I mean, she was top 2 qualifier 1 and 2 at President's Cup on her horses, and came off a great year last year. And yeah, but just yeah. But again, all produced, all done by herself. Great rider.
Top rider. Heartbreak for her in that final day of President's Cup, but that's the sport. She'll shake it off, dust it off, come back strong today.
Exactly that. So she got away quickly after that to come back here.
And what's interesting, Jason, this a 10-year-old mare and only sighted in one eye. So she does, I mean, they do it. Ooh. Well, I think that's in the water, I'm afraid.
That's an interesting thing.
Just has another look at number 9, so she's decided no.
So she got, after the combination there, she kicked him on after 6, if you see that. And so I don't know if she felt that he was a bit sticky, and then he jumped 7, and almost like Coleman, where you know, sitting here, I don't know if there's a shadow at that number 8 that we can't see in front of the water.
Well, here we go. We take a look.
Because he looked into something, and it does look like he misjudged it, if that makes sense. And then he was just a bit rattled to the wall, and again, you know, did the same thing, you know.
Leona, a bump in the face there. Hope that she is all right. She'll come back on Finale U, but a retirement from Vidante today in this outdoor Grand Prix.
And it started so strong, didn't it?
Exactly right. That's what I was going to say. What must have been the water?
Something caught it, yeah. Something, I don't know if the water then shimmered or something. It's so interesting, you know, sitting up here and seeing it. You're not quite exactly sure. And I suppose the only person that might be able to answer that.
Opal, Della Bastide, Shelly-Ann Moore, Courtney Webber team up in ownership. Courtney rides. I'm afraid fence number 1 has gone down, but she can keep it together and stay on the 4.
She's making her debut here, so there will definitely be a little bit of nerves here from that side. And
another rail down, so she's now on 8.
Yeah. She comes off a great 2024 last year. A lot of success, I think, if I'm correct. I think she won Mini Derby here.
Yes.
And sometimes when your nerves are up, you put a little bit more pressure than you should, or when the horse is used to and stuff like that. And this is just great experience for her. So I don't think will be unhappy at all to know that you've already Got to get there, but started to finish on the outdoor Grand Prix would be fantastic.
And she's young.
She is.
Plenty years in front of her.
And she was busy this morning coaching, and you could even joked with her. She was, coaching the kids, thinking about what was happening this afternoon already,
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, she was, I think, really, she won't be unhappy with that at all. Inside the time?
Yep. Inside of the time, but 3 down, 12 penalties there for Opal de la Bastide and Courtney Webber.
And quite funny, both coming out of both combinations, and then just a very unlucky roll at one.
There's a replay of the pole that went down, and if Shelley is watching, perhaps let me know, Shelley. Polydictus van der Helle on the dam side, Ockerville de Bastide on the sire side, but Grants Bengston, is he not out of a Polydictus? Are those half siblings?
That's putting me on the question, which I would not have a clue.
I just wondered, because Grant does do a lot of breeding himself. So it'd be interesting to know if they are.
I think you're talking Greek to me.
Okay, so Gaucho DMR, Oliver Bishop is on track now. Oliver's such a talented rider.
Yeah, up here from Durban. It's always a track for him, and I suppose obviously the rider before that as well, Courtney. How old is this mare now? She's been a good servant to the sport with Oliver.
Gaucho is, well, he's a gelding,
yeah.
And he's 14.
14, okay.
And he's a Verdi.
Feels like he's been around for a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah. We'll see another Verdi with Impossible a little bit later with Nicole. Shot to that one. He's gone a little bit wider though, so I think he might have to. Oh, and he's got a foot in the water.
Has he? I think that's maybe where he went a bit wider, didn't he?
Yeah,
to set him
get
up.
a good run at it. But now he's going to have to worry about time as well. Rolling on now to 64 seconds, so he's got 10 seconds to get home. I don't think he's going to make it. He has to give a big push through that treble combination.
And yeah,
so a few for time.
Yeah.
77.90, so a total score of 12.
I think this horse is also on a comeback though, if I'm right. I don't think it. I didn't see it at the end of last year, and I think she did something.
The other side of the water jump that we couldn't see. Oh, the lightest of touches on the tape. What we also factor in is the altitude. These are Natal horses. They've been here for around about a week now, and now's the time where the altitude is going to start taking its toll. Jump some qualifiers, and maybe just running out a little bit of puff.
Diesel.
Very
much so.
Dominic Alexander, what a year he's having. Winner of the President's Cup.
On this Mr. Soakley.
On Soakley. 10 years old now is Soakley.
So Soakley stepped up last year to the big classes and had a very successful year, which was, I wouldn't say unexpected, because they're both a good horse and a good rider. But being his first year on stepping up to the bigger classes, they thought he might need a little bit of time to get used to it. But he's been fabulous, and Tom's really excited and really enjoys this horse a lot, and really thinks a lot. And this horse absolutely loves his job. He's such a character, and is one of Tommy's real playful ones at home all the time, but really enjoys his job. And Tom was saying on day one he had a rail and was a bit irritated with himself, and there we go. And I was about to say, Soakley got so cross. You could see almost Soakley's reaction there to that.
Sitting on the floor.
And Dom always feels if the horse has a rail, it's never the horse's fault.
Which is a good attitude to have.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you better, doesn't it? So you only learn from your mistakes. So you got to analyze and say, right, well, and most of the time it's not the horse's fault.
So I think Dom's calling it a day there.
He's got another one. Collier will come in.
Yeah, I think he really knows. Soakley doesn't need to come jump 2 more rounds. Yeah, he's already won President's Cup this year on this horse.
Yes. And let's take a look at the replay. Second rail that came down, that's Skinny Oxer. Yeah, it really is, although it is the Grand Prix and you'll carry forward your score, I think if you're outside of 8 faults, you Not in with a shout. So big thank you to Sten, who's watching us, Jason, and says that Opal is not out of the same Polydictus mare as Bankston. Both of them are out of a mare by Polydictus. So thanks, Sten.
Yeah, I think interesting to see Sten riding this show here. He's won a lot in this round and in this time, and a different chapter of rebuilding and new horses and everything like that. And as much as he wasn't riding here, he was flat out coaching. So he was still passing on his knowledge.
Kayla's on track now, and what a partnership she struck up with this Calaho Conzano, now a 14-year-old son of Con Coriano.
They've also had one season under their belt here and picked up the bigger classes at the end of last year, and like you said, successfully as well.
So game, so positive. It's a great tune out of him, formerly ridden by Yanni Kleinans. That was a skinny one.
Yeah, it's a little deep by her liking, that's for sure. She knew it as well, so she had to try and fix her plan.
4 penalties, fence number 4.
I think that number 4 is also playing a little bit into the horses because it's actually the first time and it's quite close to the end of the arena, and I think sometimes they just misjudge their top rail with the crowd at the back, and because everybody that's had it has had a very light touch of it.
Finishes on the 4 inside of that time allowed of 74, 72, 85. It's also a busy fence. You look at that and there's a lot to
narrower,
those little that pickets and there's garden fences, and on the side it's a busy.
I mean, we're sitting right behind it and you can't judge it properly from here.
Is what I'm saying. If you look at the wings as well, I don't know what you call it, the gaps are overlaid, so it's almost like an optical illusion. You kind of, unless they're looking at the poles, that's where you need to look. Calaho Lorenzo goes next. Lawrence Mowat is in the saddle. Lawrence on this horse recently at President's Cup. Did you see that jump off in the 140s with Chris and Lawrence?
I think when we saw Chris go, we thought, when we saw Lawrence go, we thought there's no ways that anybody could catch that. And then I don't know how Chris did it, but somehow pipped him. If I'd been Lawrence, I would have, already been opening the champagne after that round, to be totally honest. And Camel Feeds have
jumped that beautifully.
Yeah, they do. They look calm and relaxed, and this is definitely within both of their capabilities, this course. What a nice ride to that. He picked it up so early, didn't he?
He did. Just kept rolling
so
on.
Smooth. And then because of that, he was able to get to the oxen nicely, and the horse pitched beautifully for that 2-stride.
Lands and gets him back into rhythm there. You can see he's got his eye on the clock.
You would expect him with this, the way the horse goes too. It's funny how I don't know if the turn back from that combination from 6 to 7, being at such a 90 degree almost, that they breaks your rhythm, that it just sets them on a half distance to that.
It's a real hairpin bend, but he gave himself space. I was watching him and he went wide enough to get a run at it, but...
Sure. I think you'd be irritated because it was such an easy clear round the way they were stepping up, but still, I mean, they did such good stuff everywhere. It was really a bit unlucky,
So let's take a look. So he comes off the turn.
They just seem to get there a little early, don't they?
So an 8 penalty round there from Lorenzo and Lawrence as we move on now to number 19. Remember, 30 in this opening round of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. 11% clears, just the 2 sitting on the 0. Charlie Crockart Odiena and Ronnie Healy on Magic Boy are the ones that sit on a 0-point score going through to the second round with a clean slate. NCT's Calaho Lord Chris, George Cutlass currently on track now.
Yeah, and these two know each other really well. World Cup winners. And many good runs. I think he's been in contact. A couple of them are slipping again there, hey? So as you can see when they come around the corner, I think it's all the little busy horses. Very well ridden. Sure. Oh, I thought they'd done enough there to keep him off the second round.
A little stutter at the base of that and finds the tape. So
it's funny, when you jumped that number 7, I thought it set him up nicely for the water, but he ended up getting a little bit too deep there.
To me, it almost looked like he had a little hesitation and cut his engine at the base of that wall, but maybe we'll have a replay. Sitting on 8 now, coming to the last well within the time allowed. Stretches for that back rail.
But he jumped beautifully through the treble. Such a good ride in from George. Can't be unhappy, just.
So let's take a look at the water. Looking.
This was coming down out the double. I thought he had a good shot in there, and he was good with his body, and then just
bellied it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then at that water, just caught the tape. Oropoda Emma is next with Laurette Knowles-Taylor.
I think this is him. He's making his debut. He's relatively new to this height, so
11-year-old now.
He's jumped some good stuff. I've seen him do. I think he had a good President's Cup, if I remember correctly.
They're on good form.
Yeah.
He's looking a picture.
Definitely has the ability when you see him jump that.
Giving him a pat there.
Yeah, fabulous. Interesting to see if time is a little just. Oh. So he slipped quite a bit around that corner. If you watch quickly, and then I think it just unbalanced her a little bit, and then she was trying to
fighting to get him back into a canter. And that's blown her concentration.
Yeah, just.
Oh, what a pity. It's having a red jacket for today, but not their day today. Retirement will not go through to the second round. Let's take a look at if we can see coming off the turn, Jason. There you see.
3, and then he slipped, and then they lost all their connection and rhythm and momentum, and
he was trying to find his balance behind by cross cantering. He did almost like 3 changes behind through that turn, and I think she just couldn't get the push and the drive forward that she was looking for, and then bailed out, and then the concentration was gone. Gillian van Oorsorg is next to go with Ashley Healy. Gillian, a winner with Ronnie Lawrence of this competition in 2018.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Fabulous.
I think he was second, a runner-up once or twice as well.
Yeah, and he knows this arena, being a 2-time Derby winner, if I'm right in saying, and a second, is that not right?
1-time Derby winner and second. One with Ronnie, and then runner-up the following year, and I think he really suits Ashley.
Yeah, it's nice that she's had the opportunity from that point of view, that Ronnie's been able to do that, and I'm sure the 20 or 30 kgs lighter makes a massive difference.
Ronnie's going to come after you. I think Ronnie's like probably mid-60 kilos. He keeps himself very, very fit to ride.
Yeah, and you can't compete with 30 kgs of Ashley's. No.
But still evergreen despite his 18 years.
She's just given him such a great ride. I mean, she's so smooth, and again, you can see all her experience coming through, and they've taken a little bit of time to get to know each other, and I say a little bit, I'm saying 3 or 4 shows, hardly much. But when you go put two combinations together with the experience they have, then this is the result. Sit up. Oh, wow, what a great ride.
Beautiful, and look at the time. Easy, easy, easy.
Ronnie might have
Ronnie
might have a big competitor for this Legends with that round.
Do you know what I find fascinating is when Ronnie Lawrence rode this horse, he looked incredibly strong. He used to set himself against the bit, and Ronnie used to have to kick him up at the base. He used to really get down on your hand. Ronnie Healy obviously did a lot of work as well, but the female touch, you would think, no, honestly, you think a different rider with a bit of a feminine approach, and he's not leaning. He doesn't look strong. He looks like he's just cantering in
a little equitation round.
Do you know what I mean? It's.
They never underestimate a little girl in the big stallion.
Yeah, no, absolutely fascinating. So next to go is Callahow's Larrison and Chayton, who I managed to have a chat with in the course walk, and he said the going, the course will suit him, but he's worried about time.
Okay, oh, did he say that, did he?
He said he's always going to have time in the back of his mind with this horse. His balance is there, the jump is there, the scope is there, but he goes so high, and his canter is also so elevated that he's got to worry about the time. So you might find Chayton looking for quicker routes.
Yeah.
I mean, you see the scope in the jump, and almost jumped too far into that distance for the second element.
Took his time around that corner. I think that corner is getting slippery as we go.
Yeah, for sure. That's down as well.
But he hasn't jumped much this year. I think this is his first outing. I haven't really seen much of him from that point of view. They've had, I think, coming off breeding season and stuff like that. I definitely think this is going to be a horse later in the year that we're going to see some great stuff with. Horses just need to adapt again, as my coach said, to the height and the width again if they've been out of the ring for a while. I don't think I've seen him since.
Nothing like they talk about being match fit. You can do all that work at home, but nothing like being in the ring at a show.
And then, he just showed his quality there, didn't he?
And this will
fabulous.
Bring him on a lot.
Yeah, and he wasn't too far at the time. But when he had 2 down, I think he was
77.88, so 4 for time, total score of 12. Not sure he'll be coming back for the second round. We'll have to see, as 23 is next to go. But we're going to take a look at the replay of the second pole that came down for Larison.
And I think that's, again, just not being in the ring enough, from that side. Because, I mean, he jumped the next one over the uprights,
Amy Hay comes in on this very, very exciting little stallion, and I say little because he's a 10-year-old son of Harley out of a Floor Pleasure dam. He's a stamped Floor Pleasure. He is electric. He is blooded. He is keen. He is
game.
And he's just a magical little horse. I mean, look at that. Okay, found the back rail, but she got right underneath him. I mean, for a little horse.
Sometimes I think she would love it if he was a little bit less opinionated on what he wanted to do, but it's also what makes him good. And she just loves him, and they're both making their debut here today, so she'll be. And
she rides him so well. Her body position has to accommodate to ride a horse like this. She gets herself well back against him because he's so up in front. I mean, look at his. He just skips.
He's so quick.
He's too keen through there. Yeah. He's just,
he says finally he's arrived. He's been waiting for this his whole life. Why have you kept it away from him? It's a crowd, and she just loves him. But she's also as brave as a lion, Amy.
Yes. And new to this level on him.
Yeah, very much. And they've been putting in the hours with Charlie over the last 2 years to get here, and both are game, as we can see. Could jump in. And you just showed his quality there, didn't you? And down to the last. Sure.
And she's happy. Look at her. Look at her. It's 12 penalties, but she's happy. She's gone around the opening round of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix.
Yeah, I mean, she's qualified nicely. She did great qualifiers on the way here.
Yeah.
That was him again, not really listening enough. She knew that what she wanted, and he had other ideas.
Exactly, needed to be a little bit further away from that front rail.
Sure, these guys have done quick turnarounds. I was very impressed with how quickly Nicola turned around this morning. I mean, when she got on Quintess, she was only 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 horses later on Insagi, and we didn't wait or anything like that. So, I mean, Dominic just felt like he was just in on Soakley a few horses ago.
They've got big yards and lots of work riders, Jason. Minions.
Yeah, when it gets to this, you still want to do the warm-up, though.
No, for sure. Dominic Alexander here on a horse that I absolutely love. 10-year-old son of Kronos, who we saw go earlier. Kronos only 14. Out of a capital A-star mare, A-star Argentinus.
A-star's still alive as well, you know that.
Yeah.
Charlie's there. He's living a great life there. Charlie Crockwoods, and
is that where he is?
That's where he is. Yeah, he's
and still intact, still a stallion.
Still a stallion, yeah. A little bit of dressage, and happy as can be.
He's a hell of a sire of broodmares, A-star.
Yeah, we've actually got a couple really nice, 1 or 2 that we rode a Capital Commodore that I work with, which
damn
is very talented. And this horse, actually sat on him the other day. Had the honour of walking around a warm-up arena while Dominique had to jump off and help someone, and I didn't realize how tall he actually is. I think he's very deceiving as to how big he actually is when you watch Dominique on him. The nicest guy. Can't believe it. He was walking around wanting to say hello to every single person on the side of the arena.
Really?
Yeah. Such a sweetie.
Owned by Holly Smith.
Thanks a lot of this horse. Oh. Again, got there just a little early again. Sticky through the treble, I think, not pushing enough, and then put 7 on the outside, which I don't think would have been his original plan. But again, has new to this height, new to this kind of technicality. I know last year was the first time he stepped up. I think he just underestimated how wide it was when he jumped in. He ended up on the outside, and
an 8 penalty round for Collier. We'll have to stay tuned to see if he comes back for the second round. We've got a couple on 0. Charlie was first to get a 0 score, then Ronnie and Magic Boy, and then Ashley and Gillian. So 2 from the Healy household, 1 for Charlie, as Finale U and Leona come back in, her second ride. Finale U, an 11-year-old.
she's not picked this mare, is she? She always, when she started coming up through the grades, I wasn't quite sure whether she would be, have everything. But with Leonie piloting her, she's had a great season, and she's done some great stuff, hasn't she?
She's so careful. You see those little knees, the technique. She is a real trier. Leanne has always rated her. Beautifully ridden there.
She waited early and then
waited and then went.
Yeah. She got beautifully balanced to that wall as well. I didn't say she's coming in at 60, so she's got 14 seconds to get home. She's not there. That second part really takes some jumping, doesn't it?
Come on.
Yeah.
There we go. Well done.
Just
now, interesting because she obviously touched that B element. I saw the flag fall off.
Yeah.
So what? I didn't. Did she give it a good old rap and it stayed up, or?
I think she did, but a little bit. I think more likely that flag is balancing there, because it wasn't very hard at all.
So a lovely 0 goes into that column for the first round of the Outdoor Grand Prix for Leona and 3-3-4 Finale. From Leona van der Merwe to husband Chris. Flag fell off at B.
The B element.
Yeah. So Chris has come in on 3-3-4 Brandon.
So comes off a good...
Wife's just shown him how to do it. Don't let the side down. The Heelys have both gone clear. Van der Merwe's need to match that. Young horse, and spoke to Chris in the course walk. And he said, yeah, it is an ask for him, but he's up to the task, and just going to give him a nice sweet ride around, no pressure, and see how we go.
As only Chris can do. Yes. you need to be able to ride like Chris to be able to say those things. But he really has got a great rhythm, and you can see, again, he's produced this horse through the grades, and I think he's from everything. I think and he knows the horse well. He was so quick on that 2 stride to get him up and off the back rail there.
Beautiful through that double, really stretched for the back rail of that A element. Shows his class there over 7 as well.
So smooth to that, sure.
Such a beautiful canter.
Interesting to see what foals he produces over the next couple of years, won't it?
Quality stallion by Bransau. Oof. Well.
Wiggledy through there.
A little bit squiggly, but yeah. Yes. And the Heelys are both clear. The Van der Merwes are both clear. Chris van der Merwe, 3-3-4. Brandon, what a ride!
Yeah, that's great. For such a young stallion, I know that this is a year's work to have gotten here, but that was exquisitely executed, both horse and rider.
Oh no, time.
Really, I got 47. I don't know what happened there.
47. So 2 for time for.
Really?
Oh, what a blow!
I don't think he was slow. It was probably just a few wider turns than expected.
But he'll be happy. I mean,
I think he'd be ecstatic. With such a young stallion, I think the whole team will be ecstatic from that point of view.
And again, we go back to the course that Anna's going to pitch for round 2. I know it's a shortened course, probably be 8 jumps or so, but she could up the ante over those 8 jumps and bring him back into it. It'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah,
maybe she'll shorten the time and they'll all.
I think, like you said, I do think that with the quality of the horse field and that, I do think it'll be one on a triple clear. That's my personal view. But I say that. I mean, we've seen Nicola win President's Cup on one time fault once or twice.
Twice.
You know,
correct.
On that side. So they're just doing a bit of maintenance there. I don't know if you can see there, and just stamping that. Because some of the horses are. I don't want them to land and get stuck, and especially that last one where they're landing so heavy, and that's why Anna, with her knowledge and course building, is just getting it stamped in there to make it a little fairer for the horses coming later at the end here, with the ground which has obviously been used.
Stomp them divots. Shari Michaelis goes next. Tack and Togs sponsors Ultimo WC.
Interesting way this horse goes, doesn't he? He definitely goes his own way and does his own thing.
Absolutely, very unorthodox with that cross cantering. I'd find it quite unnerving, but I mean, there's quite a few top horses who do that. Seen a few in Europe. You just got to, I suppose, ignore it and crack on if it works for them.
Obviously produced by Laura Neal over the years and
bred by Laura as well.
Bred by Laura as well.
Out of Whisper Cool, that's what the WC stands for.
Very. And Shari and
they make a great partnership.
They really have. And it's I mean, they jumped some big classes last year.
How carefully is over there? Did you see the knees? Tucked up. Oh. As I say, carefully pulls the rail.
She was really unlucky there, because I really think she gave him a great ride in there. It was beautifully ridden, so smooth. Each ride they ride the bigger class, they just look like they get more and more used to each other. She was clever the way she rode out there. She knew him well enough that she did a little bit of a wider bend there to give him a bit more space, and it looks so smooth. So if you're in there at 60, you're on the borderline for time, eh? Sure. That is your
73.85. Yeah, I can't come too much closer than that. 2 down, 8 penalties for Ultimo and Shari.
When did she have? She had coming into combination, eh?
We're going to take a look at the replay.
Chris van der Merwe jumped clear but had 2 time penalties in 75.30. This day, Chris finds himself in 6th place on 3-4. We are down to the final 3 little riders with Ronnie leading back once more. He's already got 1 clear in the back.
Unless you put her foot in the water, do you think?
Well, I was watching. The wall. We seated behind the palm tree, Jason. It was the wall. I've experienced this morning.
I just said she had a lovely ride to the wall.
No, where we seated, that palm tree is right in the line of sight. So here we come to last year's.
To give you an idea of how high the wall is, there's someone behind putting the wall up, and you can just see his cap.
Yeah. Mandarino here, Ronnie. Already clear on Magic Boy, of course. Mandarino last year's out and out.
Defending champion, eh?
Superstar, defending champion.
So that's interesting. So Ronnie went down on 7 there. I think he's one of the first ones, but he had a plan straight away. I think with him being such a long stepping horse.
Jump off last year with Lisa and Pilgrim.
So again, quite a short turn by Ronnie. Up jump here. He really does know this horse well. Fabulously ridden there. He's borderline on the time because he's cantering in at 60.
One to come.
You added, I wouldn't have thought.
Jumps
Okay.
it, clears it. 73-42.
What was his summer magic boy? 73, 72.
Sure.
Yeah, fabulous.
So clear on both his rides, Ronnie Healy, clear on Magic Boy and Cornet's Mandarino. And he's right up there with the points.
He's definitely showing that he's back again, doesn't he, to play?
Sitting on 77 points in the Toyota Year of the Legends series towards that Toyota
How does that
Hilux
work, though?
Legend.
Qualifiers counting as well?
Yes, so
Is it different this year?
qualifiers, because Ronnie probably dominated last year and left everybody for dust. As we watch Nicole and Capital Impossible, she's actually second in the rankings after the first two qualifiers, sitting on 80, and Dart Toley and Gareth Neal are leading as the highest qualifiers. Yes, so the first two qualifiers and this class count for 50 points each. And then we go to the World Cup, where we have one qualifier and the World Cup counting.
Oh,
and then
wow,
to Derby,
okay.
one qualifier, and then the Derby class weighted 2 times in
Derby,
terms
okay.
of points. Not going to be their day today. He's not his form today.
So what do you do now? Do you decide it's not a do, or do you carry on because you need the points? How does this work now? It's interesting it gives you a few questions to ask now, doesn't it? Eh? They are rhetorical questions. I don't expect you to.
Well, I mean, you're not going to grab the points on 12 penalties.
Yeah.
So you've got to know your horse. There's another brick out the wall. So currently on 16, not his form. She's going to bring him home.
Did he jump at President's Cup?
He did.
Did he jump?
So 2 for time as well. So total score of 18, which is not like him. Chatted to Glasheim earlier on, and of course Lamborghini not here. Saying, why is Lamborghini? Well, it's virus season and he's just come down with something, and you got to wonder because you really...
Yeah, sometimes they don't have a temperature, but you just know they're off. You
just brewing something and just feeling a little bit flat, and really at this time of year, especially this year. This year's been particularly bad with all the rain.
Oh, it's been incredible.
There's been a lot of EEV going around and a lot of swollen legs and temperatures, and so maybe just because that wasn't his form, so
No,
it looked like a flat horse. 30 is Dart Toley, Gareth Neal, as I said, topping the rankings on 85 points. Can you believe this mare is now 17 years old?
It's so good to see her back here, because she's also coming off a rebuild. I think that they weren't quite sure she would be back, and it's so great to see her as highest qualifier here. Hey?
Qualifier sits on top of the points table. She tried over that Hollard fence, got a little bit creepy to that. Yeah, going a little bit forward. Inside of that time allowed. Highest qualifier last to go in this first round.
She needs a little bit of ground speed as well.
Don't forget these. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I think she's better if you take exactly like that, and then lands and he says, right, let's go.
Yeah. I think they just that 1 to 2 shut you down straight away, so it was quite hard and not her favourite rides, but they executed correctly.
Goes forward to that.
Oh, inside the car, eh? So I was really worried about. I probably needs to, because he's hitting it at 60, which is the limit.
Well, don't forget the. So 4 penalties. The time also factors into the starting order for the second round.
Oh, does
the riders will know. So if you're all sitting on 0 and you're the quickest 0, you want to be. You'll be sitting in pole position. The second round gives you a.
That was really unlucky.
Yeah. So 4. We'll see him back on the 4 for the second round. D'Artolian Gareth Neal wants to keep himself in the hunt. And again, like you say, well, how do those points factor in? Here's where they factor in, because you're on 4.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a title, there's a couple on 0, but even for the minor points, there's points all the way down. So sitting in top position, he wants those points as well, not just this win. So inside he comes.
Inside is tight, and he gives you 3 strides to that.
Oh. And there we have some reaction shots as he took the pole. Right, so let's take a look. 1-time penalty, quintessence.
Fabulous.
0 for Charlie Crockart and Odiena. We've got a 0 for Ronnie Healy and Capital Magic Boy. We've got a 0 for Ashley Healy and Gillian van Orshoff. We got a 0 for Finale U, Leona Fanamava, and a 0 for Ronnie Healy and Cornets Mandarino.
So 5 clears, eh?
5 clears.
And then a 1-time falter.
And a 1-time falter, a couple on 4, a couple on 8. So how many do we have on 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Is there a 7th one?
The bottom one.
7. 7 on 4, and the 8 falters. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 on 8.
So
you think if you're
and then you say 4 and 8.
Yes.
So that would put you in 16. So the top 16 are 8 and less.
Let's go to commercial break. When we come back, we'll have a course walk for the second round of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. All the action here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away. Plenty more to come.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. Write my name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. Write my name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun. The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
What you like and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
the bucket. It's a Hilux.
My once's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. And
On the
1, 2.
floor. Feeling at the gas station when the time's close. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
those not taking part.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Equestrian Live. Just about ready for the second round of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. And quite a lot of scratchings, Jason, that we have from the first round. So we've got depleted the field by around about half. So I can tell you that taking no part in the second round is Capital Impossible, Callahow's Larison, Capital Collier is out, Della Bastide is out, Ultimo is out, Franzi is out, Dartoli is also out on just the 4. So Gareth obviously feeling that something not quite right with the mare, because to withdraw on 4 when you top in the points table in the overall Legends series, you must be reading something into that. So going will be Amy Hay and Othello, followed by Lawrence Mowat and Lorenzo. Tamar Glixman on Kronos, Tam Rueda on Winx, just on Time Z, Jean Corber, Callahoo Lexington, Kayla Nordia, Callahoo Conzano, Lara Neal Dundee, Mr. Twister 5 and Ray, Chris and Brandon, Nicholas Simon Riley on Quintessence at 10. And then we take a look at the clears. They'll carry 0 penalties through to the second round. Leon van der Merwe, 3-3-4 finale. Ronnie Healy's got 2 there, Magic Boy and Mandarino. Ashley Healy, Gillian, and sitting in pole position, fastest time on 0 penalties in the first round. Charlie Crockart, Odiana van Berrymaas, sitting in a very commanding position going to the second round. Jason, you walked the track and you say, Anna, she's up the ante here.
Definitely has. She's made them a lot taller in this round, so it'll be interesting to see. I think it's going to take some big jumping. So we're starting with the floaty Toyota vertical coming towards us away from the gate. Probably a stepping 9 to your nice green, what is it?
Cheval Liberté.
Sure, it's French there. Huh? Then she's bringing us round to, again, where number 3 was, but it's a tall vertical. It's quite short in there, but I think coming off a short turn, it'll be all right. Then a real steady 4 to a Winx. Not as tall as the others, but definitely wide. And then a short 6 to a wall, which is, so the horses are cantering to that wall and the bank. So when you stand behind the wall, I actually didn't realize that the bank is also in the background there. So that is that's standing at 1.60 meters. Then they're whipping around that nice Toyota.
Do you think with the green and the green background with the bank, do you think that's optical at all, or they're sighting it?
I think the horses are, it is quite a short 6, so we're thinking that the wall and the bank will back them up a little bit, and they probably, so you don't want to oversteady there and then not get there from that side.
And how tall is that wall? It looks
160.
Has it gone up?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's gone up, but it's definitely 160 for there. And then we cantering around to what was number 1 there off the left, which is standing at a 155. So that's really gone up quite a few holes. And I think if I remember correctly, it was a level 7 to what was the first part of the combination. And then a nice dog's leg towards the judge's box and the crowd here with a floaty plank with a big gap. And if your horse is not looking at the plank, the red of that pole underneath really catches your eye. Even from this side, you can see it a little. And then through the finish. So this is going to be very interesting. I think it's, you can, the little horses can run a little bit 1 to 2. The combination will take jumping. You can't go any quicker than what it is. I think the 4 will take a bit of jumping. And you could possibly run your horse to number 5. You can have a good run at number 6, but then it is a steady 7. And, you can probably ride off your eye and be clever there. So it'll be interesting to see how the different kind of horses and the different jumping style will be there. I chatted to a couple of guys and I said, the going, they say, is playing a little bit. They say that when those horses are pushing hard at those big ones, it is a little bit soft. So you might find that's the reason why Dartoni is not jumping there on that basis from that side. So I didn't think that the ground was playing it, but some of the horses are not enjoying it on that basis, that it is a little bit softer for their liking when they're having to push so hard for that. So I think that's why we found that middle of that combination had quite a few down in the treble, which took a push in the middle there.
Yeah.
And I think the horses that came a little bit later, the ground might have even been softer.
Yeah, so you're pushing into the surface rather than off of the surface and just robbing you of a little bit of jump.
Exactly that.
48 seconds is the time allowed for the second round. Obviously, time did play a part. Any suspicions that it's going to play?
I'm sure it is. It's actually quite a long course again from that point of view. And I mean, you've got a rundown from 1 to 2, then you've got a lot of time from 2 to 3, so you can't waste time. You've got a lot of time from 5 to 6. So I do think that that she's going to, at 48 seconds, she's probably making sure that the people are not going to be able to set themselves up taking their time. They're going to have to do it out of speed, you know.
Amy Hay, she's coming in on the wonderful little Othello. She goes first and she carries 12 penalties into this second round. So on your screens, when the timing and the penalties come up, you'll see she sits on 12 already, and anything extra will be added to that, as we see at the right-hand bottom of your right-hand corner on your screen there. So Othello, we're joking, perhaps he's going to be more rideable the second round, having...
He'll love this. I think the bigger it is, the further away they are, the more he wants to run at it. Oopsie.
Oh.
I'm not sure which. I wasn't counting what her stride was there, but I think it's a stepping 9, but I'm not sure whether she got there or not on 9.
She was
jumps
just
in,
looking for some
and
control.
then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see how deep she got to it, huh?
Yeah, and she's taken a brick out the wall.
Yeah,
there.
exactly that. So it is a real steady, but I don't think Othello knows much about steady. There we go. You can see he took it on again around that corner. So Amy's got to jump this and then try and do a balancing 7 with him wanting to attack it.
Gosh, he is keen.
That helped her getting a little deep there.
Here's this Toyota plank that you were talking about.
Oh, that was well written, no? Sure. Great experience for both of them, eh?
Finishes on a total score after 2 rounds on 28 penalties.
He's a fighter, isn't he? He's got a heart.
He is full of electricity. He's just, let me at it. And she was saying, wait. And then got right to the base of it. Couldn't jump the back rail from there. So total score, 28.
I don't think it was just experience that she was after. Get in there, 2 rounds round. She's happy as can be.
Absolutely.
He'll be even more orange tomorrow with all the carrots he's going to have.
Lawrence Mowat comes in on Calaho Lorenzo. 8 penalties from the first round.
Lorenzo still looks like he's feeling pretty good there with a few bucks on the corner there.
That's still playing.
Good jump in, yeah. Oh.
Now, what happened there?
Maybe we just saw something different because we were sitting behind it, so I wasn't watching the screen, but it did look like it was all good.
It's going to really urge him up over that fence.
He is a horse that needs to run into Lawrence's hand. That's what he likes, and I think that's what he enjoys jumping by. I'm not quite sure if it wasn't what he wanted, you know. He rode that 6 very well.
Really tried with his back end over that wall. Currently sitting on combined total of 20.
It's a real shutting down 7, isn't it, Dad?
Another test here to this white plank. Airy fence, jumps that well.
Yeah.
Into time penalties after that disobedience to begin with. So a total combined score for Lawrence of 32. See if you can see what happened here, Jason, as his approach to number 1.
Just
switched off.
Yeah.
Tamar back. Kronos.
What is she carrying through here?
4 penalties.
4 penalties.
Just into the 4s now.
Already up here.
Right, so we're already into the 4s, and now it gets serious.
Are the guys, yeah, all of these people have got a chance.
So they really need to hang on to their 4s, not add any more, and then...
So the problem with those other 2, they didn't really help with seeing if time was an issue for these guys. You know, normally you were hoping to see how did they do. Is time a factor? But we'll see this. The 9 is actually easier than I thought. I thought that she canted up nicely and she got there again a little easier. 4. Six there, a little slippery again. Gap jump. Okay.
Jumps out nicely over the last 48 seconds. The time allowed 14.920, so time penalties to add. So total combined effort of 14.
What was their time there? They have 2 time penalties.
Two
Really?
for time. So a total of 10. 2 of those being for time. Two rails coming down. I beg your pardon. As we take a look at the replay of one of those. So 8 for jumping, 2 for time. Total of 10 in this round.
Plus the 4.
Plus the 4. So 14, the combined effort for Tamar Glicksman over 2 rounds in the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. Tam Rueda goes next. Winks just on time, sitting on 4. Time will... Tamar looked like she was a little bit creepy round the back end of their course past the gate. But again, the going comes into it because you can't run them off the turn. You risk the slip.
Everybody's being a little tender through the turns here. She had a great 9 there. Really good jump in. See how the 4 rides for her. Yeah, it's a little harder. And then if she can balance on the 6 with this one and not let him jump left. Sure, very well ridden.
Tamar looked just a little bit slow off this turn.
Look at us, Again, I think that horse slipped a little bit.
Yeah, he did. In fact, at the base of the fence, looked like he slipped.
So I think that because they come off the right rein every time off that last down that line. Now everybody's coming off the left here. If you remember, Laurette tried to come off the left when she had that regroup. Sure.
Finishes nicely. Winks just on time with Tam Rueda. 26 penalties, 22 of those being for time. So 4 for the disobedience, 22 for time. And add that to the 4 from the first round. Total score of 26. As we take a look, Jason. Yeah, oh, almost sat down. Boy.
John Culver is up next. Callaghan Lexington just one round.
Looks like she was being a little bit too tentative off that turn. Might have been better just to keep on rolling and get a...
From here it's easy.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say.
We would have just kept on rolling down to it. And
Jean Corber, Lexington, another one on the 4. So the previous 2 who have gone on the 4 before have added lots of penalties in the second round.
That's interesting. She came inside the flowers there. Oh, it's a real sensitive jump that it's got big open gaps between those poles. Very floaty. I actually thought she'd had a great ride in there. Let's see her around the corner here. Really is taking some jumping this course. Yeah, well done.
Nicely done. So 4 from the first round, 4 from the second round. Total score of 8 over 2 rounds. That's the best so far. We've got a 14, 28, 36, 26, and now an 8.
Yeah, we're down to the bottom business end of the class now, aren't we?
We Conzano, Kayla carrying 4. And we've got Lara 4, Ray 4, then Chris on 2, Nicola on 1, and then into the zeros. Conzano, Kayla Nordia sits on 4. Love to stay there, put herself into the lead thus far.
Very nicely ridden. Also inside the flowers. Short turn. Wow, he jumped that. super.
Good shot to that.
Keep it together. Getting it easy, sure.
Big effort over that tall and square oxo. One left to come.
Oh,
Jumps the
okay.
top rail.
Oh.
Started on 4, stays on 4. Well done, Kayla.
Really well ridden.
Into the lead she goes at this stage.
So we've got a 4 and an 8, is that right, eh? And then everybody then runs off.
Correct, correct.
So
Jean's on 8, Kayla's on 4. She goes into the lead at this stage. Another couple on 4 going into their second round. First of those, Lara Neal and Diamond Dundee. So Kayla's put the pressure on.
I think I think of that first one there might be a bit of shadows. If you look at it there, you know, there's a shadow from the jump itself there.
You're saying when Lawrence came out and the reason for Lorenzo just having a look.
Yeah, could have been. Oh.
Well, the light certainly has changed over the last couple of minutes.
It's amazing, and it's incredible how how much it's changed from the first round. I mean, if you can see the grandstand throwing the light, look at that number 3 there. Yeah, the combination.
Yeah.
And you've actually got the whole A part, and only the white is reflecting. Then the second part is part of the shadows. The winks is in there. The 5 is in there. I don't know what that 6 is like there from that side of thing, where the angle it is.
Yes.
But you can really see, and then if you know, and the Toyota is throwing its own shadows on there. Yeah, I think Laura's. Oh, yeah, something Dundee didn't. But he looks like he's slipping on the way to the fences a little. I mean, I don't know what it feels like in there, but
he's definitely unsettled about something. So deciding to, well, in fact, that was an elimination. 2 disobediences. Let's take a look at what can you pick up from this. This was at the Chevelle Liberté fence.
The last of our 4-fault riders, he was quickest of the 4 faulters in the first round. This is
right up to it.
3-4 studs, Mr. Twister 5.
Look at the light.
Yeah, it's
like it's a glare, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost lit up. It looks luminescent. So a retirement there, unfortunately, for Lara. Ray goes next. Mr. Twister 5, another one sitting on 4 from the first round.
Looks like they're trying to stay off the bottom there as well, where they're coming in from.
That's tough.
So Ray's chosen to go around on Mr. Twister to this. Good shot in. Super. Let's see what he does down this line here and how they ride this. It was really well ridden, wasn't it?
Right to the last.
Yeah, really.
1 down to add to the one from the first round. So finishes on 8. Ray Corbett and Mr. Twister. So that.
So you got Kyla here putting.
Yes.
Kyla Nordia still leading the place. Okay, yes, we've got the things to come, but sure.
She might be quietly licking her lips at what's going on here with the.
And the sun is setting quickly, isn't it?
Yes.
It really is. You can even see the shadow of the horse there.
So next to go is 3-3-4 Brandon. Chris van der Merwe was clear for jumping but caught by the clock in the first round. 2 time penalties there.
So he's gone around the car to number 1. But he's also taken a long approach. Sure. See, this horse is fitting well when you see that way he jumped over number 1 and shook his head.
Looks a picture in this light as well, just gleaming.
Yeah. So I think he's maybe sacrificing time here for a clear, because he definitely hasn't, you know, put him under any pressure from a speed point of view. And he's He really has cantered on quiet, on his turn to give the horse time. Good jump. Sure, putting him on the spot. How well did it jump that, eh?
Wow.
He just finishes it, but he is going to be running, what is the time, 47 or what? It's running into...
Yeah, a couple of time penalties. 48 seconds is the time allowed. 49.89. 2 for time. So 2 for time from each one of those rounds.
Okay, so sitting on 4.
So it puts him on 4, tied up with Kayla Nordia. So the two of them, level playing field now. Nicholas Syme Riley, quintessence on 1 time penalty from the first round. So thus far, we're on a 4 penalty jump off, but of course we've got Nicholas Syme to come on 1. She'll want to stay on that 1. She's won on 1 time penalty before in the President's Cup on 2 occasions when there were others that had clears and then fluffed their lines in the final rounds.
And she's got everything to play for, which is quite nice. You know, she doesn't have a clear run, so...
Correct, but we do have 5 clears
to come
that will follow, and you've got to think that one of those at least will go clear, but let's see.
That was well written, executed. Sure, she rode that beautifully. Lovely 9. She's come around. Needs to just jump in, jump up.
It's down. On the 4 with Kayla, on the 4 with Brandon and Chris.
She's on 5 because she carries the 1.
Of course she does, yes.
That's sort of the time penalty really bites you, doesn't it? There's a big stepping horse. How easy did he get there? Sure. This horse just gets better and better, hey? Wow. Sure, she must be happy with that. I'm happy for her.
And a couple of time penalties to add. Let's see where we reset at 48.99, so a time penalty as well to add. So
she 5 plus 1, 6.
Take a look at the replay here, Jason.
It's a little tight in there.
1 from the first round, 5 from the second. Total score of 6 for Nicholas Syme. So still leading Kayla Nordia and Chris van der Merwe at the current time. Here goes Leona van der Merwe, the first of the zeros from the first round. The sun again has changed. In fact, it almost changed as she was jumping that fence.
Really good 9. She's chosen to go around. Great shot in. Yeah. Okay, she has speeded up a little bit when she landed there straight away. Straight line. The balance to jump this one nicely. Yeah. Oh.
Jumps and 1 left to come.
Oh. Yeah. He took it on, didn't she, eh? From behind the judge's box.
She does not need to hit the last jump.
Oh, we all rode that round with her, didn't we?
0 and 0 into the lead she goes. Well done,
The pressure's really on.
3-4 finale. Yeah, Ronnie Healy, Capital Magic Boy, and then Mandarino. He'll have to go in program order, so there'll be a little bit of a break while he changes over. But we're now into the zeros and the pressure is on. Now it comes down to jumping a clear round.
So great to see how many people are still here and how out it is, and it's the crowd. The arena seems to be getting smaller as everybody slowly encroaches this arena, aren't they?
I love how quiet it is as they go around. There's really
there's an eeriness to
suspense in this.
Yeah, that's the right word.
Ronnie Healy now. Magic Boy.
Amazing how easy that horse covers ground. So he has to be a bit. So he's come inside because obviously he's concerned about time on this horse. Yep. Easy down there. 6 will be a little short for him. So Let's see what he has to do here to keep the time up, eh?
48 seconds, remember the time allowed.
Oh, good. That was well done. Yeah. Oh.
It's good.
Yeah.
We have a jump off.
Maybe.
We have a jump off. In the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, remember last year, Ronnie Healy, Lisa Williams, Pilgrim went head-to-head. Cornet's Mandarino is still to come, was in last year's jump off, and he's already a double clear on Magic Boy.
That was well written. That was beautifully written. He came inside to the combination, the time thing, sped it up after 5, and then just put him home nicely. So that was well done, wasn't it?
Absolutely. There will be a little break in proceedings now, I would imagine. Let's talk, Jason, about this Year of the Legends series and the points that are on offer and the points table that we already have, because, like we said, Dartoli, Gareth Neal up there in the points sitting on 85, and 4 penalties coming into the second round and deciding to not jump. So that's going to be costly in terms of the points, but he obviously knows his horse.
Yeah.
But lots of points on offer. All the way down we go. Does that factor into the riders' decisions whether to jump second rounds?
I think it must do. I mean, it's very interesting if you see who's at the top here, because, I mean, coming into this competition with D'Artagnan and Capital Impossible, so that just showed you how Capital Impossible was in form. So obviously something was off today.
Yes,
when you,
just
you know,
gone
100%.
completely flat.
But then you've got Cornet even with that in third, and he's now just jumped clear. Yeah,
Magic Boy, Cornet's still to come, so he's sitting on 77.
Ultimo chose not to jump.
Ultimo on 76. Brandon's there in fourth, and
Finale,
and will get a good lot of points as well. Finale has just gone clear, goes into the jump off. Magic Boy's gone into the jump off on 73 points. Finale on 74.
Yeah.
Collier was on 72. Domini deciding not to come back. Othello went again on 71. Will get some points.
Yeah.
You know, that's got it. He came in on 12 and will go out on a bit of a score, but will pick up points because he's come back.
And then, I mean, so the points is 50 for a win, is that right?
50 point spread. So
and even today, if you win the Grand Prix, it's 50 for a win
50,
again, eh?
Correct.
Sure, so it just shows you how important these qualifiers are, because, to be honest, to win Outdoor Grand Prix and get 50 points, and you win the first qualifier and 50 points, sure, if you...
Well, Toyota wanted to bring it closer together because of the dominance of Ronnie going into Derby. We already knew who the winner was going to be. We wanted this year bring it a little bit closer. So it just shuffles the order, changes things up a bit, and then Derby waited 2 times. So that'll also shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. And I think what it's going to show you is really how consistency is going to play in the part. You know, you can't just, you know, qualify low down and then come in here and do it. You're going to have to be riding through here and be consistent through all these ones, you know. So after this one, we've got the Outdoor Grand Prix, and then where do we go to from here? The World Cup.
World Cup will be next here at KPC, and there's one qualifier and then the World Cup for 50 points apiece.
So there's 100 points on offer there.
On offer there.
You do that, 150 here. And then how much is on the last one? Then you're looking at...
So at Derby, we've got 2 qualifiers, each for 50, and then, Derby for 100.
Okay, so Derby's worth 200 for you from that side, and then you've got 200, 300, 450 points in total.
So that's how we stand going into today. It's probably not going to stand like this when we come out of the Outdoor Grand Prix. Dartoli's not there in the second round, decided not to compete. 85 points, Gareth led going in. Impossible was flat in the first round, couple rails. Nicole hasn't come back. Mandarino's next to go, sitting on 77. Ultimo's not going to come back. Brandon, he's going to be in the money. 2-time penalties in each round. And Finale goes into the jump off already with Magic Boy. So Magic Boy's going to be coming up the rankings. Finale is going to be coming up the rankings. Mandarino for sure is going to be coming up the rankings. The horse.
Odin as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, if theoretically speaking, we've got 2 clears with three clears left to come. But if all of them go through, the worst case scenario we're talking about is a 6th place here for Chris and Kyla.
Yeah.
You know, from that side of thing, which is really big points on that side. So whereas Chris is sitting quite high up now.
Yeah,
anyway.
he's right up there on
76.
Brandon in fourth place.
Yeah.
Or joint fourth on 76 points. Who's still to come? Where's Charlie on?
Charlie, she's also quite highly up there. I saw that because she won the first one. There she is there. Isn't she, Othelio? I know.
That's Othello. That's Amy. Odeon is going to be here somewhere. We're just having a look.
There she is actually. No, I don't.
Okay, so she's sitting. She won one, so she won the 50 points there for the qualifier, but went missing in the first one. But I mean, a good result today jumps her right up the table.
I think it's been very interesting. I think it is probably way more fun for everybody to watch here. Maybe not so much fun for competing, but for all of us. And it just means that everything counts, which I think is good. And it'll you have to think twice about if you're not going to jump or whether you're going to.
Yeah, I mean, sitting out a qualifier now is far more costly than just sitting out of a qualifier. You know, now you're missing out on a good points haul.
But it's also nice here because now we've got the Legend Series running through here. You've got the World Cup Series running on its own right.
Correct.
From that side, which is really nice. So it really is nice to have those two running along. Then you've still got the Gold Tour for those top riders and stuff like that. So there's quite a few tours to play for here, you know. But I think obviously this one and the World Cup are your lucrative, obviously with Toyota putting so much money in, which is just fantastic. And then the World Cup circuit on its own, bringing the opportunity which Bronwyn so beautifully used and presented and ambassaded us so well.
Well, those are the dates for the next two legs of the Year of the Legends Series, brought to you by Toyota, 18th of May and 5th of October. World Cup qualifier, both of those events here at KPC.
So we're back here in a few weeks' time then, eh?
We are. Of course, we'll be in the Peter Mini for the World Cup qualifier. Let's talk about, here comes Mandarino. So, but wow, Bronwyn, spectacular.
Yeah, fabulous, and always. I think she was a great, I don't think we could have had a better ambassador. She rode her socks off. She got better and better as the courses got harder and harder.
Incredible.
Amazing, eh?
Mandarino is in, last year's horse who dominated the Triple Crown Series, winner of this event, winner of Derby and second in SA Champs. Really had a spectacular year with Ronnie. And here he goes, clear in the first round. Ronnie already clear on Magic Boy. Like to have two in the jump off against Leona.
Super. Says he looks like he's going to be a similar round. He's gone around, he came inside on Magic Boy. He's gone around on Mandarin. He really is looking strong, Ronnie, at the moment, just in his body, the way he's landing. Really is at this moment in time. Horses are looking strong and fit and shiny.
Consummate professional.
He does love this arena, doesn't he? What's time like?
Time is not there. 48.65. 1 for time.
Sure. Just looked a bit
my
tender.
goodness, 1 for time. Just looked a little bit deliberate, didn't it? Going around this flower basket you saw on Magic Boy. Came inside 1 for time. And that's reminiscent of this event. Was it last year or the year before on Magic Boy, where he was leading and went to sedentary on Magic Boy that time around and knocked himself out?
He lose it to Jess or something like that.
Yes, to Jess Prince, correct. So this time around, Magic Boy is clear and goes into the jump off with Leona Finale. 2 left to come. Ashley Healy now, Gillian van Oorshoff.
Got a little bit on the outside, 1 to 2. Maybe it was planned, because that was beautifully executed.
Coming inside.
She's coming inside the flowers, eh?
That's what Ronnie would have whispered on his way out. Oh, and that's the risk.
Yeah, it is, eh? And I think that's where you got to give the course builder credit. Oh, and then the 6. I think that horse specifically backed off the wall and the the bank there, because everybody else was struggling on the 6.
2 down, 8 penalties will drop her down the rankings. Puts her level with Ray Korba.
Yeah. And time? She's in on the time?
Time's going to come into it as well. Time allowed 48. No, she was just in.
Yeah.
So 2 down, 47.50, just in, but 2 down.
I mean, for their first time together as a combination, I mean, it was absolutely. And again, I think maybe even the lighter game. I mean, you can see how different it is now from the first person who jumped here in the second round.
Absolutely.
I mean,
there's a real glare off of that wall.
Yeah.
Right, so last to go, Odiana van Berrima, Charlie Crockart. Charlie Ann Crockart,
So she's just got to keep the mare jumping straight and happy, because the mare is also opinionated. And
one of the 140s this morning chatted to her in her post-win interview, said, well, she's just going to go out there and see how things go.
True Charlie style.
Here she is, clear in the first round, pole position in the second round. All this week with Jerry Flynn from Ireland, so walking track with her. Just danced around, pays the price.
Yeah.
So a 2-horse jump off. Leona Finale U, Ronnie Magic Boy.
Super.
In the outdoor Grand Prix, said Charlie's got to bring it home on 4. She's now riding for those points. Some good money on offer, courtesy of Toyota for this class. But she'll be thinking about some Legend Series points as well.
Oh.
Jumps right again.
And in within time, obviously. Yeah. So just the
46.16 the time, 48 seconds time around. So 4 penalties, finishes on the 4. Just the 2 clears. Let's take a look. Now watch she skips around in front. You see that?
The mare didn't lock on though. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't. But normally, the mare was fighting the turn, and instead of focusing on where she wants to be. But she can be a little bit like that, But again, first time that they've jumped out the big blue outdoor Grand Prix, so I think Charlie will be ecstatic about that. I really do.
That's what's still to come here on Equestrian Live. Leona goes first. 3-3-4 Finale U, who is quick.
Very.
And Magic Boy will follow with Ronnie Healy, 2 completely different types of horses. Finale is quick across the ground, quick in the air. Finale will go first, So Ronnie will have the advantage of sitting in pole position, much like last year, where Lisa went first. And how do you see this playing out?
Oh, you've got two professionals there. Finale is you say that it'll be interesting to see what the course is from the side as to how it unrolls, but speed-wise, Finale would probably be a little bit quicker. Magic Boy can turn a bit tighter, so I think it also depends on what kind of course is presented to them as to which one it plays out to suit,
It's going to be the same course that they've just jumped, so exactly the same. So they've had a skip around it before, so now you've got to go, right, now we're definitely coming inside of the basket to the double, and on the committed distance to the winks. To the wall?
Yeah, the wall will be the 6 again. I can't do that far. I think what'll be the time how they do 5 to 6 on that difficult turn back.
Yes.
And then to the last, I think there can be definitely some Magic Boy can really open up and go down the standoff with his scope. But the other one is a little firecracker as well. It's quick and nimble, isn't it? And doesn't spend so much time in the air. So they've both got pros to them, don't they? But
Ronnie's already a 2-time winner of this event. 2022 on Eldo he won when Ashley was pregnant. That time around was in the Peter Mini when we had that very wet year, and he went up against Campbell and he pipped Lisa to the post just.
So Lisa's twice.
Yes.
Yeah, in the last 3 years she's been second twice.
Yes, and this is the only event she's never won.
Yeah.
She's won everything else and just pipped by Ronnie on Eldo that year. Jess Prince on Prism. took the win. Well, she didn't really take the win away from Ronnie. He went too slow on Magic Boy. He got himself some time penalties. But last year, he came back on corner to Mandarino against Lisa, who was second.
Yes.
And he got the win there as well when he started in pole position. So this time around, Mandarino gets a time penalty.
Yes.
And Magic Boy is the one in the jump off. And they'll go over the same track that we've just seen. What is Gonda saying to Ronnie at this moment up in that warm-up arena?
Oh, that's a good question. Keep your shoulders up and your heels down. No, I mean they'll have a plan. I think they'll just be working towards what the horse's strength is. But I mean, Ronnie sits in pole position, and I really think it depends on what Leona has and happens to her. You know, with her, it'll make his decision. You know.
We've got Finale U, an 11-year-old mare, up against Magic Boy, the 12-year-old stallion. The battle of the sexes is on, Jason. Literally.
It'll be very interesting to see here. I mean, you know that Ronnie could go on 1 less, 1 to 2. You know he can turn inside. He's already shown us that.
Did Leona come inside of the
No, she went
flower
around.
basket?
No, she went around.
So he's already rehearsed and prepped for that turn.
Yeah. Down to the wall, I think you have to do the 6. And then I don't know what you're going to do around that 5 to 6. You know, again, we haven't walked it and actually felt it from that point of view, but you have seen them horses struggling. I mean, that number 1 is now in a total different light to the beginning of the show, and currently the last is in a nice light, as long as the shadow is not before in front of it too much.
It has been a factor, I'm sure, the way the light has changed. We're in golden hour here, and it does come down, and as the clouds are moving around, it can actually change within your round. Let's see if that factors in. So first to go will be Leona. Finale U, time allowed 48 seconds, same track. Here we go. She's got to leave them all up, but do enough to put Ronnie under pressure.
Yeah. I think first prizes leave them up. It really is. She's gone round. Yeah. Yeah, you know, if she leaves them up, then Ronnie has the pressure really is on him.
Oh, gives it a tap, got away with it.
4. And this is jumping. I mean, the horses have already jumped 2 full rounds, and now we're asking to jump a third over the same 8 jumps. Beautifully executed. It's going to take some push now.
Oh! Back rail has gone.
I think that's just when you fail the second round, you know. Oh.
1 down, 4 penalties from Leona Ashley.
Just see that jump was taking
there. Yeah,
it was just going to take some push, that jump there.
Let's take a look at the replay. You said it, you called it, Jason, going to take some push. You saw it all unfolding. Ronnie's just had a word to Leona. He's got to leave them up. He's got it on a platter here, but he's got to leave them up. She went round the basket. What do you think he's going to do? Do you think he's going to just go for the steady clear?
Yeah, he
not
has
worry
to.
about
I
the
think
time
he's
penalties.
He's going to try and replicate exactly what he just did.
Okay, so not go round the basket and not knock himself out like he did 2 years ago with time penalties. Come on, Ronnie, keep it together.
There's no reason for him. If he can replicate exactly what he's done, he's already done it, you know. Just needs to jump 1 jump at a time. Not get ahead of himself. He knows he's got all the scope in the world. Yep, he's just... I think jumping, coming inside helps him a little bit because the horse pitches.
Oh, gave a big kick
and
there.
then is able to jump short.
That was a risk, got away with it. Yeah.
So it actually helps him that way. That ride suits his horse and style of jumping. You do need to be brave and be able to execute it, even if your horse it suits it. And he just needs to try and keep the lid on.
2 from home.
Don't let him too deep there. Let him use his scope.
1 away from his 3rd title in the Outdoor Grand Prix.
He can stay straight.
Magic Boy.
Fabulous.
Lives up to his name. Ronnie Healy punches the air in celebration.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber, and just rewards. Makes up for 2 years ago.
Makes up for 2 years ago.
On this horse.
You really like reminding him, don't you?
I'm going to remind him again when we sit down and have a chat. Don't you worry about that.
But he was super. I mean, he had to work hard in that combination to make it work, and his timing was exquisite to sort that out. So,
and he came home in a quicker time. So even if Leona had been clear, 44.84 over 45.58, so he still would have taken the title.
Showed his dominance, didn't he? That was fabulous. That was a great class and great jumping, and you know, to everybody and all the competitors who are really on. I think it's pretty exciting for what's to come for everybody in this year, with the quality of the horses, and the quality of the riding, and the opportunity of this Legends Tour. It's really exciting.
So he won it in 2022 on Aldo. He was pipped by Jess Prince 2023, won it again in 2024 on Mandarino, and in 2025 he takes the win on Magic Boy. As we take a look at the replay of the round, and let's factor in the points for the Legends Series. So Magic Boy coming into this class was Mandarino was sitting in third, so he'll take away some points there as well. Magic Boy was sitting on 73 and will add 50 to his total. Mandarino will add some points as well, was sitting on 77. So good show for Ronnie. Takes the title, takes a good haul of points on both of his horses in the Toyota Year of the Legends Series.
That was a great course, wasn't it, eh? Sure.
Picking up where he left off in 2024.
Yeah, there's dominance there. There really is. And I mean, he's got a really strong, I mean, both horses look fabulous. I mean, we have two horses in the top five. What is he, top three actually? Was he first and second, first and third?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fabulous, isn't it, eh? He really is. But I mean, again, you know, everybody sees the final product. I mean, this has been this would have, you know, his December holiday would have been one of planning and organising and knowing him, and you know, January would have started with this in mind already, you know. Yeah, I mean, he'll definitely have his plan of what he's got. We know that obviously they'll be back here for the World Cup in Midrand here on the 18th.
Ronnie Healy impresses here, triple clear, Blue Turtles, capital Magic Boy, 44.84. Leona van der Merwe, 4 penalties in the final round. You got to spare a thought from her, for her another big win just outside of her grasp.
She's had a tough last 3 weeks, hasn't she, on that type of thing? I mean, she will be back, and I'm sure she can, you know, have a 5 minutes of being unhappy. But sure, I mean, she's on form, you know. And when you're knocking at the door like that, it's gonna come, you know. It's gonna, and then. But yeah, fabulous, and it's so nice to see some other names, to see Kyla up there.
Yes.
Charlie fresh out that one. I mean, she'll be ecstatic with that. Chris is on a young horse there. I mean, if this is, imagine that, you know, this is be a building year. Can you imagine that horse over the next 2 or 3 years?
Well, not only that horse, he's got a nice string of other stallions that are knocking on the door for the big classes as well. So congratulations to all of them. Ronnie Healy in third as well, just on that one-time penalty with Cornet's Mandarino. And Jason, this is the last time we're going to be seeing Charlie and Crockart written on the timing, and on the prize sheets and on the score sheets. Next week she ties the knot with Roy, and Charlie and Barford is going to be on your score sheets there. So get used to that. I still haven't gotten used to Kayla Nordia. That's a new one as well.
I had a few people ask me this, so where did this Kayla come from? You know, suddenly she was in the big classes. We never even saw her up on the way. But yeah, it is amazing how time change. Yeah, exciting times for Charlie and Roy, it really is.
Let's talk about Anne-Marie Esslinger and the courses that she pitched for this class, and the time allowed. Put just a little bit of that extra pressure on, but I thought fair. I think she was stressing at the beginning of the class when there were those clears. Thought it might be a lot more clears than what she did get, but the time came into play.
Yeah, very good. I mean, I thought it was a great picture for show jumping here. I think that we saw some really nice horses. I think it also shows what exciting horses and riders we've got there. I think she pitched it perfect. You know, you might have thought the first time that it what, I don't know, you thought maybe it was, but she probably also took the footing into consideration. I think there were a lot of factors for her to take into consideration. It's also the first major of the year. I think she was absolutely perfect from this thing. It required horsemanship, it required discipline, and she gave us a great show here. I mean, to have a 2-horse jump off, you want 2 or 3, which was fabulous. You don't want 10. I think the best horses got through to the end, and the best horses won. So you can't ask for more than that, I don't think.
Overall impressions of the 2025 edition of the Toyota-sponsored Easter Festival. It's always a mad show. Thousands of entries once again. It's been going on for quite some time. Started off with the showing and the dressage, then moved into the show jumping. We've been treated to a spectacle, but hats off to the KPC staff, Heather Mpofu, the show director, Jeanette Schultz, the manager. Yes, there have been issues. Parking is always an issue at the Easter show, but once again...
You want there to be parking issues, then there's people here. I mean, it's such a great... I think this is the only show of the year where it's a family show, from that side. I mean, you've got your up-and-coming pony riders, 60s out there finishing their championships, just before this one, in the same, 600 meters away from the pinnacle of the sport. I mean, that's incredible. And, as well as it having dressage and showing, and as mad as it is and as crazy it is, there's always a great vibe, and there's only an Easter. There's no other show of it in the year that's an Easter festival.
Yes.
And
that's a great, so the festival is spot on, because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it is a festival, and it's a family one. I mean, it's the 12 Sunday afternoon Easter egg hunt. I mean, that's become a tradition now.
Exactly.
I mean, the kids flock here from that, and I think that's what it's about. It's a spectacle of the sport, and I just love that it caters for everyone, as tiring as long as it is, and what a great thing. Everybody, might feel a bit tired, but I mean, to see this and to see the results, and then to see how quickly the entries filled up and everything was done, it was great. I think compliments to the KPC staff and Toyota for everything that they've done to create what they have created, year in, year out,
We certainly hope that the Toyota delegates and guests and VIPs have enjoyed their day's show jumping, courtesy of Toyota. Glenn Crompton and his team, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, the man behind the sponsorship. Big thank you to the Crompton family, to Glenn, to Wendy, to Gwen. Much appreciated. May it long continue. There is the man of the moment, Ronnie Healy, coming forward. There he is, all smiles. Magic Boy, the 2025 recipient, 2024 Cornets Mandarino. Aldo's been there, 3-time winner on 3 different horses.
Yeah, it shows your versatility and shows what a horseman he is, isn't it, from that side, There's definitely not a one-horse wonder,
Absolutely not, no. He's a man on fire. He's a consummate professional. And like I said, he's just picked up where he left off in 2024. All smiles. And of course, got to send a shout out to Mom, Jane. Mummy soldier there. But she is probably the biggest Magic Boy fan of all.
I think she's just the biggest supporter of Ronnie and that over all the years, you know what I'm saying? And she's had, I think she always has special horses, but I know that all her horses are special to her. You know what I'm saying? They live a royal life, and they looked after until the end. So that's always nice to know, and they're breeding, and I think she just loves it, It's in her blood, and from when Ronnie was jumping ponies to now, nothing's changed. If anything, she's got more passionate.
Absolutely, and Dad Martin as well, big shout out to him, and of course all the support. This horse going under the Blue Turtle Technologies sponsorship of Martin Healy, his company, so big thank you for all the support on behalf of Ronnie. It takes a team, it takes a village, it's not a one-man show.
Yeah, it is, and it goes down to everybody behind the scenes and all your grooms and supporters, and Ronnie knows that, and he's always the one to give credit where credit's due, and he's just the picture in the end. But there's so many people, from vets to physios to everybody behind the scenes, that makes it work.
Jamie Riley, a message from your mom. Your mom obviously knows that you're watching the live stream. You're wanted at the truck, Jamie. Get yourself to the truck. It's time to go home. We know that the show jumping is fantastic. You're enjoying it, but stop partying. Stop watching Equestrian. Well, don't stop watching Equestrian Live. Just get yourself to the truck. You can watch on the way home. So Ronnie is there. Adorned is Magic Boy in his wonderful Toyota blanket. Jason, as always, thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was a great afternoon and great place to be. And I think we had a prime spot here, didn't we?
Absolutely. That's why we do it. We love the sport. We love the horses. We love the game. Sick for it. What do they say? We got horse sickness.
Yeah.
So no place we'd rather be than watching top-level show jumping. There's Gwen Crompton going forward to present the rosette to Magic Boy. Down there is Jean-Michel Turlot of FEI and of SA Show Jumping. Martha Hector from the marketing team of Glenn Crompton's marketing department from Toyota. He's there. And I think that could be Mrs. Mutong, who's involved with the Kaiser Chiefs. I think she's there as well, down assisting in the parade. Jason, thanks very much. Until next time, and there will be a next time.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was great fun, and enjoy the rest of the activities. And thank you.
Jason Phillips, always a treat to have him along.
Fourth place was Kayla Nordia and Calaho Canzano.
There is Gwen Crompton going forward to present Kayla Nordia with her prize. So let's just recap the finishes. Ronnie Healy, triple clear, 44.84. The time didn't come into play. Finale U, Leona. Well, even if she had left that rail up in the third round, she still would have been pipped to the post in terms of time by Ronnie. So please don't feel too bad about that, Leona. Your time is just around the corner. Be knocking on the door for a big one. Of course, you've already won the Crom Dry World Cup qualifier, but plenty more championships and Grand Prix coming your way. There is Charlie in picture. She gets 5th position. 3rd place to Ronnie Healy, Mandarino. 4th to Conzano and Kayla. Charlie in 5th. In 6th place, Brandon and Chris. Then Quintessence, Nicholas Syme Riley in 7th. And in 8th place, Mr. Twister 5 and Raina Korba. Time for the podium now. Ronnie, not for the first time, not for the second time, but his 3rd win in the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, climbs to that top step of the podium. Reminiscent this of Derby when there were only 2 on the podium, because Ronnie dominated Derby last year as well, with Goofy in 2nd, Mandarino the winner. Here he's in 1st and 3rd on the podium for the Outdoor Grand Prix. Toyota delegates going forward to present the sashes. There is the winner's sash to Ronnie Healy, that lovely Toyota sash, one of many, many sashes that he's got in his trophy case. Outdoor Grand Prix, the only one he doesn't have, the only one. SA Champs, the only title that eludes him. He said Lisa Williams, the only one she doesn't have, Outdoor Grand Prix. Ronnie's pipped her to the post twice. And SA Champs is the one that Ronnie's missing. Leona van der Merwe, Jill Shaw presenting Leona with the silver medal. Finale U, SASJ medals, Ronnie getting the gold and the bronze. Gwen Crompton going forward with that Tiger Oats trophy that he gets his name on for the third time. Some big names on that trophy, legends of the sport. Mickey Lowe's there, Philip Smith's there, Gonda Beatrix a number of times, Errol Vuckerfinning, Bryce McCall, Barry Taylor 8 times, Annalie Vuckerfinning, Ronnie Lawrence. All the big ones are there. Jonathan Clark's there. Shirley Kemp, Gail Foxcroft a number of times. Dominique Alexander, Sean Henderson, Ashley's there. Ashley Hausberger, Quincy in 2010. Nicole Horwood, Nicholas Simon Riley twice. Chris van der Merwe. And now Ronnie once again. So well done. One of the 3 big ones in South Africa, the Tiger Oats Trophy. Makes up the first leg of the Triple Crown. Let's take a look at the result once again. There it is, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy. Well done. 44.84, the winner's time. Not that it came into play. Leona in second. R40,000 on offer to the winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. 30,000 for second, 20,000 for third. There is the winner, Magic Boy. He's come back strong, was sidelined for most of last year with an inguinal hernia. Back to top form, walks away with the first major title of 2025.
This year, looking at the points tally after the first 3 qualifiers, you're in the lead on Magic Boy, 123 points. Cornetto on 122, and Leona right behind you, hot on heels on 121 points.
Ronnie just concluding his in-arena interview with Roger. Then there'll be the victory canter. First the groom's presentation, then the victory canter, and then we will be getting an interview with Ronnie. So we're going to leave you with these pictures in the meantime, and I'll be back with you in a little while for that winning interview.
Come on, Jane. Magic Boy was your horse. You were jumping higher than Magic Boy this round. We were watching you on the sidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, Jane Healy. Without whom we would not have a fine rider like Ronnie. So Ronnie walks away with a lot of money here today, but Toyota South Africa always wanting
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place. See, cause everybody wanna tell you bad things. What could go wrong, what fame brings, but success is a finicky thing. If you ain't sure, no, it'll never be.
The VP of Marketing for Toyota South Africa awarding the Highveld Horse Care Organization representative Joanne 10,000 Rand. So well done. Thank you to Toyota. And ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching the broadcast. You've seen the Highveld Horse Care ads running throughout the broadcast. They do so much good work, not only in South Africa, but also Lesotho and surrounds. There are so many horses. We're seeing the best sport horses on offer today. But there are so many horses that are in desperate need of care, that are in neglect, and the Highveld Horse Care does so much good work. Not only Highveld Horse Care, also Coastal Horse Care, outreach programs. So if you are able, we ask you, we beg you to get involved, to go back on the stream, get all the details. If you can donate to Highveld Horse Care, please do. It's an NGO, they do so much good work, and of course these are the animals that we love. Many of us make a living from the sport, so if you are able, please do support. They need you. Thank you very much to the grooms. There they are, Magic Boy's groom on the top step. Getting their rewards, courtesy of Toyota. Finale user groom on the second step. And of course in third place, Mandarino's groom. Well done, guys. As you said, don't run away. Still that winner's interview to come with Ronnie Healy. Always entertaining, always got good insights about his rounds. And once again, big thank you to Toyota, the representatives there, Gwen and Martha. And of course, congratulations to the breeder, Blue Turtle Capital Magic Boy. This horse bought some years ago now on the inaugural Capital Stud auction by Jane Healy. At that time paid a fair amount of money, but hasn't it just paid dividends? What a horse he has become. The full brother to Moonlight, not Moonlight. Name escapes me for a second. It'll pop into my head in a moment or two. Now jumping with Niall Nassar overseas. Night Star, there it is. Also produced by Nicole. Knew it would come to me. It's been a long day. Forgive me. We're going to go to an ad break, and when we come back, that winning interview with the man of the moment, Ronnie Healy.
Your phone. Hallo?
Hoi, ek dink jy het ons foon.
Die splinternuwe Land Cruiser Prado, werklik boerbaas.
Fortunate GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Well, with me is Ronnie Healy once again. We were in this exact spot a year ago. Cornets Mandarino prevailing there. This year, Magic Boy. Wow, how are you feeling?
Relieved. I said to you before we came on, I owed Magic Boy that. I threw it away 2 years ago. He faultless then.
Yep.
And I always say, like, you learn from losing. You learn how to win by losing, and you know you fix your mistakes. And I said, as I was going, knowing that I had to jump a clear, I said to him, "I'm not going to let you down. I owe you this." So, and he gave me everything and more. He was exceptional. It was a privilege to ride him today.
He was unbelievable. We go back 2 years to that in this very arena with Jess Prince, where she took the win because of the time penalties there. You weren't going to make the same mistake again on him. Yeah. But Ronnie, I've got to remind you, Mandarino, you got a time penalty.
You know, and Shayton, and he got up there, he's like, "Why are you going around the plants here?" And I was like, you know, he has such a big stride. And Magic Boy goes up and down, so I thought, let me, you know, be a little tighter. And I was so worried about the 4 and the 6, whatever it was, on Cornets Mandarino, that I actually planned to get up to that double, so he slowed down in the middle. That the 4 was a little easier, then I could get up to it and use that jump, you know, because he suits it when I can just drop one stride. But it's just, yeah. Luckily, it worked out today. I was angry with myself, as you can imagine.
You, in the second round, over the second course, you came inside of the flowers on Magic Boy, and you got a beautiful round. Leona went, she had one down, she went around. The time, she looked like she was going for the clear, but she pulled one rail, so you had the time there. So you didn't need to play it so fine with him. You just were worried. You could have afforded a time penalty or 2 or even 3, but you came inside of the flowers and it looked like for a moment there was because you had to give a kick.
Yeah, thank goodness he has scope. No scope, no hope. He jumped it so beautifully in the first round.
Yes.
And because he has quite a big jump and he goes up and down, and he's not as, you know, I work harder with him than I do Cornets Mandarino. So I thought, let me ride the exact same round.
Yeah.
You know, ride the same round. She had one down, so I was like, if I have one down, I still need to be just that bit quicker. I don't know what the end time was, but like it also, Barry said, Barry Taylor, he said actually it almost shocked him a little, because that horse, if I went a bit open and forward,
The turn to the double.
yeah,
Yes.
like woke him up,
Yes.
and then he wasn't going to go near another one. Like, you know, he's just, the feeling is like nothing else.
Well, that's awesome, because last year he was sidelined most of the year, and he's come back strong, and so it sets you up so nicely for this year. When did he come back into work, and how long is he?
So,
I mean, is he at top form, or is there more to come?
Not really. I mean, he actually jumped at President's Cup. I didn't jump him the final day because he'd been breeding a lot, and we found out that he was a little sore in his back, so we treated his back. And it's like I've got a new horse in the stables.
Yeah. I saw you shaking Jacques' hand down there. So
behind the scenes, there's a lot that goes on. Jacques Versfeld, he's my chiro. Sasha Chellan is my physio. Baker McVeigh, John McVeigh, he's my vets. There's so much work and like looking after these animals that goes in behind the scenes. And the whole team has been amazing. You know, I can't thank them enough. And again, I know my horse. Like, he wasn't right. I wasn't going to waste jumps. And he jumped a lesson with Gonda on Monday. And I was like, oh, God, this is even better than the horse I thought I had. You know, he's just come back, just even stronger from a little treatment. And, you know, you have to look after them. You know, they're
not machines. You got to,
no, and you got to feel it. And that's where it's so important knowing your horse about what they should feel like and what they don't feel like. So, yeah, listen, I wasn't sure how he was going to be this week. He had one little blemish on day 2 at number 1, and that was my fault. Otherwise, he's been faultless all through the week. I let Cornetto down, but he was exceptional. It's a little bit this, deja vu with him last year. He hadn't done much. He had time off the year before. And then came out and won.
Correct, yeah.
Last year I took a lot of time. He had an inguinal hernia. And that's sort of also why I let...
Magic.
Yeah, Magic Boy, sorry. And that's why I gave Ash Goofy, because you can't jump 3 in a big class. And I wanted Goofy to have fun.
And because you love your wife, Ronnie.
I love my wife. And she needed, he's so special. And she's had Aldo out.
Yeah.
And she's got that cheeky little stallion of hers that, so that needs time. And she was, I promise you, I was more emotional when she went and jumped the first round than when I... even one now, I was like, I had my lump in my throat, and I cry for
He
anything.
loves her.
Loves.
Because I was saying in commentary, when Ronnie Lawrence rode the horse, he took a hold, man. He was strong, and you almost had to reschool a little bit so that he didn't do that, but he still took a hold. He looked like a man's ride, and with Ashley, it's like a different story.
He is obsessed, and she's obsessed with him, and they faff and they hack, and she spoils him, and that was part of the reason. Like, I wanted him to have the best time. I wanted her to have a horse is going to look after her, give her that confidence again. She had our 2 young boys, Tommy and Hudson, and they're in Zimbabwe,
watching, I'm
sure, eating chocolates and getting spoiled by the grandparents. But, and I wanted her to have a horse that she would look after her, and she could just build her confidence from obviously being a mom.
Yes,
it's a different feeling, and she's been amazing, and she's working hard to get that confidence back, and he's gone a long way in helping her. But she looked, it was her first 150 this show.
Yeah,
I mean, she looked incredible. So I'm so excited for her and him in the future. I'm happy to have my 2 boys, and the stable yard's looking good.
Excellent. I'm reminded by a director that we do have your round queued up, so let's watch that. Let's relive the moment, and you can talk us through it. This is Ronnie's winning round. Of course, after 2 rounds, went to a jump off with finale, and let's queue up that round 2-horse jump off. Ronnie was sitting in pole position. Leone had already pulled the rail, so he needed to leave them up and go clear.
Yeah, he just felt amazing. Like, he didn't feel like he was going to touch a fence. It looked exactly how it felt. It's pretty special. But here I guess is the. He has so much scope. He has so much ability. If you put him in half the right spot, he's going to try his hardest. And a good friend of mine, Michel van Eyck, he is obsessed with this horse. He's in Holland. I don't know if he's watching, but he always tells me that, if this horse doesn't win, it's because of my fault. It's my fault. So, you know, he was incredible. Very, very happy day.
Awesome stuff. Now, let's talk about you and that trophy. You've won it 3 times on 3 different horses. Ashley's won it as well some time ago on Quincy, so you both got your names on that trophy. But that's some feat. 3 different wins on 3 different horses. Aldo, Mandarino, and now Magic Boy. You're making this event your own.
Something about the grass arena here that I love. I told Twitter that they've got to keep sponsoring, because since they've come on, it's been pretty good for me. So, yeah, I didn't know that there weren't that many with 3 wins and 3 different horses in 4 years. Should have been 4, but I let myself down. But I'm not ungrateful. I'm extremely grateful for these
Real
opportunities.
turns. It comes back today, and here you are.
And but again, it's a lot of work, to get to this with these horses. And I say to everyone, a lot of my clients and stuff, you got to buy the best young horse you possibly can, produce them because you know them, that the back of them like the back of your hand for these moments, for these days. I know that horse. I know Cornet's Mandarino, and
you did that. You put the money down on that inaugural capital sale, and it's come back to pay dividends.
Yeah. I'm very privileged, and it's you're not often, you go through a lot of horses to get through to special ones, and I'm fortunate. I mean, I've ridden Aldo and won at my first one. That was sort of where it started to go. And then mine sort of came into it with Goofy, and I've had the most incredible team of horses. I've got some really special young ones coming up as well.
Yeah.
So, but these
Future
2...
looks bright.
Yeah, these 2 are hopefully going to plane to Europe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So tell me about that.
What
is the goal? Where's
to go to WEG?
Yeah.
Barry spoke to me at the beginning of the year, just saying they were trying to put a team together. He's obviously one of the selectors and the international portfolio to get, and we have a team that is in for WEG next year in August. And he said that any riders that want to go, put your name forward. He obviously thinks very highly of the horses. And he asked, if I can get there. So we have to be there by the beginning of January. And
where is WEG next year?
In Aachen.
In Aachen. So you'll go straight to Europe, obviously, through that arduous quarantine.
Yeah.
How does that affect you this year? So when do you have to start? No derby.
So
there'll be a lot of people out there who are
relieved.
Wanting for the series with the Toyota Legends series who might be a little bit relieved about that.
But very bitter pill, but it's you work for a championship. I've wanted to jump in Aachen all my life. I wanted to go to a championship. I feel I'm good enough. I feel I have the horses that are good enough. So I'm going to take, and I don't know. When I was there for 10 years, I never had horses like this, and I did okay. So now I'm going to try and go and smash the door down and give it my everything, and see where we go. I mean, I'm like, obviously WEG is the goal. If it happens, it's a bonus. But I mean, I owe it to the horses. I owe it to, like Bronwyn has been our inspiration.
Yes.
She was just beyond incredible. And there's a bunch of riders that are planning it. So we try and get a good team together. Not just ones that necessarily can afford it, but ones that hopefully are good enough. And we want to have, Barry and that want to have like 10 or 12 riders that they can take Centre Nations Cups and pick the best, and really try and show how good as a nation we are. We have good riders, incredible horses, and through quarantine and funds we don't get those opportunities, but I think people are trying everything to get there, and let's do it, and then we never know what doors open from that point.
Well, maybe somebody's listening. I mean, Jess Prince won here 2 years ago, sitting in the seat talking to me, landed up talking about Olympics and her dream. She's over there. Maybe some corporates are watching. That's what it takes, corporate backers, big backers, because at the end of the day, we've got the talent, like you said, we've got the horses. We just need the backing.
It's such a huge opportunity for everyone, for sponsors and riders. It's and it opened. I mean, I think it'll be difficult for us. But we'll and Bronwyn has opened so many doors for our youth, for our young riders jumping here, that they won't realize how important Bronwyn and potentially next year will be for future South African young riders and stuff like that. So it's so exciting. You know, we have to, you know, make it work. We have to find a way. And if I don't do it, I'll always regret it.
And with you going, Thomas van Rijkvorsel's there. I don't know if
there,
Ollie's
the
there.
two Lexis, Lexi Carter, Lexi Stace.
Bronwyn's going to leave the horses there.
I think Chris and Leon are planning to go. Dominique's planning to go. There's a bunch of really top riders going, and you know the biggest thing is everybody's a team. You know, we all have obviously our different groups, but we're all going to be a team, and that's the most important thing. Is to doesn't matter who you ride with or where you are. We build a team, and we with the likes of Ollie, who has all the experience, and all the other riders that are going to go. You build your team around the strong riders, and you go and do it. You know, it is time for us. It is time for South Africa. I mean, I'm very excited. It's, as I say, like I want to win, but if I don't do this, you know, I have to sacrifice something along the way. That's when the plane can go, or hopefully
Well,
going to
listen, the team at the series have been restructured, so points on offer, as you know, and you've walked away with you came into today with a good haul from the qualifiers.
But if you don't do Derby, you don't.
Well, hang on a sec, because World Cup, 2 qualifier, and so there's still points on offer there. So all you need to do, Ronnie, is go and win the qualifier.
But don't you have to do the Derby?
Go and we'll double check the rules. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll rewrite them. I think you've got a point there. I think you do have. You do have to do the Derby.
So yeah, no, listen, and you know what? Like Toyota, I can't thank them enough for what they've given our sport. The buzz around it. I know there's a little change of rules and made it a little more exciting this year.
Well, I think the change of rules was to make it so that you don't dominate the series, and now you're getting on a plane.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's okay. I'll sacrifice this one. Hopefully, someone looks down on me, you know, and helps me out next year somewhere along the line.
Awesome, Ronnie. Well done.
Thank you, Aidan.
Awesome. Been a privilege once again to watch you compete, and a privilege to watch those awesome horses of yours, and all the very, very best. And we'll be watching keenly, and may all your dreams come true. We will be following with keen interest.
Thank you.
That's Ronnie Healy, who once again wins the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, a wrap of all the day's actions. Don't go away.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
What a fantastic day of show jumping here in the Bob Charter at KPC, final day of the Toyota-sponsored Easter Festival for 2025, culminating in the big moon, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, as we've just witnessed, won by Ronnie Healy. Another great performance by him, puts his name onto that Tiger Oats trophy for the third time. Of course, we started the day off with the 1m35 championship that was won by Tanya Strauss. Kelleher O'Connor, as you see the sun setting over KPC. Then the 1m40 championship class, that was won by Charlie Crockart Tack and Togs Khaleesi. She was looking forward to the Outdoor Grand Prix, said, well, she'll take it as it comes, and of course got herself right up there into the second round, jumping a beautiful clear round, and then the 4 penalties on Odeana. The Junior 1m35 Outdoor Grand Prix, congratulations to Georgia Scribanti, KZN, Capital Crawford, and then as we've just seen, Ronnie Healy. Great interview from him, and we'll be following his journey overseas, as well as the others that hopefully will get to represent South Africa in a dream of South African show jumping to field a Nations Cup team. We look forward to that, and we'll be following with keen interest. Don't forget, the show was the first leg of the Toyota Legend Series for 2025. It goes now to the next leg, which will be the Toyota FEI World Cup qualifier on the 18th of May, and then finishes off with the Toyota South African Derby on the 5th of October. So plenty more points to play for. Do keep updated on social media as to where we stand at the moment, once we have factored in all the points for the Outdoor Grand Prix. That will be tallied up and I'm sure posted on social media in the near future. From myself, Aidan, it's been a long day, 3 days of broadcasting here on Equestrian Live. We certainly hope that you have enjoyed the coverage with us. Thank you so much to our team, to Scott Seward, to Mike Demain, to Donovan Orens, to Shay De Beer, to Carmen Fenter up here with me, and all the cameramen, all the sound technicians, everybody who brings you these broadcasts. It's been a lot of hard work, but worth it. So we do hope that you have enjoyed. Until next time, which hopefully will be at the World Cup on the 18th. From myself, Aidan, signing off. Until next time, take care. Bye-bye. The 2025 Toyota Easter Festival, incorporating the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, is proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.